Okay. Alrighty. I'm going to jump in Discord with Lexi. He is a streamer. I'm going to get their link for you guys if you want to check them out as well. This topic is getting revived. Good memes last time around. Oh, yeah, guys. Big time. Thanks for everyone. Nice to see you again, Headless. It was nice to see you in Discord as well last night. I know you had a bit of a private chat, so I hope that went well. You guys will have to let me know how your bonding went. Okay, so I'm going to make sure that my Discord voice is set up to my good mic so you guys don't hate life. All right, and then I got to get into her. Here we go. Okay, so now I'm just waiting. I'm going to just message him. I don't know if he goes by Alex or Lexi, or I know his pronouns are he and they, them, for those of you if you want to message about it. Yeah. What are your guys' thoughts on self-diagnosis? Do you guys think there are any problems with self-diagnosis? Think it's fine? Is it your favorite thing to do? What do you think? Hello?
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm okay. I'm tired, honestly. I've got a splitting fucking headache, but
Oh, rough.
reading through transphobic legislation will do that.
Yes, I imagine it would. You sound like you're from the motherland?
I'm actually Irish.
Irish, all right, so not the motherland for you,
No,
the invader land.
I live in the UK.
Okay.
Do you want to turn cameras on?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. Let me just move that around because I'm going to have to virtual cam for you.
Yeah, let me just turn off my camera.
Oh.
Doot, doot.
Oh, we make the same noises as well, which amused me. When I was like watching a load of your videos on YouTube, like when we're doing stuff, we make the same little like doot 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 noises.
Yeah. All right. I might play with your mic a little bit. Just turn it on.
That should do the job. Okay. Why is that? Why? I don't understand my computer sometimes. I really don't. What is happening now? Okay.
There we go.
Right. Right. Just do it fucking this way. Mix it around a bit. Hang on. Sorry, I'm having a minor problem with my Streamlabs because it hates me. There we go. That should do. There we are. We're where we need to be.
Perfect. I'm just going to turn you up. A bunch of people say that you're quiet.
Yeah, my new desk means my microphone's a bit further away from my mouth than it should be.
Yes, I feel that. I mean, my microphone system is literally jerry rigged with a IQ assessment book walkthrough, and then my mic on top to try to
My
minimize
problem,
banging.
my problem is my desk is slightly too high.
Oh, so you're like reaching up to like get at your
Yeah,
mic? Yeah.
yeah. So my mic is here, but I'm sat like all the way down here because I'm actually quite small.
Yep. Are you short as well then?
Yeah, I'm like 5'4".
Oh.
At a push, I'm 5'4" to push.
Yeah, when you're like standing slightly on your toes.
Yeah, I'm 5'3" and like 3/4 technically.
Okay. Cool. Well, what do
It's
you
fine.
want to talk about today? I know you had messaged me
Um,
about self-diagnosis, but I wanted to see where your thoughts were at.
so there's actually like a few things I'm quite interested in just getting your takes on generally, and there's some things I've heard you say like in your conversations with other people, like with Cherry and stuff, that I have thoughts on that I just kind of want to bring up with you. Like for one, a lot of the stuff you said in your conversation with Cherry about how we need to stop expecting women to be demure and gentle and non-combative. Like when I was listening to that and watching that, I was like, the lean back and the applaud kind of thing, because I was like, yeah, no, exactly that, all of that. Um, so specifically on the self-diagnosis topic, I entirely agree with you that it's bloody dangerous for self-diagnosis to be a thing, especially if it ends up leading to self-medication. However, I am very aware, particularly particularly in the States, and it's getting to that point here because of a lack of NHS funding, that there's a lack of healthcare available, like mental health care and support available. I don't know how bad it is in Canada in comparison.
And to be honest, I'm definitely not a particularly like a trans specialist, so I wouldn't want to be commenting on it too much because I know that it's like not something that I think I could do justice to the conversation that's needed for it.
Yeah, I don't mean just trans. Like, I mean mental health generally. There is
Yeah,
fuck all funding for it.
there's a
I
fair
was
bit of funding in
waiting.
Canada for specifically broad mental health.
Mhm.
It's pretty good. The problem is that a lot of the funding goes to like government agencies, and it seems to be the case that our government agencies are kind of shit. So, yeah.
Yeah. So at the moment, our wait for a psych for an adult is 12 months at least for your first appointment. That's if you're in crisis when you're referred.
Yeah.
And then often after the first appointment, it'll be like another 9 months for the second. So they give you the first and they get you to unbox everything. And then they hide it all, basically. They're like, yeah, no, we're going to leave you for 9 months at like one of the most vulnerable moments in mental health care. Like when you've just started to unpack the boxes for your initial assessment.
Yeah. So is there
Um,
no acute intervention that's like immediate, like ER and stuff like that, where you can be seen?
if you go to the ER, they will either say, so they will do one of two things. One of three. They will try and commit you if they think you're an immediate risk to yourself or others, without taking any history into account.
Yeah.
They will try and throw antidepressants at you, potentially, or they'll just say, there's nothing we can do for you. Here's the number for the crisis team. Maybe you'll get help through them. And even then, the crisis team are just as underfunded and understaffed as everywhere else.
Right.
So you're likely waiting for the crisis team for several months as well.
Okay.
So that's, pretty frustrating. So from like a socioeconomic perspective, I can see why self-diagnosis has utility for particularly poorer people, particularly for finding like community and people who they feel like they relate to. Like whether it's like, I think I have ADHD, so I'm going to find a Facebook group for people with ADHD
Yeah.
who have like similar experiences to me, or BPD, or whatever else it seems to be. Like from that perspective, I can see why self-diagnosis is used and has got utility.
Right.
However, I do think there are a lot of people who may even just have simple environmentally caused depression,
Right.
but want to throw like another label on it.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's because like a character they like in something has this thing, or a streamer or a YouTuber they like, or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, there's definitely a lot with self-diagnosis, right? Like to talk about like there are benefits that can be gleaned from the label, and there are certain cons that can be gleaned. And it's interesting that our society's moved to a position that historically mental health labels were exclusively stigmatized and negative, and it was
mm,
just a bad situation to kind of get slapped with a mental health label. Whereas now it seems to be the case that there are actual kind of social benefits that can be gleaned for certain diagnoses, which is interesting. It's something that I like initially want to just be exclusively for. But now I begin to see people kind of like weaponize these labels to just basically be like, you can't talk to me about anything because I have X. And it's like, well, that's not the purpose of the label at all, actually. So,
yeah, that's even with you find this with a lot of people who are actually diagnosed, particularly with BPD, which is something I have. Okay, I used to be a moderator in a group on Facebook for people with borderline. I have borderline. Like, I have a lot of experience with borderline.
mm-hmm.
To the point where I was first diagnosed with borderline at 18, and I went, no, I can't possibly have that. It sounds like a crazy person. Dismissed it, and then got re-diagnosed again at 22.
Yeah,
And I was like, okay, well, I guess I must have this thing then.
right.
Um, and then, I did that thing that a lot of people with mental health difficulties do, and I did my research on it, and I looked into coping strategies and, treatment possibilities and what have you.
Yeah.
So that I was, I knew what to ask for one, to try. And so that I knew the best ways for me to manage it myself, because there wasn't a lot of support.
Yeah.
Um, and there was in that group a lot of people who did self-diagnose because they related with it and with the symptoms that came along with it.
Mm-hmm.
And they found a sense of community and belonging because there were people who they related to who were having what they saw as similar experiences.
Okay. So I guess it's probably worth asking, do you think self-diagnosis is broadly then a valid thing that we should continue to be like, it's a valid thing to do? Or do you think it's broadly something we should be like, probably don't do this?
I think it would be less of an issue if A, mental health was less stigmatized, and B, we had more community minded, had like a more community minded approach societally anyway. Because that need for community and people going through similar things wouldn't be as strong if there were already community foundations laid out societally.
Right. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It does make sense. Yeah, I can understand the glean of trying to find a community. The main concern is there is some evidence that like communities that like are bound together because of a certain like diagnosis or a very common shared, particularly like trait where they struggle with it, it can lead to worsening of symptoms of everyone within the community, not bettering because of kind of like group think, and like echo chambering. And so I don't know the communities you've been in part of because it is possible within communities to offset these specific
Yeah.
modalities. But that's one of my main concerns is like finding a community of people who all have the same diagnosis as you. To me, it immediately like flags being like I can understand the value from like a purely human perspective, just like having your people, and I'm very for that. But I would want to offset that being like, but you also need to have community members who actually don't understand that at all, so that they can keep giving you like fresh perspectives of what it's like to not actually have this, to kind of keep you somewhat grounded to like broader social community as well.
Yeah. So, excuse me, we also allowed in the group I moderated family members of people with BPD and partners. Um, and that helped a lot. There was also a rule that I actually got put in place because I'm very like you and Cherry. I don't take any shit, right? Like, I've got no time for it whatsoever. And I will say upfront and honestly, if you're being a dick, and like the rule that I had put in place was you do not use your BPD diagnosis as an excuse to be a dick. You will not get away with it. It doesn't matter what's wrong with you. That's not an excuse to be a dick.
Yeah, which is really healthy, right? To like call that out, because I absolutely have had to work with individuals who 100% use whatever diagnosis they have to excuse really inappropriate behaviors.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's something I see all the time. It's like, oh well, I have this thing. Like, therefore you don't know anything about what you're talking about. I immediately know more than you do, and also you're being mean and don't get to be. So I'm going to be an asshole and blame it on my mental illness.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot. Even in like group therapies, it's part. So I know you're like a super advocate of group therapies, and for a lot of people, I have seen it work. But with there's a very gentle approach to group therapies here, because 9 times out of 10 they're CBT therapies and not anything kind of more long term.
Yeah, I'm not actually a big CBT group therapy fan. I like particularly like existential psychotherapy for group therapy.
Yeah, so I've been in 4 different CBT group therapies, and every single one has had at least one person being like, oh well, I have this and therefore I can do whatever I want and just use it as an excuse. So it's like, bitch, shut the fuck up.
Right. And then another issue is when it comes to group therapies is we don't actually train clinicians on it. And so I think I had a bit of an edge because I ran kids camp where I was doing like group counseling every single day, all night, like every night for like 6 years straight, all summer. So I think I have a bit of, yeah, right. So I have a lot of experience of just navigating larger groups and like how to keep the group healthy. Whereas I've actually now like trained a couple of professionals. I've actually trained a couple of people with like way more education than me on group therapy because it's something that I've just like really taken to quite quickly because it's a whole other skill set that like you can't bring your individual psychotherapy skills very well into a group. Like they're very separate skills, it seems to be. There's actually very little transference other than the psychoeducation pieces. So yeah.
That's something I do like appreciate with a lot of your insights and takes is that they're empirically backed, which is surprisingly not what a lot of psychs of any kind, of any like stroke that I've spoken to do.
Yeah, don't go to TikTok psych. It's the empiricism is lacking.
Yeah. Yeah, even like a lot of the psychs I've had throughout my life, they're like, oh, well, try acupuncture or this other equally bollocks thing, like try homeopathy or aromatherapy. It's like, yeah, okay, the smell of lavender can calm you down. That's empirically proven, fine. That's not going to treat the fact that I spend 98% of my time wanting to die.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I would say acupuncture has a little bit more evidence behind it. I was looking at a meta-analysis recently because I also was like pretty dubious of acupuncture. It has more evidence behind it than chiropractic, which isn't saying much, but I found that interesting.
No, but chiropractic is bullshit. So.
Yeah, well, chiropractic has about a 0.5 of efficacy, so it's like it may help, it may not at all, right? Like it's like a coin toss.
Margin of error.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a coin toss, which is not great for efficacy. Whereas acupuncture, the last meta-analysis I saw, which I don't have on hand, so you can totally toss out what I'm saying because I don't have it like right on hand. I can try to dig it up later, but it was like 0.6, which is not horrible.
A little bit better, but it's still within the margin of error.
Yeah, but there's a lot of psychotherapists that operate at a 0.6 efficacy. So
yeah,
do we toss out most psychotherapy?
I'm very hesitant to commit to anything that is within the margin of error because, I mean, not that long ago for the like tests we had, so were lobotomies. You know, like
right.
It's that kind of a thing, and like particularly acupuncture. I've seen acupuncture go wrong as well. Like my partner was forced to have acupuncture for his chronic pain condition. He's got something called complex regional pain syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a nerve condition that means his nerves are dying off, and as his nerves die, so are his muscles, because the blood isn't getting to the edges of the muscles. So he's in pain all the time. That is like the most simplified explanation I can give. But as such, his pain his pain specialist, was like, "Oh, well, you should try acupuncture because acupuncture fixes everything." And my other half's like, I know that's a placebo, right? Like, that's not going to do anything. I know it's a placebo.
Yeah,
And
I would say there's
his
a
doc-
bit more evidence for it than being placebo. Like I would say it is outside of that margin of error. But yeah, because it was a statistically significant effect size. But I'm not really here to advocate for acupuncture. I don't give
No,
a fuck
yeah,
about
of course.
acupuncture. But I just to be empirically sound, I do have to say.
Yes.
We don't know the modalities, but it seems that there is some level of efficacy to acupuncture, but it's not super strong. But it is interesting because it doesn't make any sense as to how it would have any effect at all.
Yeah, which I think is part of why he leans so heavily to, that's probably just placebo. But like so he went through with the acupuncture, and when his doctor went to put one in the side of his knee, he fucked up and he pushed it in too hard and it punctured the joint cavity of his knee, which made his pain much, much worse for some time. And I was quite heavily pregnant at this point in time. So it made his pain worse enough that he was falling over, and me, between 6 and 9 months pregnant, while this was worse, I was having to like pick him up off the floor after he'd fallen over because we didn't have any other help.
Right.
Like, it was just fucking horrendous. And when he went back to his pain specialist a couple of weeks later for an appointment, was like, it didn't do anything, it made it worse. His pain specialist went, well, guess I'm going to discharge you.
Yeah.
But you get a lot of similar stuff with psychiatry as well, like I've noticed. It's like, it seems to be, there's a lot of like crossover with the behaviors of professionals towards mental health and chronic pain.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of chronic pain isn't totally measurable, and a lot of mental health isn't totally measurable. And as such, it's, well, try the way I particularly like to do it. And if that doesn't work for you, well, find someone else.
Yeah.
I had this weird thing happen when I was about 24. I just finished a whole fucking doodah of therapy and various different medications that didn't do anything for me. And I was like, no, I know what I need. I need trauma therapy because I have a lot of childhood and teenage trauma. I'm not gonna like trauma on you or anything. It's there. And I know what's caused it, and I know I need to address. But my psych at the time was like, oh, we don't think you're well enough for trauma therapy, but we're going to discharge you anyway.
Right.
It just... Yeah, I can, like I say, like, with all of that in mind and the way that a lot of psychiatry is approached, I can understand why there are people who are like, I'm either not going to or can't afford to pursue this officially, so I'm just going to try find my people.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that as far as like I basically am almost unwilling to budge on self-diagnosis for anything, mostly because I don't know if you know my background in training, but I'm a psychometrist, right? So I'm like specialized in running psychological tests dominantly for diagnosis, and even within the mental health field, there are a lot of psychologists who are trained as like counseling therapists, some counseling psychologists I've met that really don't seem to understand the actual process of diagnosis, particularly when it comes to mental health. It is exceedingly complex to be done well. And to think that like a lay person could come to the correct diagnosis is of course possible because most people, they're actually going to be mostly accounted for by anxiety and depression. Like that's the fundamental reality, right? Like it's almost like 60% of outpatient clients that come in for diagnosis in like most centers leave with a diagnosis of that. And that's broadly what they have, right? My issue is that if you self-diagnose incorrectly, because I feel like I see a lot more people self-diagnosing very specific, more rare conditions like personality disorders, ADHD,
There's
and
only
autism.
one type of EL?
PTSD.
Okay.
And PTSD.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with PTSD, I'm willing to give like again a little bit more grace on, but for these three specifically, so any personality disorder, and then neurodevelopmental disorders, the diagnosis process should be quite intensive. And now I'll give this with the caveat of saying not all doctors follow the diagnosis process well. Okay, I have been to doctors who hand me a sheet to see if I have ADHD. And I was like, I have a brain injury. I know that I don't have ADHD. Like, I know that I don't. I never had childhood symptoms of ADHD. Like, my brother did, and I distinctly did not, you know? But I could go through the checklist and I'm like, yeah, I scale high. I have attentional issues. I have concentration issues. I have like other like ADHD related issues, impulse control issues. But it's because of my TBI, like that I have a nascence point. And so my doctor tried to one of the GPs I saw tried to just give me an ADHD diagnosis. And I actually was basically like, you're incorrect, because like part of the diagnosis is that you have to have childhood symptoms. And I've told you explicitly that I don't. Right. And so the diagnosis process, while I'm like saying like I'm really opposed to self-diagnosis, the reason why is because it's already handled pretty poorly within the mental health field. And I think diagnosis is really, really important. And I want to caveat with the piece of, I understand how these labels can be so relieving to get. Like, it finally puts the chaos of your suffering into order a little bit. And I understand this from a viewpoint of, I have a lot of like kind of mysterious chronic health issues, where basically I've been explicitly told probably medicine just hasn't caught up yet with what the fuck's going on with you. Try in 10 years and maybe we'll know like what's going on, right? Which is so frustrating because I have very explicit issues and I can't just give people a label of like why I'm struggling, right? Because it simplifies things. It like gives you a little bit more grace where people can give you more understanding with that label. So I understand the appeal of labels. And so in my rule of thumb, I say if you're waiting for a long time and you're pretty sure about your diagnosis, I just encourage people, like, say you have ADHD like symptoms, or talk about the specific symptoms you have. I know it's more work, but like the labels actually need to be protected, because even the professionals are being like a bit fast and loose. If we now let all of society also be fast and loose, now the entire field of diagnosis doesn't really have a meaning anymore. And that's really bad, right? Like if we did that with medicine, that would be really, really bad, because then how do we treat things?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and like I said, I do agree with you from that, like, dude, from that instance, you're absolutely correct. I am just glad that there is a certain amount that people can find the support of like the symptoms that they feel like they correlate with, you know. But like what you're saying about diagnoses being handed out too liberally, even in the mental health field, absolutely. Like I see it in my own diagnoses. I have a rap sheet of diagnoses as long as my arm.
Yeah, we call them like the ABCD clients, like where they just like have every acronym under the sun. And usually as a psychometrician, I've been trained to like, usually when we take on those individuals, I mean, I would be under a psychologist as a psychometrician, but when we re-diagnose, what we actually do is we go clean slate. We're going to ignore all the previous labels. We're going to test again. And then ideally that psychologist would be like, just so you know, all the previous labels you have, we're disregarding them. We're now applying these new labels. Okay. That's how it's ideally supposed to go. It doesn't often happen in that way. It's often not communicated super well, but broadly, when you get a full new re-diagnosis, it's kind of like the old is gone and the new has arrived, and we have to like stick to what those are. And
I think if I told you every single diagnosis I have mental health wise, your toes would curl.
I mean, probably not, because I've been in the field, so I've seen clients with like rap sheets. Like, yeah. I've seen it.
I've never seen someone diagnosed with both BPD and CPTSD.
Right, and I mean, in fairness, CPTSD is actually not like a clinical diagnosis, so I don't know what that psychologist was doing, to be honest, because it's not a diagnosis. Because part of the purpose of a diagnostic label, in large part in like mental health field, is because it gives you access to services, because it's connected to insurance policies, whether that's privately or publicly funded. One sec, I'm just going to shut the door because my husband is screaming. All right.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about insurance stuff over here because of how the NHS works.
Is it so? There's no private mental health, like no private counseling or anything like that?
There is some, but it's not enormously prevalent. And for the most part, they just take the word of the NHS anyway. But the NHS won't take the word of the private diagnosticians.
Right.
Weirdly, like I don't know what that's about, but they won't take the word of like private doctors at all. I think it's because they know that like if someone shops around enough with private doctors, they will have the label they want thrown at them eventually, you know. But like the reason they draw a distinction between CPTSD here and PTSD when they're talking about like diagnoses is because CPTSD supposedly occurs while the brain is still developing, and usually by trauma inflicted upon you, whereas PTSD, as far as I'm aware for diagnostic criteria, is usually something you watch yourself inflict on somebody else, which is why a lot of vets will have PTSD. That's as far as I understand the delineations from the reading I've done, like on the NHS website and the like.
With CPTSD and PTSD?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I have a really big issue with CPTSD because I think it just. Fucking psychology, man. We're bad at naming things, okay? Who the fuck thought it was a good idea to make depression a clinical label when we had something like melancholia that wasn't common parlance? Like, who the fuck thought that was a good idea? Because now people, when they feel depressed, they think they also have depression. And it's like, you might be feeling depressed, but there are lots of reasons. Like, a low mood is, and anhedonia are symptoms for lots of things, including many medical conditions, right? And so it's just like, I totally understand why this labeling issue has become such a problem. And it's psychology's fault first, right? Like, I'll just make that super clear. Like, why the fuck did we think it was a good idea? I don't know. And so CPTSD annoys me because it's going to lead to the exact same fucking problem that we have with like depression, which is that CPTSD is typically talking about childhood experiences, particularly if you've gone through a lot of trauma in your childhood and you would now have essentially complex symptomology. The problem is that almost no one from their childhood has flashbacks and nightmares. They don't actually have traditional PTSD expressions. And if they do, we should give them the label of PTSD and treat that. And then we need a different label. So I agree that we need a label for this basically my childhood fucked up, now I fucked up syndrome, right? We need a label for that. And there probably needs to be several sub-classifications because the way your childhood, the issue with it is the way your childhood is fucked up is so infinite. It can be an infinite number of ways it's fucked up. And the way it impacts you is going to change depending on the age, the chronicity, the relationship you had with the abuser, whether they were like a parent or a sibling or a different family member, whether they were a teacher, right? And so it has like these, and whether it was physical abuse or sexual abuse or emotional abuse and stuff, it seems to really change the symptomology and how it expresses and how it messes people up, right? And so we obviously need a whole bunch of probably separate labels for all of these things within whatever label we say. But when we say CPTSD, people are going to start thinking that they need to have flashbacks. And the issue is that you can convince anyone to get self-fulfilling symptoms. So you could have a person who has...
The brain is a very powerful thing.
Yeah, and I've seen it. I've seen people who truly don't have BPD convince themselves that they do, and they mostly had generalized anxiety and probably a little bit of childhood fucked up, now I fucked up syndrome. And so they had GAD and something else when they were diagnosed and childhood issues, right? And they were convinced that they had BPD and they went to multiple doctors. Every doctor was like, you don't have BPD, you don't have BPD. And they just doctor shopped until they found somebody who would yes man them. And now today they have BPD. Like they express all of the symptomology. They're for sure the type as well who tries to justify a lot of behavior by being like, oh, I'm not being like manipulative and vindictive. It's just BPD. And it's like, no, like you are doing those things and it might be a result of BPD, but you're still accountable for doing those things, right? So yeah.
I once knew someone who was convinced they had antisocial personality disorder and shopped around until the point where they, for lack of a better term, right, all but became a psychopath.
Yeah.
Like catching and torturing animals, psychopath. They were a perfectly normal person before.
Yeah.
But because they did not like going outside and they were introverted and their parents had told them all their life that had meant there was something wrong with them, they ended up getting stuck on this antisocial personality disorder thing.
Yeah.
And it basically turned them into a psychopath.
Yeah.
It was really fucking bizarre.
Yeah, and I've seen it a lot, right? Which is my concern with CPTSD is I actually think that we're going to see a lot of that because people will hear CPTSD and they're going to think it's PTSD because why the fuck wouldn't they think that? Like if you don't know the nomenclature, why would you think any different? And then they're going to see that PTSD has like those intrusive symptoms. Like that's what the hallmark of PTSD, right? That's what discerns it actually from CPTSD, which I would say we shouldn't We shouldn't use that label. It's a bad label. It's probably going to happen, and I'm going to be fucking mad for the rest of my fucking career.
Don't worry, I'll be mad too. Because one thing I noticed is that as someone with a CPTSD diagnosis, I'm not taken as seriously as someone with just PTSD.
And the problem is in part the treatments for PTSD don't seem super effective for CPTSD because, for example, I also have my childhood I fucked up syndrome, right? And the way I've gone about it, like correcting it in my life, has looked nothing like EMDR and proven PTSD treatments. Like those things weren't very effective for me, and it seems to be the case that they're not because these trauma treatments are particularly going to be targeting things that cause intrusive symptoms because PTSD has a very biological effect on what your brain is doing with the consolidation of memories. And it seems to be the case that childhood trauma is more this issue of essentially dysfunctional adaptation that becomes pathological as you try to transfer from fucked up childhood into basically broadly normal society, right? You get attachment issues, you have certain ways of engaging with people that are really unhealthy, you have really unhealthy mindsets around yourself, and they're really core, like they're central to who you are, right?
I am entirely full of self-loathing, I'm aware of it.
Yeah, and this doesn't get treated with PTSD treatment, and people, if they get the label CPTSD, why the fuck wouldn't they think that they could be treated with PTSD treatment? Like, why wouldn't they think that? Which is why I'm saying we shouldn't make these two things, like we need a label for childhood fucked up I fucked up syndrome. We need a label for it. Of course we do, because
it's just childhood trauma syndrome with subsets.
Yeah, or yeah, just something. Probably throw some Latin in there too, so that it sounds really clinical. In general, I think like clinical terms should sound clinical because they are less likely to leak into common vernacular, especially with mental health, where you're right, diagnosis is fucking tricky because I can't just do like a blood test and be like, yep, got depression, right? It takes a lot of work to figure out precisely what's going on. And even then, I'm going to be honest, it's inductive to some extent, really, really well-informed guesswork, excluding autism. I would say autism. And there's a new form of potential diagnosis using heart rate actually for ADHD that it looks super promising. Yeah, it looks super promising. I've been really excited. Somebody in my chat actually showed me it originally, and I've been just like doing some rate ups on it because it's basically looking at heart rate variability and then like resting heart rate tension, whether your arousal system tends towards being like kind of hyper aroused all the time, like as a stasis. And looking at heart rate variability and how it like, I can't remember if they have a large heart rate variability or a little, but anyways, there was like a very statistical shift in that like impulsive people versus actual ADHD people had this like statistical shift of heart rate. So now we might actually have like a definitive way to test ADHD and prove, yes, you have a neurodevelopmental disorder, right? Because there's a lot of people getting diagnosed with ADHD that probably have something else that's being caused by something else in our environment, because there's a lot of adults being diagnosed with ADHD who truly didn't have symptoms as a child. And it's not obvious to me that those people are going to be helped with just purely ADHD treatments. I wonder if potentially there could be therapeutic methods versus just giving them stimulants or something like that.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. Like, I'd be interested in seeing that data if you have it at some point. If you could send it over to me with the heart rate stuff.
Yeah, I'll try to look it up. I think it's in my Discord.
In terms of the like biological effects of PTSD on the brain, I was actually reading a study about this a while ago. That's really interesting. Apparently, the damage that PTSD, like the neurobiological damage caused by PTSD, is similar to CTE.
Interesting.
Which I think is really fascinating, because obviously like CTE is something that's caused by like repeated concussions and repeated head trauma. It basically kills off and shrivels up parts of your brain.
Yeah, at like micro levels. Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
it's something my other half is showing symptoms of at the moment. He played contact sports for a number of years, including American football. And he got more concussions than a normal person should have in their lifetime before he was 20.
Yeah.
And he's now 30, and he has the symptoms of someone with early dementia. It's very scary. There are mornings where he will wake up and have no idea where he is.
Yeah.
In the house we've lived in for the last 6 years.
Yeah, CTE is really scary. Yeah.
And annoyingly, can't be diagnosed except posthumously.
No, because we have to look for those certain like amyloid plaques and stuff like that. I mean, in fairness, true Alzheimer's isn't fully diagnosed until somebody dies either, because the diagnosis relies on the presence of plaques, and we don't rip people's brain opens and pull out pieces of them when they're alive for ethical reasons. Yeah.
Yes.
Which
Unless
is
there's a tumor in that.
yeah, which is where it's like, is diagnosis just guesswork? No, it's extremely informed, inductive, like induction essentially. And so if you want to call induction pure guesswork, you can, but it's not entirely accurate because it's like statistically deeply informed. So a really good diagnosis is going to be come to by and large, except for I would say with autism, inductively. I guess with autism you could claim it's inductively as well, unless you're doing like just like full on like brain scans and stuff like that.
Yeah. That's another thing that's on my bloody diagnosis sheet as well.
Yeah. Is ASD?
So, yeah.
Yeah.
ASD, ADHD, BPD, CPTSD, chronic depression, chronic anxiety. There's some learning difficulties thrown in there, like dyslexia and what have you, which I've had since I was fucking knee-high to a grasshopper, but didn't get diagnosed until adulthood. And psychosis, which is an unusual one.
Just psychosis, just by itself?
Just
Did you have like an
psychosis.
episode of psychosis or?
I've had a few,
Okay.
like full-on auditory and visual hallucinations, like I had taken psychedelics but hadn't.
Okay.
Like
Interesting.
goblins crawling out of hedges and all that sort of shit.
Yeah, because sometimes anxiety, if it gets severe enough, can cause like hallucinatory experiences.
Yeah, it can get pretty nasty. Like I haven't had a flare up in a while, thankfully. The last time I had a flare up had it been about 24, so nearly 5 years ago.
Okay.
Because I managed to find ways to keep it under control.
Right.
So, like one of the things that would flare it up is if I got particularly like PTSD triggered by something, or particularly scared of something. So, like walking home in the dark nearly always triggered it.
Right.
But I can combat that now by walking a route that is exactly the same every time, by having music on in my ears, so I'm not like hyper aware of the noises going on around me, because I'm actually in a really safe area. I'm in like a tiny little suburb on the outskirts of a rural farming village. So fuck all happens here anyway, right? So if I like stick to the same areas, and I know the areas even in the dark, I have music on that like calms me down, and like I let my brain wander, so I'm not dwelling on the I don't know what's in the dark feeling that sits here.
Yeah.
That can stop it being triggered. But before I figured out like how to do that, it was always every little shadow would make me jump, every little rustle of a branch would make me jump, and then by the time I got home, I was seeing shit that wasn't fucking there.
Right.
Like fucking purple monsters coming out of the walls kind of shit.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like anxiety induced in part, right? Like I'm not that I'm like diagnosing or anything, but yeah. I'm just interested that they just threw in psychosis, but yeah, that's the. Were you part of like the foster care system at all? And you don't have to actually answer that.
No, I wasn't. So I'm from a broken home. My mum and dad split up when I was 12. And I ended up having to take on a huge amount of responsibility at a very young age, because my dad walked out, had fuck all interest in actually helping out, and my mum went into a really bad depression after dad walked out, because it had turned out dad had been cheating on my mum for a number of years and she had no fucking idea.
Yeah.
So he fucked off, mum went into a really bad depression, and when I was 14, we were really badly struggling for money. And my older brother who was living with us at the time was fucking useless. Right. And my little brother was too young, because he's 3 years younger than me. And I ended up, while also going to high school at the time, saying, fuck it, I need to get a job because we have fucking bills to pay, and we're going to have our power cut off, and we're not going to be able to pay bills, and so on and so on. So I started working from an extremely young age.
Right.
Now, bear in mind, I grew up in super Catholic West Ireland with gender dysphoria that I didn't realise was gender dysphoria in a very queer-phobic area.
So kind of like, yeah, childhood fucked up, now I fucked up, and it sounds like the way mental health field has tried to handle that is just giving you a list of diagnoses to capture, like...
Yeah. Plus, this is after some of the trauma that happened when I was much younger at the hands of the useless older brother.
Right.
Because I've got 3 brothers. I've got 2 older and 1 younger, and I have an older sister. And my older sister was the only responsible one. She moved out when I was very young because she's quite a bit older than me. So when she moved out and then Dad left, the responsibility fell on my shoulders. Because it was always, you will be the responsible one. You are the woman. You will be the responsible one. You have to be. So when no one else would step into those shoes, I was the one who had to basically go to school and look after a family and pay bills and know how to run a house at 14 years old.
Right.
And then people wondered why I ended up with addiction problems and trauma issues and various other shit that later happened.
Yeah, and I think that this is like an issue with the mental health field. There's a really interesting article. It's written by Deacon. It's talking about basically like the problem with viewing the mental health paradigm as a medical problem, and not trying to view it as something else. And it kind of outlines the issue of basically like kind of individuals such as like what you're describing your experiences, and lots of people have had this similar experience, particularly with mental health, where it's like, I've got a lot of shit going on, and so it seems like psychologists are just like kind of throwing every label under the sun. But it's like, we don't actually do that in medical practice, right? Like typically we try to come up with like 1, maybe 2 diagnoses, right? And they'll put you through a whole bunch of testing before they'll confirm. At least that's what like good doctors do, right? Like my doctor, before he wanted to diagnose me with something like IBS, he put me through all the gambit, right? And testing and making sure, is it polyovarian cyst? Is it, they check for all of the other possibilities and they cut those off. And then they try to say, this is the one thing, maybe 2 things that you have going on to explain your collection of symptoms, right? Whereas like with mental health, it seems like we just kind of keep throwing diagnoses at people and like hoping that one of the treatments you can gain from it like sticks. And I think it's a really big problem because in medicine, it seems to work well to kind of try to acutely treat symptomology, and that it can lead pretty well to a diagnosis. It seems to be the case that that isn't really working with mental health, which means we kind of need to overhaul the mental health like field as far as like diagnostics go. Which
I call it DSM bingo.
Yeah, and it kind of is, right? And this is why there's a lot of people in Canada that are moving away from the DSM-5 and towards the ICD-10. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why people are moving away from the DSM-5, mostly big pharma. But there's a lot of mental health practitioners that are kind of pushing strongly for the DSM to be reflecting a new model of basically diagnosis, because it seems pretty obvious that like this like pure categorical system, although it's like the simplest, is really failing us, because we have so many individuals just like yourself, kids in this, like any kid who goes in the system, anyone who's been to juvenile delinquency, they just get a rap sheet of diagnoses that are like insane, and it's like, what do you treat here, right? And then what we say is, well, you triage it. We treat what seems to be most impacting them right now. But I'm like, here's the thing: if we look at just your diagnoses, anxiety, chronic anxiety, depression, and PTSD can all explain attentional issues. So is there ADHD, or is there just anxiety, depression, and PTSD
since I was about 3 years old?
Yeah, which is fair, but with a lot of individuals I see, there is evidence that children who undergo high levels of stress exhibit ADHD symptoms when there is no genetic markers for it. And so that raises serious concerns because ADHD is actually pretty genetically heritable, right? It's got a heritability rate of about 0.7 to 0.8, which is actually higher than IQ. So it's actually really, really high. It's really interesting, right? And so what we have to do, like, what do we do with that? Is it the case that this kid has ADHD from a young age, or is it the case that this kid is fucking stressed out and they're exhibiting ADHD symptoms as a result of that? Because a stressed out young brain is going to express often identically to ADHD. But an ADHD treatment, if you got a stressed out young brain and you put them on stimulants, they're going to be more stressed out. And they might focus better because stimulants also do that. But it's like, we're not really treating the issue here.
Yeah. So I'm pretty convinced that ADHD is one of the few I actually have definitely got of the labels I've been given, because the ADHD symptoms were a thing long before any like trauma or anything like occurred when I was growing up. Like there's a good 5-year gap of when like the ADHD symptoms were noticed by my mum as a thing that existed, and when my trauma and fucked upness started.
Yeah, and I'm not discrediting any of your. Just to be clear, I'm
No,
not
no,
talking
of
about
course.
your precise things. It's more like what we see in literature around like the ADHD issue, right? We've got a lot
But
of
like even
young white
BPD can cause
boys.
attentional issues and
Sorry.
impulse issues. Even BPD can cause attentional and
Yep.
impulse issues.
Yep.
You know?
Anxiety and depression are one of the major contributors to attentional issues. The number one
Yeah.
contributor to attentional problems is anxiety, which is my concern with self-diagnosis, is that people feel like it's really simple, but it feels like people are selecting the more sexy diagnoses, like chronically, right? When I see people who have self-diagnosed a lot, they're not like self-diagnosing usually with an anxiety disorder, which I'd be like, probably still not wise, because what if you don't have an anxiety disorder? What if you have a medical condition, right? But like, at least an anxiety disorder, it's like any treatment you're going to give to somebody with anxiety is just going to be good for everyone. Like it's not going to do any harm, right? Whereas if you give somebody like treatment for trauma, but they just have anxiety, it's going to be ineffective, and trauma treatment's expensive, right? So there's some actual like risk there. And so my concern is that it seems that like the self-diagnosis movement is really moving in towards like certain sexy diagnoses, and it concerns me because the sexy diagnoses are much more rare and their treatments don't have like this ubiquitous benefit for everyone, right? Just because you go on a stimulant and you focus better doesn't actually mean you have ADHD, because everyone who goes on a mild stimulant is going to focus better. That's what they do, and that's not because you have a lack of stimulation in your brain or anything. It's because that's what a stimulant does, right? We wouldn't say that somebody who has pain has a lack of Advil in their system, right? Advil treats it, but that doesn't mean that it's actually treating the root of the problem, which is the injury.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And that's what a lot of like healthcare these days is. It's throwing shit at symptoms and hoping, it looks like.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and that itself can be a problem. Because if the root cause, particularly of like mental health issues, isn't addressed, those mental health issues aren't going to go away. They're not going to be dealt with. They're not going to be treated. Like, they're not. You can't throw medication at someone with depression that is caused by their shitty job, for example, and hope it goes away without them also quitting that shitty job. You know?
Yeah.
That there's, in my experience, and I'm not a qualified professional, I've worked with a lot of mentally ill people, I'm mentally ill myself, I've spoken to a lot of psychs. In my experience, there is almost always a root cause of mental health issues that can be traced back to something specific, like a specific event or something, usually. Unless it's neurobiological or neurochemical, which are considerably more rare. So, I mean, if we don't deal with those things that can be like traced back to whether it's trauma or a shitty job or shitty housemates or an abusive relationship that you're in or whatever the fuck, right? You don't deal with that root cause, you're not going to deal with the illness.
No. Yep.
It baffles me that more psychs aren't in favor of like, yeah, no, let's treat the root cause of what this is.
The issue is, how do you empirically figure out what the root cause is? I think that's a really big issue. Like, we haven't been able to do that. And when people have historically attempted to do that, it's led to really shitty therapy, like birthing therapy, right? Where like they tried to claim the root cause of most people's issues is the trauma they experience coming out of the vaginal canal. And if you can give them a new... Yeah, and if we do a new rebirth with them, but that's the issue, is like when I think the root cause problem is that for some people I would agree, particularly like people who have like kind of fucked up childhood, fucked up now syndrome, there is root causes, right? Like a lot of my issues, I can put my finger on like where these issues started, right? When I start like really going through my childhood, right? Whereas a lot of individuals who maybe experience something just like chronic, mild, persistent depression and a sense of like kind of nihilism, essentially, like purposelessness, they don't have something they can put their finger on. They're like, my childhood was kind of fine. Like, I've definitely unquestionably had even addiction clients who are like, no, my childhood was fine. My life was fine. I did get a divorce, but I was to alcohol before the divorce. I didn't really use it to cope with my marriage. I used it to cope with being like stressed out. And it seemed to be basically her root cause of her addiction was anxiety, right? So we began treating her for anxiety. But the like root cause of her anxiety was like nothing. Like there wasn't a thing that she could come up with, and I'm not going to like make something up for a client of like what the root cause is, right? Like some people are just like born, there's like there are people who are biologically born, like you said, with depression. There seems to be the case that some people are biologically born with high sensitivity to stimuli, which probably is going to contribute in a really complex, overly busy world to being chronically anxious, right? And so in this conversation, I kind of had like this moment of being like, I have this view that if there's any movement that really takes off, it's rooted in something true. And even if you hate the movement, you've got to figure out what's true in it to contend with it, right? Especially if millions of people are behind it. And with the self-diagnosis movement, it's capturing a lot of people. It's appealing to people for something. And so I've been trying to figure out, and I think you've like given voice to what precisely it is, which is that there is an overall system failure in mental health treatment. There is an overall system trip. We are failing on every single level. We are failing in treatment. We are failing in availability. We are failing in effective diagnosis. We are failing in categories of diagnosis, right? We're failing in basically every single level, which isn't to say the field of psychology is garbage and trash and useless, but it is not working. The actual practical layout of mental health is not working. And so people are turning to self-diagnosis because they're still suffering. And fundamentally, a self-diagnosis is usually, how do I make sense of the chaos of suffering that I am experiencing? How do I put words to it? And ideally, if you're self-diagnosing, my view is don't self-diagnose and then not try to like improve it, right? If you're going to self-diagnose, you should be taking the steps to improve it, right? If you think you have anxiety,
Don't just use it as a, I'm an asshole and this is what I'm going to use to excuse my assholery.
or even don't use it as a like, I'm really broken and this is why I'm never going to try to like improve my like existence, right? I'm broken and that's just the end of the conversation.
Personality disorders do that.
Yeah.
Like, I use the phrase I'm broken as a way to be okay with the fact that I do have these mental health issues, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to try and get to a point where I manage them. You know, like, I'm at a point now where you wouldn't tell just having a conversation with me that I've got borderline. Whereas 10 years ago, you absolutely would have. Because my moods would change like that. Now, I've got most of that under control.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Can I just BRB for 2 seconds? I really need a wee.
Yeah, go for it. Absolutely.
I'm sorry, I've had 2 children. My bladder is not what it used to be.
Yeah, I'll just entertain the chat while you're gone. No worries.
Thank you. Feel free to hop over to my chat and see what's going on, because we've got a moron in chat being like, oh, just be tougher to fix your mental health problems. Do you think a lion cares about mental health? Fuck off, dude.
I think I know who that is. Hi, everyone. All right, let's see. I'm going to scroll up. I'm probably a week late to the party, but how do you think the Healthy Gamer Dr. K contribution to mental health discourse impacts it? Okay, I understand the context of your next comment, Portland. It seems like it opens a lot of doors for people to start self-diagnosing because they've watched Dr. K videos and determined they have X, Y, or Z. This is the whole issue with all psychoeducation, is as we have improved broad societal psychoeducation, we have seen an explosion of self-diagnosis. Right? In large part, so there's a couple of things. I think there is a legitimacy to the fact that our mental health system is failing by and large, right? Particularly for individuals who can't afford therapy. I know Headless Chicken, you said this isn't fair to those that have constantly and consistently been in therapy. I don't know quite what you mean by that. I'm not in any ways advocating for self-diagnosis. I'm saying I understand better now why it appeals to people, because to be honest, I'm so kind of dogmatically opposed to it that I think it's important for me to understand why at this point probably millions of people engage in this and are actually finding like communities that engage and encourage this, right? And I'm like to understand basically this group that I think is like engaging in like unhealthy practice with diagnosis, I need to understand them. And I think if I can understand the root that I can agree with, which is saying, yeah, the mental health system is failing by and large, and private works for people who can afford it, but it isn't a solution for most people because most people can't afford thousands of dollars. So Portland, do you support the Chad recognition of the, okay. So Portland, yeah. There's no simple answer to this because as we psychoeducate people, it also seems to increase self-diagnosis. That seems to like be what has caused this. In 2009, at least within my province, the Alberta College of Psychologists began a pretty aggressive psychoeducational program at a like kind of province-wide where they started handing out flyers and information and really starting to come into schools and just talk about mental health and diagnoses. And the issue with psychology is that everyone finds it fascinating because it's fundamentally about yourself, and we love talking about ourselves. And so it's understandable in a way that medicine isn't. Like, people don't engage in self-diagnosis nearly as much in medicine, right? They do a little bit, but I find people don't find like identity. And the issue with self-diagnosis is people seem to find a lot of identity in part from the self-diagnosis. Because what's going on in your brain is inherently connected to your identity, right? Not that I'm saying that you are your diagnosis, but I can understand how people like, how a self-diagnosis can be emotionally so much more important than a self-diagnosis of like a medical health problem, like saying like, I have IBS or something like that. Welcome back.
Thank you. Just for the sake of you and your chat specifically, you can all refer to me as Alex. That's my name. I'm open about it. And I use he and they pronouns. But I cannot currently transition because fuck the NHS and the Tories. That's why.
Okay. Yes, I have you. I have your pronouns as well in the title, so people can refer to that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Somebody said my name is also Alex, and they're mad at you for stealing their name.
Hey, it's okay.
Because that's how names
get together
work,
and have
right?
an army of Alexes. It's fine.
That's how names work, right? They've stolen yours. You're no longer Alex. They're no longer Alex because you stole it. Yeah, that's how names work. Yeah.
I have a friend also called Alex, who's also a streamer and is actually British and also in the UK. Okay. He refers to me as Superior Alex, and he's subpar Alex.
Nice. My name's Kyla, so I never have to contend with people in my friend group also being named Kyla because it's a pretty obscure name.
Yeah, the closest you'll get is the mispronunciation of Kayla.
Yeah, which I hate, by the way, because I was bullied ruthlessly by a Kayla, so I have strong fifis about that for sure.
Yeah. It's fine. All the Alexes can come together and make like a Megatron of Alexes. It'll be fine.
Okay. Anything more on self-diagnosis? I mean, it's a huge conversation on self-diagnosis.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Is there anything else within this? One issue, so I don't know if you ever watched the Demon Mama conversation with Destiny about self-diagnosis. No? Okay.
I'm very aware. I love Demon Mama to pieces. I really, really do. I'm not a fan of Destiny. I'm going to make that clear. But I have a lot of respect for the guy. I'm not one of these like leftists that hate him, right? Yeah. I'm not like the erroneously accusing him of shit kind of leftist, right? I can see through a lot of the inflammatory statements he uses in debate to the crux of the point he's trying to make. It's just sometimes I wish he wouldn't be quite as inflammatory with them because it means the people who can't see through those and just see the inflammatory lose the point.
Yes.
Like that is literally the only criticism I have.
That's fair.
Of the guy. Like his points are reasonable, empirically based as much as possible when you're not like a professional in these fields. And he's a highly intelligent man. I just think...
I got a headset on. I could hear you. Sorry, my dog was just
You're okay.
demanding to come in.
That's fine. I just think if he focused more on making the point instead of being inflammatory, I think fewer people would lose the point and he would be smeared less. It also doesn't help that he's spectacularly inflammatory on Twitter. But that's what Twitter is for.
Yes. Yes, the whole Twitter thing is something I think I, by and large, don't know the level I want to engage with it. I think 150 character count reinforces being hyperbolic and kind of a
Okay.
melodramatic edgelord. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't bother with that. I will use it to call out actual politicians, and call out like companies like Twitch for being twats, and for promoting my stream. That's about it. I don't really get involved in discourse very often unless it's like quite a serious discourse and it's something I feel like I can actively weigh in on.
Yeah.
And even then, I'll end up making a fucking thread because nothing is black and white.
That's fair. Yeah, when it comes to the conversation with Demon Mama and Destiny, I'm probably a lot more in favor of Destiny than you are. I quite enjoy Destiny actually a fair bit. I haven't watched a ton of Demon Mama stuff, so my major exposure has been through that. I haven't been exposed to a lot of Twitch people until I like even jumped on Twitch. I wasn't really familiar with the platform, so I am just beginning. But I was really concerned about Demon Mama's kind of position on self-diagnosis, and I was particularly concerned with Demon Mama conflating basically trans people's experiences of like finding their own self-identity essentially with mental health self-diagnosis. I found that to be very confusing to me, in large part because there's a reason why it was removed from the DSM. And so to me, somebody coming out as like, for example, if we move away from the gender stuff, somebody coming out as gay to me isn't a self-diagnosis
Yeah,
at
that's
all.
just this is a thing I am.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
even with trans, right? You don't need like the most up to date data, like gender data, like gender science data specifically, I should say, is that you do not need dysphoria to be transgender. That is not a necessity, right? We are not sick. We just are.
Right.
It's that simple. I mean, some of us may have mental health problems as well.
Yeah.
A lot of us will have trauma from being trans and like being raised something that we're not and not realizing we're trans until later. Like that's a thing that happens.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean being trans is an illness because it's not, right? And even then, like gender dysphoria isn't an illness. There is evidence of like cis intersex people who were basically assigned to the wrong binary sex at birth, having gender dysphoria, even though they're technically not transgender. Like there is evidence of that being a thing. Gender dysphoria in and of itself isn't an illness. It's a perfectly normal thing if your body does not align with your gender.
Right.
So I think pathologizing trans people and pathologizing things as much as we do is often very harmful.
For sure. I mean, I would say unquestionably. I think we have a tendency to, yeah, just really pathologize life, right? Like it's actually a huge reason why a lot of psychologists have an issue with the DSM-5 is it kind of pathologizes like normal human experiences like grief and bereavement and stuff like that. Even though the DSM-5 like tries to be like, we're not diagnosing grief and bereavement, they have like acute stress disorders that seem like adjustment syndrome, right? Which is just like basically like being distressed from a major change, which like most people experience. It's pretty normal. In fact, we almost always expect, especially children, to experience some level of distress in a change, even if the change is positive. Like that's pretty standard.
Yeah.
I'm curious about your thoughts. It's a bit of a bit of a tangent, but I do you know Skylar Rain at all?
Not by name off the top of my head.
Okay, you guys would probably, I don't know if you guys would at all. I shouldn't assume that you guys would click. She's a trans mental health practitioner. So she works with people with on neurodevelopmental disorders dominantly. Sorry, my dog came in for donuts and now insists on eating.
Yeah, that tracks for dogs. It's fine. I've got one of my own. I understand.
Yeah. Right. And we were talking a bit about there's a really interesting study that came out that showed a really elevated rate of autism diagnoses in individuals who are gender diverse, basically, like really, really high. Let's see if I can find the percentage. I've got the article. I pulled the article up so that I'm not like misquoting science here. I'm going to post the article for everyone to look at if they'd like. I thought it was interesting, though. I don't fully know what to make of it. I'm trying to see what they say in the discussion. In this study, we investigated 3 primary questions. First, across all 5 datasets, transgender and gender diverse individuals were 3 to 6 times as likely to be autistic than were cisgender individuals after controlling for age and educational attainment. Second, transgender and gender diverse individuals scored significantly higher on self-reported measures of autistic traits, systematizing and sensory sensitivity, and scored significantly lower on empathy traits as compared to cisgender individuals. Third, in 2 data sets with available data, transgender and gender diverse individuals had elevated rates of multiple or other neurodevelopmental and psychiatric conditions. Which
I have a question.
Yeah.
I don't know if you'll be able to answer this, but I have a question. I wonder how much of that crossover is because someone who is autistic is more likely to be aware that they do not mesh with society outside themselves and have more introspection than a neurotypical person, and therefore find their gender identity that way.
Yes, it's definitely, as somebody who has like people with autism in my life, that is a conversation we've had. Because in my experience with people in my life who have autism, they're they know that they don't fit with normal society, and they're also pretty, they're easy to convince of certain ideas, particularly around who they are. Like you can tell a person with autism who they are, and they buy into it a lot more, I found, than others. And so this isn't me saying that transgender people going around and brainwashing autistic kids into being. That's not at all what I'm saying. But I think it's interesting that when we like have this group of people who don't fit into society, it would make sense that they would potentially fall into a minority of people who also broadly aren't accepted by society because those people don't match the gender norms, right? Which is going to be what a lot of trans people have experienced in their life. And so, yeah, I'm not making any claims. I don't know what it means. I just find it very interesting. And this isn't to say that trans isn't real or anything like that. It makes me like wonder, and it might not even be bad. Like, I don't know what it means. I just find it interesting. That's basically it.
There is a crossover that I know of trans and autistic people, but also like I know quite a lot of neurotypical trans people as well. I think it's all down to how much introspection someone does throughout their life as to whether or not they kind of realize they're trans. There is some, really interesting neuroscience data coming out now that looks like we can tell a trans person from brain scans before they know they're trans, which is really interesting.
Yes. Why don't you walk people through? I've also heard this study, but I think it would be more. I want you. You're probably more familiar with it than I am.
So I don't know exact details because the studies haven't all fully come out longitudinally yet. But there is evidence already that they're working off that a trans woman's brain is closer to a cis woman's brain in terms of neurobiological and neurochemical makeup than it is a cis man's brain, and vice versa, with non-binary having what seems to be some sort of in-between of neurobiological makeup. And with that basis, they've started to scan brains with CT and MRI to see if they can tell ahead of time if someone could come out as trans. And almost every single one that they've said, yeah, no, this one looks like it would be like a trans woman or a trans man's brain, has ended up coming out as trans during this study. So far, anyway,
Yes.
because like the study isn't fully finished.
Yeah.
But it's looking really promising.
It's interesting. Yeah, a lot of people are asking for the source. If you can find the source, I've also read a study like this, so I will also look for the source.
Yeah, I will have it on when I have some time. It's been a while since I've read it because it started. I actually first heard of this a couple of months ago because they ended up having to remove someone from the study because they had what would be traditionally referred to as a trans woman's brain. And the researcher accidentally knew someone that this person knew and was talking about some of the results of this study when they were talking about it, like that had been happening so far, and was like, yeah, this person like appears to have this kind of a brain, and it's really, really interesting. It's like, wait, this study? You're not talking about this person, are you? Like, you cannot tell them it would cause problems for the study. And of course, the friend being the friend was like, have you ever considered your gender at all? Like, thought about it? Because,
Right.
you know, what do you do as a friend in that situation? Do you, like, tell that person you might be trans? Or do you, like, keep it to yourself when you think that telling them could improve their life quality, you know?
Yeah.
So they ended up having to remove someone from the study for that reason, because, like, this person was, like, prompted by their friend into considering their gender identity after they found out that they could have a trans woman's brain.
Yeah. I mean, it brings up, so here's the thing. I've actually talked about this. I started on TikTok and I made a video talking explicitly about male versus female brains, stuff like that. And so there's a couple of issues that people are going to push back on. Number one, there is still argument within the empirical field about whether there are truly male or female brains. It seems to be the case that those arguing against are they're doing a lot of kind of tearing down methodology, not coming up with like alternative data, but just like being like, this is why the methodology sucks, which to me is like not actually the best way to critique research. You should tear down the methodology and then also later provide alternative data that supports your alternative hypothesis. Whereas I've seen a lot of evidence, I've seen a lot on both sides of basically evidence really strongly for kind of a neurobiological female versus male brain. So there's going to be people who push back because there's a lot of gender abolitionists, right, who are basically going to be like, of course there isn't a difference between a male and a female brain. Humans are humans. They're the fucking same. There's greater difference between, like, within groups than between groups, right, which is true. And so...
Do you know what argument I used to push back against that?
Sure, I'm genuinely really curious because I think it's a really weird issue
Simple.
that happens in the gender diverse community that I've seen.
Yeah, humans are still humans, but black people are still more likely to get sickle cell anemia than white people are. Doesn't mean they're not people. It just means there's some diversity there.
Yeah.
That is literally what I do to shut that argument down, and it works real easy.
Okay, somebody finally found an article that might be... Oh, that's the same one. Okay, no, never mind. That's the article I posted. Which, by the way, I will send to you if you're interested in the autism one. Well.
Yeah, like, you can point to any divergence of people, like sets of peoples, and there are differences in the likelihoods of certain kinds of illnesses, whether they be ethnic differences, sex-based differences, gender-based differences, like area even based, socioeconomic based. It doesn't mean we're not all people.
Right.
It just means there's diversity. And all the data I have seen on neurobiological makeup between men and women says that there is a difference, but unless you're looking for it, you wouldn't know it's there. Especially not to an untrained eye, because it's like imperceptible differences in like specific sizes in certain areas of the brain. And like, unless you're like trained to see it and to look for it, you wouldn't know it's there.
Yeah, and I mean the differences are pretty small. The issue is that like once you get to like really small differences at like a small functional level can create extremely diverse differences in like behavioral expression. Once you get to like major groups, right, male expression versus female expression is going to differ. That's why we see 90% of crimes are done by males, right? There's something to be said about that. And we're not seeing, like, because a lot of people go, well, that's testosterone. But I mean, there's a lot of trans men, and I don't see a lot of them just ending up in jail all of a sudden when they start taking testosterone.
I actually wonder how much of that is socializing as well.
Probably, yep. I mean, the reality is
socialized to be very non-confrontational and demure a lot of the time.
Yeah,
even if that is bullshit.
And we do see a little bit, right, like women who get involved in gangs, right? So women who are going to be a little bit more socialized into a violent setting. They're dominantly the women committing most of the crimes. But it's a 90% says it can't just, like, there's almost nothing that I shouldn't say there's almost nothing, because I'm sure there's lots of things, but a 90% between two genders is startling and makes you think there's nature and nurture are always at play, right? I'll give the caveat to those who are going to be like, but nature, and it's like, of course, nature, like, of course, but also like 90% is pretty big. Like we also want to, nurture, but we also want to assume like there's probably some nature pieces coming on here.
I'll be honest, I'm one of the weird people who don't believe in things like free will. I think everything is like mathematical and made up of a set of variables. So if you had all the variables and the maths laid out in front of you, you could probably predict what most people's decisions would be.
Yeah.
Like I'm that kind of a person. So that means I also don't really believe in the human nature argument either. Because like other than the very base animalistic stuff, like we need to eat and sleep and fuck. Like other than that, there doesn't seem to be anything like consistent in like a human nature kind of argument. And we share that with animals, so that could just be an animalistic nature thing as opposed to anything else.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, I think it's definitely, because I'm not like deeply involved with the gender diverse community, it's not something that like I identify with. I've always been curious how you guys resolve, because within the gender diverse community, there are gender abolitionists, but then there are a lot of trans people who are like, no, gender abolition actually to some extent like nullifies a lot of my experience, you know? And so I've been curious how this community reconciles these two, I would say argue like kind of mutually exclusive positions, which I'm sure they find common ground, but
So I can actually answer this a little bit. Obviously, disclaimer, trans people are not a monolith. Not all of us will agree. However, the trans people I've had this discussion with, and I've had a few discussions about this with quite a lot of trans people, because I am what I refer to as a gender liberationist, as opposed to a gender abolitionist, because I think abolitionist gives out the wrong message optically. I think a lot of us are very much, remove gender expectation and stereotypes and expected gender roles because they're bullshit, right? That's what most of what gender abolitionists want. It's not necessarily getting rid of the labels, it's getting rid of all the baggage that comes along with those labels. The real problem comes with actually gender nihilists, which just want to completely do away with gender altogether. But even gender nihilists are very much like, well, if it's something that helps you, hang on to it. But like for most of us, we don't fucking need it. You know?
Yeah. To some extent, I just think like the fact that universally all human cultures have organized into like dominantly like major gender roles. So there are cultures that have 3 gender roles, right? But it seems to be the case that gender roles have a value within a system to organize. And I think gender nihilists, I think their dream will just never come true, because I think there is something like intrinsic to human psychology, whether it's biology or not. Like, I don't even care. I'm not claiming it's biology at this point. I'm just saying there seems to be something. It's the same thing with religiosity, right? It seems to be the case that if we do away with religion, we just find something else to be religious about. There is something inherent and universal. Same with music. If you just leave humans alone for long enough, they're going to organize some sense of music, which is why we see music in every single dominant culture. And this isn't because I'm saying music is biological. It's in our genes, man. I'm not saying that.
No, we just get really fucking bored, and eventually the mathematics will align in such a way as music will happen.
Right, and humans just have this affinity for patternicity. We love patterns, that's what music fundamentally is it's complex, beautiful patterns, right? And I think because of our tendency for patternicity, I think it is the gender roles to some extent are fundamental and something that I don't think will ever be fully gone, right? People find it deeply helpful to talk about toxic masculinity because it means something. It is at a descriptive level meaningful, right? People know what you're talking about. And people are like, well, why don't we not talk? I've had a lot of people like, maybe these gender nihilists, I don't know if they would identify, be like, well, why do we have to talk about toxic masculinity? Why don't we just talk about toxic people? And I'm like, because toxic masculinity means something. Whether we're talking about man or woman, the masculine and feminine archetypes seem to have meaning within our culture.
Did you be Fred?
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I noticed is like there's a huge amount, no matter how much people will like refuse to admit it's a thing, there is a huge amount of like toxic femininity that's coming to the fore, particularly lately, particularly with the hang-ons and leftovers of like second wave feminism.
Yes. Oh, you should see my panel last night.
Which panel were you on last
I was on Prime Kai's. I didn't get into actually like toxic femininity, but toxic femininity is something I'm really interested in talking about. In large part because I just like I as a woman, I think that like there's a lot of areas that we can continue to grow in, to really like, I'm very for a modern gender view of women, which is way different than a traditional role for women. I'm very for that. And I'm going to be honest, I'm biased because I don't really fit the traditional gender role very well myself. So I'm very personally biased to like the modern form. And if you're a woman and you want to be in the traditional gender role, and that's totally fine with me. But I really want to like,
is having the choice.
Is having the choice, right? And I'm really big on basically saying like, if we actually want to empower women, feminism, we have to do certain things, and calling out toxic femininity is one of the things we have to do. We have to do it because if we're going to engage on equal footing, women need to be just as accountable for their actions as men are, right? So just like I tell men, if you're engaging in toxic masculinity, stop. Also, it's really healthy for men to figure out how to engage in certain feminine traits, right? Feminine traits are like, positive feminine traits are good for both genders, right? So I'm very much of the view of like, I'm fine with genders being like the gender roles being reduced a ton, but I think like gendered archetypes I don't see ever leaving culture entirely.
Yeah. My concern is, if enough of us see it as not leaving culture entirely, does it mean that we'd stop striving for it?
Probably, and I think
eventually finding something better than we have.
Yeah, and I actually think our efforts would be better put there. Like, I would be more for people striving to like change what gender roles mean into a modern adaptation than trying to just get rid of gender. Like, I think there would be more social will for changing just gender roles. I think there's actually a lot of social will for that. And if like the big advocates who are like gender abolitionists, for example, put their energy towards just changing what gender roles mean, and they just kind of embrace that the gender archetypes are kind of always going to exist. We can maybe make a third gender archetype if we wanted to. Like, we could advocate for those things. These things seem to be like pretty deeply socially constructed, but there seems to be something innate within humans, whether it's biological or wherever, it seems to be an emergent thing that gendered archetypes have meaning to humans, and we have to contend with that as a society. And I don't see the benefit of getting rid of them because I see them as very flexible. Like, while all cultures have these gendered archetypes, what the actual social implications of what these gender archetypes are so varied, right? You have gender archetypes in matriarchal societies that are very, very different than gender archetypes within a more traditionally patriarchal, like an old school patriarchal society, right? And so we can inform what these archetypes look like, but I think fundamentally the utility of the genders seem to have some purpose within our descriptively some meaning within our culture.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting, right? Because you'll see, particularly with a lot of like conservatives, old like boomer conservatives, it's less of an issue for like our generation and like our parents' generation. But the one before, like our grandparents' generation, particularly, you'll see a lot of it, which is like boys are supposed to be this way and girls are supposed to be that way. And even in Ireland, when I was like little, there was a lot of that. So
Yeah.
I was brought up to be very traditionally feminine. I was brought up to expect to, find a man, settle down young, start pumping out kids, I was brought up with collecting things for a dowry for when I was claimed and got married, right?
Very traditional. Damn. I didn't know Irish.
Very
I didn't realize
Catholic.
Irish were so like fundamental. Is
Yeah,
that just
very
in?
heavily Catholic.
Are you? So you're Irish, not Northern Ireland,
yeah.
right? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't realize they were like that fundamental.
Yeah,
like there was actual conversations about dowries.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. And it was something my grandmother specifically pushed quite a lot. And I remember, like, again, I'm very like, I will take no shit kind of a thing.
Yeah.
And every time she would buy me something, particularly if it was breakable, for the basket that was like for my dowry collection, I had like this big wicker basket. It was like 4 feet tall and like 3 or 4 feet wide. Every time she'd buy me something to put in the basket for my dowry, particularly if it was breakable, it would usually get skipped across the front yard. Because I was like, yeah, no, I have no interest in this. I have no interest in being like, even from like a young age, I knew I had no interest in like fulfilling like a traditional gender role.
Yeah.
And now I don't like at all. I'm the breadwinner.
Yeah. And
I do for a living. My other half does the housework.
Yeah. And I would say like dogmatic gender roles are just really unhealthy. I would say that that's like been beyond demonstrated. The problem is that it's unhealthy for the fringe groups. It seems to work decently. Like most people fall into it pretty well. The problem is for individuals like yourself or me, where it's just like I'm so fucking glad I'm growing up in 2022 because I would have been in like the 1600s. I would have been a witch for sure, 100%. I would have been burned at the stake. And I guess my issue. I'd be curious on your thoughts on this, but I find I made a thought piece that I think is I thought about this recently that modern day feminism and even the beginning of feminism, it was led by women who were more like me, who were more, they didn't fit into society and they were trying to make a space for themselves. So I'm really appreciative of them. The problem is that I feel like with modern feminism, we still kind of have that origin of our tradition of like what type of woman archetype we're trying to create in the world. But the problem is that like we're telling a lot of young women with like modern secular feminism particularly what they need to be now. And we're being sometimes a little bit dogmatic about it, but it actually doesn't work for most women. It works really well for women like me, but then we see a lot of women that are actually like pretty unhappy with it, right? I have a lot of friends who like bought into like, no, fuck men, don't worry about marriage, just like fuck around as much as you want and get a career, like be a career woman. And they're like 32 and they aren't settled down and they're pretty unhappy, right? And they're just like, I remember one of my friends literally being like, I have like 4 degrees on my wall and I wish I could replace them for like a husband and 3 kids. Like that would be great, you know? And I'm just
my
like,
sister's having a similar problem at the moment. So the timing was fucking horrendous for this. But while I was pregnant, the day before my daughter was born, she's 6 now, my sister found out she couldn't have children.
wow.
Because she had early onset menopause. Because she got a career first.
Yeah.
And then the day that I told her I was pregnant on my son, she had found out that her 4th or 5th IVF attempt had failed. And she and her husband had spoken about it and had basically stopped trying.
Ugh.
Because she did the thing where she waited and she got a career first.
Yeah.
And she's in upper management in like the New Balance corporation in New Zealand. Like she makes a mint.
Yeah.
And her husband's quite high up in his company as well. And like they own their own home and like all the shit, right? They can afford to like travel across the world every couple of years. Like they're comfortable. But all they want now is a kid of their own.
Yeah. Are they looking then? Because like one thing I've heard from some of these women is they're like, yeah, maybe I focused on my career, but now I can just pay for like a surrogate. And I'm like, yeah, I guess that feels like I hope that works for you. Like obviously, if that's how you want to get a child,
I actually went as far as offering to surrogate for my sister.
Yeah.
But obviously, being across the other side of the world, not enormously helpful because I'd have had to go out to New Zealand and stay there for about 6 months. And I already had my daughter at this point in time.
Yeah.
And I couldn't take her out, leave her dad here and take her out to New Zealand to live for 6 months. Yeah. Oh, I need to pop to the bathroom again. I'm really sorry.
That's okay. It's totally fine.
I've got this headache, so I've just chugged like a massive doodah of water to try and hydrate myself.
I totally understand. No worries. All right. I'll entertain chat. All right. Let's see. Maybe I'll pop over to you. I'm going to pop over to his chat and see what's going on over there. Hi. Lexi's chat. Alex. I'm gonna come over here. See what you guys have to say. Hold on. I'm just pulling it up. My computer's going real slow though. And mute. Hello, Sundry. Hello. Pull up my own chat. You're outlasting your opponent. Good job. I know usually I'm the one who has to like go to the bathroom all the time, but I haven't had any water yet today, so that's why I'm dry. In fact, I'm parched. I'm very parched. Hi, it's going good. This is a really enjoyable conversation. I almost exclusively always have really wonderful, intellectually engaging conversations with people that are gender diverse. I think if I had probably had different raisings, they probably like more so would be my people, which is very interesting to me to kind of be on like the other side of like probably in a lot of worlds I could have like ended up as just identifying as gender diverse, but just kind of the way my sticks fell, I don't. But yeah, I've been finding this conversation to be very intriguing and refreshing.
Sorry about that.
No worries. I popped into your chat. A couple said hi. Captain Terrible. It's still funny to me how bathroom is the main term over the pond because over here it implies you need to shower. True.
Oh, it's either the bathroom, the bog, the loo, or I need a piss / waz. But I'm talking to a woman and a lady. I'm trying to be polite. Because that's how I was brought up.
You
That's
don't
how
have
the
to be
men-
polite.
I mean, I'll still swear like a fucking sailor.
That's true. But I do too, so.
But yeah, no, I was brought up with you use the polite words for things in front of women. It's very strange. I don't know why that's one thing that stuck with me. I have no idea. But it's something that, and it's just bathroom I deal with. If I'm talking to blokes, it's I'm going for a slash. Or I need a piss, right?
It's like the one script you kept.
Yeah. It's literally just that. I will call it a bathroom.
Yeah.
I don't know.
A lot of people were in the chat were kind of mentioning, in my chat at least, were mentioning how like refreshing the conversation is, especially compared to, it's interesting when I talk to like particularly like cis women, particularly around like feminism issues, I find that it's there. I get a lot of pushback for ideas that I feel like are like somewhat almost self-evident. And then I was telling them, I was like, whereas when I talk with like trans individuals, I feel like maybe they just like, I don't know why they just get it, or maybe they're just like more open-minded in general, but I'll be like,
I can
yeah,
tell you why we get it.
sure.
Because it's us that's on the fucking hard end of second wave bloody feminism that's being hung on to.
Yeah.
It's us that are the ones that are being painted as predators or lost little lesbians because of this second wave feminism holdover. Because, oh, but single sex spaces. No, fuck off. Fuck off. You are more likely to be, and genuinely, I have looked up the stats on this. If you live in the States, you are more likely to be assaulted in a public bathroom by a Republican senator than you are by a trans woman. Do you know how many trans women have assaulted someone in a public bathroom since 2015?
I don't. None. But I've been to Europe where like bathrooms are just bathrooms.
Yeah.
Which I found
like here in Britain, but in like mainland Europe it is.
Yeah, I was in mainland Europe, and I actually there's a couple of in the Canadian libraries. We actually are finally getting just like genderless public bathrooms, and I was like, I don't know how this wasn't a thing always, like with single stalls. Like I don't know, I just have no issue with it. I think like the assault claim that people make is the same issue like when women say like I'm afraid to like walk alone ever because of like I'm afraid of like stranger assault. And I'm like, I understand the fear because the risk, like if it does happen, is fucking horrible. But the likelihood of that happening is so low. So the same reason like
more likely to be assaulted by a family member or a family friend.
Yeah, it's same like I don't want my kids playing out on the street because of like what if they get randomly kidnapped? And it's like the likelihood of your child getting kidnapped on the street is almost nothing. Stranger kidnap is so rare. And obviously when it happens it's fucking horrible, but it's almost so fucking random that there's not much you can do to prevent it, right? It seems to be like the same kind of like bad heuristic thinking that's going on with like the stranger assault. And like of course there are like
since 2015 there has been no assaults in public bathrooms carried out by trans women. Since 2015, there has been one assault carried out by a Republican senator in a public bathroom.
Are public bathrooms really common places for assaults?
Oh, hang on.
I don't look at actually locations.
I'm not sure if we lost. Oh, you're back. You're back. I can see you now. I think you froze.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you froze for a little bit. So if you said anything in the last sort of 2 or 3 minutes, I didn't hear you.
I just said, is it common for assaults to happen in public washrooms in general? Like, is that the most common place?
No, because it's high. There's high foot traffic.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And the thing is, like, unisex bathrooms with floor-to-ceiling stalls and like properly lockable doors make that even less likely because the foot traffic increases.
Yeah, especially if you get doors that like go to the floor and like are fully sealed in, like then you've like basically completely eliminated the risks.
Exactly. And it's interesting. I actually have some interesting information for you here. Do you know where the origin of single-sex spaces come from?
No, I don't.
The first women's bathroom and washroom was created, like public women's bathroom and washroom, was created in the Victorian era. Because men decided that while they needed a space in public when they started to get into like the workforce and what have you at this point, they could not possibly share the space with men, share men's space, because it would give men the flutters, shall we say. Give them the vapours. It would make men uncomfortable to have women's issues spoken about around them.
Interesting. I mean, I'm not surprised, but yeah.
It was a heavy demonization of women.
Yeah, I'm
and
not
women's
surprised.
issues.
Of course. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. There's a lot of like cringy Puritan stuff that came out of the Victoria age. That's just like carried over. And so like, yeah, I'm trying to like look up stats about like bathroom assaults.
Actually, finding stats is very difficult because it's not something that's really recorded.
It's
super that really happens.
It's super obscure, right? Like it's just not the thing that like researchers like. As somebody who's in forensic psych, right? I understand that like place locations, like specifically a bathroom, is very unlikely to be a major predictor of certain types of crime, right? It's almost exclusively like, honestly, like probably true crime documentaries and stuff that have like led to this like bad heuristical thinking that like lots of assaults are going to happen in like bathrooms. I just think that like when it does happen, it's fucking tragic, but it's not tragic because it's in a bathroom. It's tragic because an assault is happening, like obviously, right?
I mean, I don't know what like these women think, like these TERFs think is going to happen. Do they think this door with like a stick figure and a dress on it is going to magically keep out cis men who decide they're going to be predators in a washroom that day, like whether they decide to pretend to be trans or not? Like,
yeah,
because if a cis man is going to be a predator, it's not going to stop him doing the thing just because he's not trans. Like, it probably won't even cross his mind to use trans as an excuse.
I wonder, have you seen the case that came out of the States, I think, with, again, it was like one really inflammatory case. I don't know much about the details, but there was like, it was a trans woman who came in. They claimed to be a trans woman, but they came into like this public bath area for women, like fully nude.
Spa.
It was a spa, yeah. Okay, you know the case that I'm talking about?
I know the case. It's 99% bullshit.
Okay.
It's been like repeatedly debunked as a thing that happened. Like none of the footage that was reported by the witnesses were a thing that happened.
Okay.
Like a lot of the staff was like, no, there wasn't even a trans woman here that day.
Oh.
Like it was that bad.
Interesting.
Now there was a trans woman booked in the day previously, and they had no issues with her. But then there was also like another incident around the same time in the same spa where supposedly a trans woman was being inappropriate. But I haven't found like any evidence of that, like at all. And I've looked. The only thing I've heard is anecdotal evidence. I haven't heard like proper police reports or anything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking it up. 2021, they filed 4 women and 1 girl filed a formal complaint about male genitals being exposed in the women's section. Was charged with 5 counts of felony of indecent exposure. I mean, oh yeah, this is a really tricky one, right? Because like.
Yeah, because initially they claimed sexual assault. They didn't even claim just indecent exposure.
Yeah,
they claimed sexual assault, didn't they?
Yeah, and I'm not up to date on the full story because some people in my chat are like, some people were like, no, it actually was like a really bad situation, and I can't weigh in either ways. I don't know much about it, but I think there's something to like if say in cultures.
But the thing is, like, if this woman had done it, it would still be indecent exposure.
Right.
Like, you know, like it doesn't matter that this person was trans. The point was it was indecent exposure. You're focusing on the wrong bit.
Right. Yeah.
It's like, you know, you get like a lot of people like Blair White and what have you going off about like trans rapists, right? Particularly trans rapists who rape people in women's prisons. It's like, first of all, lesbian rapists also go to women's prisons, number one. Number two, the problem is not that they're trans, mate. The problem is that they're rapists. You're focusing on the wrong adjective. And it doesn't matter what gender-based prison they go to, they're still going to be a rapist.
Right. Right. And it's the main issue. To be honest, I would say the main issue for the trans community is if it turns out that there are many people trying to weaponize transness to be predatory, I imagine you guys would be the first to want to fucking stamp that out. And I would say, like, if it becomes the case that is, that's going to be with any major group, you have to get rid of your bad actors, right? So if you have people, same with people who try to like use my words to like justify being full on misogynistic, right? I need to be very quick to be like, fuck off, not at all appropriate, not what I was saying, like get out of here, right? Yeah. Same with trans. If there is word, like there was the person in Vancouver, Jessica something, who did seem to be, with the texts that were released and stuff, it did seem that there was like some kind of weird predatory behavior going on, right? My understanding though was that the trans community like really ousted that person. Is that correct?
I mean, she still identifies as trans, as is her right to do so.
Yeah.
I believe she's in prison now.
Okay.
For sexual assault, sexual crimes. But like, we are very much of the opinion that we are not racist enough or transphobic enough or homophobic enough to think that these groups do not also contain assholes, because every group does. Like every group contains a minority of dickheads. Mm-hmm. And if it were common, it wouldn't be in the fucking papers, because it would be an everyday occurrence.
Yeah, and
it's very clearly not, because it's heavily reported on when it does happen.
Yeah, it's the same shit that happens with men, where women are like, well, why don't we just tell men not to be rapists? And you're like, we do! And most men aren't. The issue is the small minority of men that are rapists. Those are the issues. And telling them, don't be a rapist, doesn't work very well, unsurprisingly. Because everyone fucking knows it's a crime to rape. It's been socially, like, viewed as a fucking horrific thing to do for quite a while, and so it's like, okay, if somebody is using a trans label to try to get away with predatory behavior, that's terrible. But it's not because the trans community is terrible. It's because somebody is trying to find some sneaky way to still engage in predatory behavior, which is just fucked up. And predators are going to do that because they have to be sneaky to engage in predatory behavior. That's literally how to be a predator. Yeah, because it's illegal.
It genuinely baffles me, right? That these people are all like, feminism, but the moment you say intersectional feminism, they freeze up and have a freak out.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the same women who end up being like, oh, well, I'm a woman because I'm able to reproduce. It's like, but that's not all. What? You lot were the ones arguing that that's not all womanhood was. Like,
well, because what do you do for women like your sister who just can't reproduce? She's not a woman now? Like, it's just, it's dumb. I mean, there's
women postmenopausal.
Yeah, in general, like, I don't think all feminism is like this. Like, I think that there's a lot of, like, healthier feminisms that's coming around. I'm friends with a couple of people who are really strong feminists that are really consistent and well-rounded and not TERFs and not SWERFs and all this stuff, which is great. But overall, I find the community at this point, like, has so many, like, really toxic, dumb elements that I just can't identify as a feminist anymore. Like, it's just a label I'm not willing to champion, and I don't care enough about the movement to keep the label to try to, like, win it back, I'm just not willing to do that.
Yeah. See, this is why I specifically use intersectional feminist, because it does make the TERFs freak out, and that's always funny. If you're interested in, like, intersectional feminism from a trans lens, I strongly recommend looking into Lumiru.
Yeah. I've heard about Lumi.
They're a non-binary leftist streamer. They do champion veganism a little bit hard for my liking, just because it's a little bit ableist, because some people genuinely can't be vegan. I'm one of them.
Me too.
Yeah, I imagine with IBS you would be. Yeah. Same reason I can't. But they talk about feminism and the inclusivity of, like, Black women and trans women and like other ethnic minorities of women, like, in feminism, and even men and non-binary people in the inclusion of feminism. And their conversations on the topic are always really good and really interesting. And
Mm.
it's just genuinely like a really cozy and wholesome space.
Yeah, Lumiru. I'm never opposed to identifying as a feminist again. I've just found that they're so poor at ousting their toxic members, which is a really big thing for me. That I
That way about
just
leftism at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Same with leftists. Same with like so many people are like, why are you so aversive to labels? And I'm like, because they're bad at fucking ousting the toxic things, and then the toxic things become attributed with the label. And then if you tell people I'm this label, they attribute those toxic things to you. And I just don't want to do that. Like, I'm already like a cis white woman. I already have like certain things of like toxic elements that people might assume about me that I already have to like undo. So it's just like I don't want to add extra labels to that, you know?
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. But I mean, it doesn't matter, like, whether you're like a trans person or a woman. Like, if you're for some form of like marginalized in any way or historically marginalized in any way, there will always be assumptions made about you based upon the stereotypes you do and don't fit into, right?
Yeah.
So if you're not like good faith and good optically with like conversation with people who disagree with your, right to rights, you're one of the bad ones, whether that's being a woman or a person of color or a trans person or a gay person.
Yeah. Yep.
And
Yeah, it's just
really
like it's bad heuristics, and I know how often people engage in bad thinking patterns, right? And or don't engage in like good Bayesian thinking and stuff. And so, yeah, that's my opposition to labels.
that. But I mean, I see a lot of people who've had a lot of help from labels as well, like and found a lot of community and identity through labels. So I understand their utility as well.
Yeah, I do too. But that's going right back into the self-diagnosis conversation.
Yeah,
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 where I'm
yeah.
like
It's
dogmatic about those labels, but for
I
different
think
reasons.
everything is shades of grey, and everything is intersectional in one way or another in terms of like healthcare and socioeconomic status and ethnicity and gender and so on and so on. Like, it's all intersectional and it all overlaps, right? And all
Yeah.
that ends up happening is oppression Olympics, and it drives me up the fucking wall.
So I'm curious about your thoughts on this. I'm stealing this from my husband. It's actually his original idea, but I think it's really good. Of when you like look at the world, it is all gray, but when you zoom in to like pixel by pixel situations, it's actually black and white, but it's only black and white in that individual situation, right? So in the case of Jessica
There's only
Yaniv,
one type of eel.
there
Okay.
is actually a right and a wrong in there, which is that if Jessica Yaniv was using trans identity to engage in predatory behavior with children, it is obviously just wrong. Like, it's a black and white thing in that situation, but that doesn't translate to the next individual situation where the black and white isn't clear. And then when you zoom out from these situations, they immediately fade into gray, just kind of like on a computer, how you have tiny, tiny pixels that make up multiple colors.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. There is no evidence that any trans person has used it as an excuse to be a predator. Not even Jessica Yaniv. Jessica Yaniv is trans, but from as far as I understand, she also struggles with quite a lot of impulse control issues and some forms of neurodivergency. I'm trying to remember exactly. I'm pretty sure she's like quite severely autistic, to the point of not, I don't want to say not being able to consent to sex herself, but to the point of maybe not understanding what consent looks like from somebody else.
Yeah.
Um, and like, I think that's where a lot of the problem comes with that, is like, oh well, she's using it as an excuse to be a predator. No, she's a predator, but also doesn't seem to understand that she's a predator and why it's wrong.
Okay. Interesting.
And being trans is just another thing that also happens to be there, like being blonde is. Does that make sense?
Yes. Do you have an issue then with her identifying as a transgender activist?
Yes.
Okay.
specifically the term activist.
Yeah, because when I just like Googled her to just like get some broad stuff, and like Wikipedia labels her explicitly, which doesn't mean she is, but my understanding is that she has identified as an activist, and Wikipedia talks about her act. Well, she does have a fair bit of activism where she's filed complaints and stuff with the BC Human Rights Tribunal. Because there was a salon that refused to give her a wax because she's transgender, right? So it seems like she actually has done some activism.
But I mean, in that instance, under a capitalist framework, we have to respect the rights of companies to turn around and say no.
Yeah, that's
whether
I was
we
just
like it
say.
or not.
The pushback I would give is in a system where we have private companies can choose to have really bad policies, including really, really prejudicial policies. The benefit is you can just fucking boycott them, you know?
And the thing is, like, no one knows if this was like a little independent salon place that hadn't catered to a trans woman before, and therefore weren't used to male genitalia and didn't know how to do it properly.
Yeah.
Because you have to use very different techniques on male genitalia for waxing versus female genitalia. Because the skin is different.
Yeah, I know. Like scrotums are very different.
And very delicate.
Very, very delicate, yeah. Whereas
I would, like,
labias are pretty tough. Yeah. They take a pounding.
Yeah, if you're a dude, I would strongly recommend not getting a wax, because the amount of times I have heard of a scrotum tearing. No,
Yikes.
It makes me want to cross my legs, and I don't even have the right parts as much as I would like to.
Yeah. Yikes. Ouch.
But like, even if she was an activist, right? What I'm curious about is whether or not her terrible behaviors outshine maybe the good that she's done or tried to do.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on, like, I don't know the level of, like, did she actually engage in pedophilic kind of abusive behavior, or did she just, because all I saw was texts of her, like, theorizing with her friend about questions and things that she could talk about with younger individuals, or with, like, tampons and stuff, but that doesn't mean they have.
As far as I know, she's been imprisoned for rape, but I don't know if it was of a minor. And she has attempted to groom minors online.
Okay, well then I would say probably, I don't know. And I don't know. I'm pretty staunch about, like, minor stuff, right? So I'd be like, probably better to oust. It's one of those things of, like, how do you value, like, good that somebody's done while, like, not? It really depends on, like, political will. And I think, like, if there's benefit for the trans community to, like, gain, because I think there's a lot of, like, activism that still needs to happen for trans individuals, and I think there's just a fair bit of political will that's beginning to be generated behind trans movements, right? I would say, like, I would say most Twitch streamers are decently pro-trans. Now, there's kind of a growing amount that are not, but there's enough of them that are also willing to go to bat, like myself included, and Destiny actually included as well in this, who are, like, willing to go to bat for trans rights and stuff like that in debate spheres. There seems to just be, like, a growing political will for trans identity topics, which is really important. And if valuing Jessica Yaniv's activism versus kind of just, like, disparaging her a little bit for her crimes, her, like, bad crimes, is going to take away from that political will for the movement, it might be worth essentially being like, yeah, we don't identify with Jessica Yaniv as an activist anymore.
Yeah, the problem I have with that is that you also end up not just with, like, the people like Jessica Yaniv who have committed crimes and what have you, like severe crimes, being thrown by the wayside. You end up with, like, the more niche parts of the trans community being so as well. Yeah. And, like, this is something you see historically if you look at LGBT rights through the ages anyway, right? As the gays got rights, they kind of threw the lesbians to the side, who, as they got rights, threw the bi people to the side, and all of them then threw trans people to the side, and now binary trans people who pass are throwing either binary trans people who haven't fully transitioned, can't transition, don't have dysphoria, don't pass, or are non-binary to the side. And as all of them start to come up, you're going to start throwing, and I know this is, like, a touchy topic, right? But you're going to start throwing xenogenders to the side, right? Now, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not particularly gatekeepy with the label of trans, because I'm aware that everyone has a different experience with their own gender and different language to express it. And I'm also aware that one person's personal identity doesn't affect me in any way, shape, or fucking form. So if someone wants to identify as a xenogender and use a fucking neopronoun, what fucking harm does it do me? Why is it any of my business? You know what I mean? Like, okay, you tell me your pronouns are she, ja, or it and its. I will use those if I remember to. I apologize if I forget.
Right. Right.
Like,
Yeah. I mean, I've
that
seen a
simple.
lot of discourse about I think there is space for movement to say this is too far. This is something that we no longer are willing to identify with. Like, I think it is fine for those individuals to say that. It's just you do that at the risk of social will moving against you, essentially. Like, that's a decision that you can make. When it comes to like xenopronouns, I think my biggest issue is that they don't really map onto what is gender in any human way that we understand it, right? There's a lot of elements that contribute to gender. Xenopronouns don't seem to map onto any of those things. And so at that point, to me, the utility has been kind of lost. And it makes me kind of be like, what is the purpose that this serves society at large, right? If I'm working with an individual client and they ask me to use certain pronouns, I'm always going to just use whatever pronouns people want. But as a social activist movement, it potentially risks losing basically people who are willing to get behind trans rights but are not willing to get behind neopronouns. Sorry.
So I entirely see where you're coming from and do agree with you. From like a broader context. However, like this isn't even a conversation that's in the mainstream yet.
No, it's not.
Like, no mainstream person will know what a fucking xenogender is if you ask them. No one will know what a fucking neopronoun is. If you say that a friend of yours uses its pronouns, you get looked at like you have 5 heads. Most of them have like an alternate set of pronouns that they use for society writ large, but they have like a specific neopronoun that they use amongst their friends just because they're more comfortable with that. And that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. And again, like whatever people identify with is up to them, or as is up to them. I mean, a lot of the problems I see with like a fundamental misunderstanding of xenogenders is that, oh, well, they identify as animals or whatever, and that's their gender, and therefore it's bollocks. No, that's not how they work. Unless they have some sort of delusional identity disorder or something, like that's not how that works. They identify with the language of something, or with the language of like a particular animal of something. Like, for example, a trans woman can also be a xenogender and decide that she's lion gender, right? And she decides she's lion gender because her specific take on of the woman role is one that she equivocates to a lioness, looking after the young, providing for her mate, like that kind of a thing, right? That's just identifying her gender experience with that specific language, not identifying as that specific animal. Does that make sense? And the problem is,
it
like,
does
there's a
kind
huge
of
conflation.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense. The issue is that like a lion as a gender doesn't map onto what gender is functionally within humanity. So again, at an individual level, I'm kind of like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what people do at an individual level. It's when we get to the social advocacy, and it is likely that if xenogenders continue to become popularized in online spaces, that it might transfer to pop culture, and then it might actually become a social movement in and of itself. And it's just a social movement that I'm like, I just don't know if I see the utility. And essentially the question of, is it too far, basically?
Yeah. You see, because I know how personal like a gender experience is for a trans person, I am on a personal level very much, yeah, I don't care. Providing it doesn't make it into the social, like the mainstream discourse for some time, I don't fucking. But what was it? Oh, could I address something in your chat that's come up?
Sure. Yeah.
So there's some people in your chat talking about Greg Abbott and what he's done today. So he released a letter has been released today that he sent to the basically Child Protection Services Department of Texas.
Greg Abbott is
the governor of Texas.
Is the governor of Texas. Okay.
Yeah. And a very much far righter. Now, Greg Abbott is the one who was one of the people who was pushing heavy against rolling back abortion rights, for example, and banning the allowance of vaccine mandates in Texas. Just to give you an example of the kind of things he stands for.
Okay.
Now, he wrote a letter stating that it is technically against the family code in Texas for a parent to enable or allow and a physician to provide any gender-affirming care to a minor whatsoever, including puberty blockers. On the end of this letter was the opinion of the Attorney General of Texas, who wrote too many fucking pages of legalese about basically stuffed full of hideous bigotry and using the fact that the Americans had forcefully sterilized indigenous and black people historically to try and hold the right to procreate over trans people's heads and trans youth's heads. Most of what they've said is a big old nope, is stuff that doesn't happen to children anyway. So it's things like gender-affirming surgeries and hormones, right? They don't happen to minors anyway.
Right.
The only kind of treatment a minor will get
is puberty
blockers.
Yeah.
And that doesn't stop puberty like the Attorney General seems to think it does, according to these letters that he's written. It slows it down a bit. And it slows it down enough to give the kid time to decide whether or not they're actually trans, which is what you need. And 9 times out of 10, if not more, there are no like long-term negative effects, providing like they're monitored properly for bone density and they're not kept on them for too long. There aren't particular negative effects.
Yeah, it sounds like we don't know if they'll have negative side effects on bone development and height. It seems the effects so far are minimal. However, we don't know the long-term effects until the first people to take puberty blockers get older.
Yeah, we unfortunately, until the longitudinal studies, we don't know for certain. There have been some issues with osteoporosis. I think it's osteoporosis.
Okay, yeah, so bone like density and stuff.
Yeah. But so far they're incredibly rare.
Yeah, so to claim it's child abuse seems to like
be very silly.
Yeah, it's definitely a leap of a claim.
Yeah, they have also likened it to, because it has an also very, 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 very unlikely but possible sterilizing effect, they're likening it to female genital mutilation.
Okay. Yikes, man. This is the fucking right-wing rhetoric.
I can send you the letter if you like.
Sure, yeah. I'm very curious to read it. I mean, I'm sure I'm just going to hate it because...
Oh, you're going to be so mad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll absolutely send it to you. I was actually going through it on stream before you hopped in, before I took my break and you hopped in.
Yeah, so he's actively against puberty blockers. Is that the main thing that he talks about?
Everything that falls under gender-affirming care he talks about.
And any form of gender-affirming care is child abuse, and teachers should be reporting it.
Teachers should be reporting it, physicians should be reporting it, etc., etc., etc. Parents who allow it should be being imprisoned, and their children should be taken into care and forced to detransition.
Wow.
Yeah. Physicians prescribing them should be being investigated, etc., etc., etc. It's a lot. Also, Red Penny is a mod in your chat, and I did not know this. Red Penny is a regular in my chat.
Oh.
I did not know we had a little bit of a crossover.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. Red Penny, you're getting called out.
Red Penny is a good bean. He's a good egg.
True. Except for his views on Ayurveda. Just kidding.
I know nothing about Ayurveda. I'm not going to claim I know anything about Ayurveda. All I know is something spirituality, which means me and my fucking Catholic guilt religious trauma ass goes,
Yeah, it's
It's the whole
interesting.
thing.
Red Penny is, if I go to any streamer's chat, Red Penny is in it and mentions like, will like say hi to me. Like I've gone to Chud, I've gone to Destiny, I've gone to anyone. Like I
Oh
think
yeah,
I've
Red
even
Penny
seen
gets
him
everywhere.
in Cherries. So
Oh
Red
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Penny. Maybe he's a
I've seen Red
spy.
Perry and Icos.
It's probably a
It,
spy.
uh, keep your dosha in check.
He's in
It's
my
so
Discord and
good.
we chatted lots about Ayurveda. So it's a
Do you,
joke.
do you know what dosha reminds me of? Someone passed the fucking calipers. That's all it reminds me of. Is phrenology. I don't know why.
Oh,
I
that's
don't know
funny.
why, but that's all it reminds me of. With the way I've heard Dr. K describing it, it's like, oh, you can tell I'm this because of this and this and this and this. It's like, yeah, all right. When are you going to ask for the calipers, mate? Fucking hell.
There's actually, I've been reading a ton on the science on it to see if there is any science on it, and there's more than I would have expected. It seems to be like archetypes of major like body system functionings, which somewhat maps genetically on to like human genome functioning, and then it like makes recommendations for clients based on like their archetype of body type essentially. I feel like it's probably not as like empirically sound as other things, but there is some evidence behind it, which I was very surprised to find because I heard it and thought it sounded like
Hoping.
personality, mostly just like personality psych, which most of personality psych, like Myers-Briggs and stuff, the only personality psych that's really well founded is Ocean. But it doesn't do categories, it does spectrums of traits.
Yeah, I mean, apparently Dr. K also leans into the Myers-Briggs bollocks, so, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, apparently. So I've heard, anyway, I've heard him give some credence to Myers-Briggs. Only once, and it was like in a clip of someone else's like video, so I couldn't even pull it up for you because I have no idea where I saw it. I don't remember.
Yeah, that's
I
fair.
just remember him saying, yeah, it's kind of like Myers-Briggs, which is kind of good, but not as good.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna check. I have other appointments today, so I'm just gonna check because I haven't actually heard back from them.
Sure.
Sorry. There we go. It wasn't loading up. Oh, the person I'm chatting to tonight literally is listening right now.
Andy.
So, yes, is 20 minutes from now still good for me? Yes, it is still good for me.
Cool, cool. Yeah, you got time. It's like 20 to 11 for me, so it's not going to be a huge time before I go to bed anyway, because I have to be up at 6.
Awesome. I think I'm going to be
Because
talking about sex.
that's always good.
I had a really spicy panel, so I've genuinely really enjoyed our conversation. Not just because like in large part because I don't think it's been like a complete circle jerk.
Yeah.
But it's just really nice talking to people who are just open to talking about ideas, right? And aren't just going to like immediately be like giving me the worst interpretation when I'm like, what do you think about this autism research? It's just interesting, hey? And you're not trying to assume that I'm trying to be like, doesn't this prove that trans people are all fake? Like, that's obviously not what I'm saying. Yeah, it's fun to actually just engage in intellectual like exploration over really because like I want to explore meaningful topics. I don't just want to intellectually explore like arbitrary niche stuff. I want to explore things that like matter to our society, but they get so charged, so it's hard to explore them in a good way. But I feel like I've come to like new conclusions within this conversation itself, which is always good to have my mind like changed and opened more.
Yeah. I mean, I love that too. Like, I love whether it's listening to like other people have these conversations and like weighing in chats or having these conversations myself. I do really enjoy like actual. I enjoy debate, right? I enjoy the sport of debate. I enjoy the entertainment value of debate. But sometimes I just want to have a fucking conversation.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I'm just like, okay, so this, and this, and I've seen data that says this and this. And like that doesn't necessarily have to be turned into a fucking debate just because you've seen data that says something different. you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. And it's not like a character call, right? Like you can just
Yeah.
see different data and then be like, oh, hey, I was incorrect about that data. Like I
Yeah.
misinterpreted, which is like
And
normal.
like that's what people are supposed to do, right? They're supposed to be exposed to new information and then change their viewpoint. That's how
Yeah.
brains are supposed to work.
I
But
feel
largely that doesn't happen.
And I feel like the gender and sex conversations get especially heated because I actually think even though we've kind of left like Christian religiosity aside, we still like cling to the puritanical, like reactive um, engagement that we have with these topics, right? Where it's like we're not religious about these topics anymore, right? When you talk to most people about sex, most people are very open and like free sex, but like holy shit, you bring up like one point of being like, how do we talk about like accountability between both partners? They're just like, holy shit, are you fucking victim blaming? And it's like so immediately religiously like dogmatic around like how precisely it's like you can talk about sex, but only in the way we've religiously prescribed that you can talk about sex, which is the same shit that like Christians did. They just did it on the opposite end where they were like, just don't talk about sex. Abstinence is the only answer, and also missionary. It just feels like we're doing the same shit but on the opposite side, and it's super frustrating because it's just like I left this shit behind, and now this sphere is just the same but different, and it's frustrating.
Yeah. Yeah, I entirely agree with you. Like, I would love to be able to like have actual conversations with people who aren't just going to jump down my fucking throat and assume like it's the end of the world because I've decided that nuance exists.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I need to have a yes or no. No, you fucking don't. You don't need a yes or no answer to shit. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as a yes or no answer to most of life. Shut the fuck up.
No. In fact, like with most
There's
things, I'm
one
going to be
thing-
slightly on board with things. Like I said, I'm all for trans rights. I'm not convinced on like xenogenders at all yet. Like
Yeah.
I'm not there. I'm not saying I won't ever get there, but I'm not there yet. At least not societally. Individually,
fair.
like I said, individually, I'll do whatever.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah.
I'm
No,
not an
society,
asshole.
it's not gonna fucking happen.
Yeah,
Fuck.
individually, I
Don't
try not to
find it
be
at
a
all.
giant dickhead, but at a societal educational standpoint, I'm just not there. I'm not going to be advocating for it yet. Whereas I'm going to be strongly advocating and debating for like trans rights and stuff like that. In fact, I might do a better job advocating for trans rights than even Hassan did. So,
Hey, I mean that's not hard. As long as you don't sit there and shout at the trans people in your chat, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as you don't sit there going, "I'm a better advocate than you," you should be good.
Yeah.
And banning trans people who are like, maybe get slightly better talking points. It's like literally all she said was, "Make sure you do your research because your talking points were a little bit lacking."
Yeah.
That was all the person said, and Hassan went fucking batshit.
Shit. I know.
And it was funny as fuck.
I saw the clips. It was very
I was
cringy.
like, why? Like, you're a big fucking streamer, dude. You'd think you'd be able to take fucking criticism by now instead of being an easily butthurt little bitch boy.
Nope. The same reason he left Destiny is the same reason he's still getting butt mad all the time.
Because he's a bitch boy?
He's just insecure. He's just like deeply insecure.
Absolutely.
And it's like no amount of success and fame will fix that for him because it doesn't.
I mean, unless you're weird Destiny, who isn't insecure?
Yeah, that's true. That's
Yeah.
true. But like there's varying levels. Like I'm insecure, but I also don't take my insecurities out on other people,
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like there is a way to like, yeah, okay, this isn't a doodah on my character. This is just a thing that they feel like I did wrong, right?
Yeah.
And that's fine. That's fair. I can see where they're coming from. That's fine, right?
Yeah.
But Hassan has this thing where he's so easily butthurt about other people's opinions of him that he can't be bothered to actually stop and try and think about someone else's perspective.
Yeah. It's just very strange to me. But anyways, I should probably get going because I know I've got to talk to Mad Lad soon. But I enjoyed this. And if you ever want to talk again, if you hear me say dumb shit in the future, make sure to call me out.
Absolutely.
Just give me the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, absolutely. And genuinely, I'd love to chat with you again. And if you're ever interested in getting onto like panels and stuff like that, and you're like,
Yes.
like let me know, and I'll definitely like recommend you to like Prime and stuff like that.
I am. So I do know Prime. I used to be a part of the panel scene like a year or two ago. And I ended up taking some time off because I had a bad patch with my mental health.
Fair. They're not great for mental health, so good choice. Yeah.
Especially if you're in the middle of a bad patch. I was like, okay, I need to step away from these for a while because I'm very much not well and they're just going to make me more not well.
Yep.
And I dealt with like a lot of the shit I was dealing with at the time and moved past it. I was also having quite a lot of relationship issues at the time, and that always flares mental health stuff up as well.
Yep.
My eating disorder had flared up. So it was just like compounding things. And I ended up just getting to a point where I was like, yeah, no panels for a while. But now I'm getting to a point where I'm starting to want back on them again. But actually, like, between time zones and having to be up early in the morning for kids, and like the fact that I've been out of the panel scene for so long, it's getting really hard for me to actually come back onto panels. Like, I do host my own, which I will absolutely like put you in the little box in my head for like panel people to call upon.
Yeah, if you ever want a cis white woman on, just let me know.
But mostly it's a fucking sausage fest, so that'd be really good.
That's true. That's true. That's usually why I get brought in, but I'm just like, but I like to think that I'm a little bit more nuanced than just a cis white woman.
Yeah. This is the thing. I don't care what box you fit into, right? As long as you're not a fucking fascist, I don't care.
Yeah.
That's basically like my line is, I won't platform a fascist. Otherwise, like, whatever.
Right. That's fair. Well, I'm not a fascist, so
Okay.
far from it. All right.
Take care.
Thanks for the chats.
You want to shout yourself out to my chat so they can come and follow you?
Sure. My name is notsoErudite. I'm on Twitch a lot more than I should be these days. So, yeah, you can always stop by. You can find me on any social media. I'm also on YouTube. You can find me under notsoErudite on everything, basically. Similar, I'm going to post your Twitch link. Do you want to just shout yourself out, though?
Yeah, sure. I'm Alex, or LexiiBat, here on Twitch with 2 eyes, because the name with 1 eye was taken when I went to change my fucking name, which is just typical, isn't it? Yeah. I'm a political pundit, and I talk about like social issues, and I do debate reacts, and like the odd drama stream. But a lot of it is like, well, this is a thing I read, let's find out if that's true. As well, so, or dunking on stupid people that come into chat who are just very, very wrong.
Nice. So if you guys want to go get dunked on, you know where to go.
Have a good one. It was lovely to talk to you, Kyla.
Yeah, you as well. Thanks for chatting, Alex. And have a good one.
You too.
Bye. Okay, guys. I got 10 minutes, so I'm going to jump over to... So next I'm chatting with Mad Lad and others. Mad Lad in underscore N. Hold on, I gotta pull up his name. Okay, but your Twitch name is not what your YouTube name is. Very sus. All right, I'm gonna jump in. Oh, perfect. Thanks, Mad Lad. If you want to tweet this out, that'd be awesome. I am down to tweet that out. That's the next person I am talking to. All right. Join voice. Maybe later. All right. I'm in the waiting room now, guys. Buckling up. Okay. I'm not sure precisely what we're talking about because there's a couple of topics tossed around. Exploring bad behavior patterns in relationships. So my title is, of course, How to Be a Bad Boy. All right, done. Okay. How you guys doing? How's it going? You guys having a good time? That was a really delightful conversation. That's like one of my favorite conversations, I think, so far. It's very relaxing, which is nice. I'm a big fan of that, but also informative. I feel like I actually had my position changed on things. Not on the neopronouns. I think it would take a fair bit right now to move me, but I used to be a young earth dogmatic fundamental Christian, so things happen, you know. Do you know of any literature that goes in depth with the iron in psychology? No. So the iron of psychology is a term I made up, in fairness, so searching that won't find much. You know what? Let me see if I can find an accessible... I'm going to post a DOI. So if those of you know, there's a great website called Sci-Hub. I'm a big fan. You guys should also become big fans of Sci-Hub. I'll open up a web page for you guys. Actually, maybe I won't. I'll just post things in. Really impressed by your panel yesterday. Uh-oh. All right. I'll get a web page going for you guys so you guys can see what I'm doing while we wait. I just gotta open up a web page that has less of my identifying information because I'm learning how to be a smarty box on this stuff. Okay, browser. Hey guys, we got past our follower goal, so I gotta change that at some point. But it's low on my concerns. Okay, great. All right. Okay, so if you know Sci-Hub, you should go here, and I'm gonna post the link in the chat for you. Let's see what this reaction is.
Yeah, you fucking West Elm Caleb type beat. Fucking running through like 9 of them, having chicks coping.
Where they basically said, like, literally, that when women
are selecting for Disney white knights that sit there for 6 months waiting for you to be able to have sex with them. Like, what happens when that dick is bad? Or when, like...
What is he talking
she's
about?
Bad at sex. Like, you're fucked.
Interested, you should push more, and women
like, there
and men
goes 6 months, homie. Don't fucking do that shit.
Telling men all the time, oh, the reason I said no to you is because you didn't try hard enough, which is fucking rapey, because if I say no to a guy, I want it to just...
Wait, based? Who is top left, and why are they so based? Who is this person that came onto the scene? Who is this person?
I mean, no.
Yeah, you fucking West...
Could you imagine if I had hair nearly as incredible as Irrelevant? Is that their name? Irrelevant? Is this blowing up? Oh, man. 20,000. Nice. Oh, he's got some stuff on Dr. K. Look at everyone who's on. This is my non-logged in, so you guys don't know who I'm following. These are the people who are on, though, in case you're curious. Man, crazy. Okay, another one. You guys want to see another one that's reacting to me? If you guys weren't here yesterday... Oh, there's somebody in the Discord.
If I had to pick the comfy...
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I'm just streaming right now, so I'm going to mute and deafen myself because I don't want you to feel like you have to be on stream right yet. Okay. Okay, let's listen to this. Another one about me. All right. This is nerve-wracking.
If I had to pick the comfiest looking place in the biz here, I'm gonna be straight. I think top left, but this is like, I'm gonna be honest, this is some Jordan Peterson type beat. You got the bookshelf in the back, the fucking... The flower, this thing looks fake. I don't know if it's fake.
It's not fake. This thing's fucking real, all right? And this is my pride and joy. There's also an owl in it, okay? I've worked hard for my Monstera to be this healthy and happy. It is not fake. It is very real, and it is truly my pride and joy. The only thing I'm similarly proud of is my cactuses, which are not in this room. And yes, there are some Jordan Peterson vibes, but in fairness, he's not seeing the cool-ass little picture I have behind me, which is much less Jordan Peterson vibes. But I'll own it.
Hey, this looks like you got 10 years of educated background in you. And you're trying a lot. If I...
That's based. I feel that's probably the most benevolent reaction I'm gonna get for a while. Why are you not using dark mode? Okay, I have dark mode on everything, and this fucking new account just like won't let me switch to dark mode. I don't know why. I just can't find the settings thing for it when I literally did it 10 minutes before. And I am a psychopath. That's true. Relevant talks about how most guys are, talks about how most guys, almost all, have experiences with women who expect them to be rapey and push their boundaries after being told no. You won his heart when you give your take. I mean, it's true. Irrelevant is cool, and I'm happy he likes you too. Yeah, me too. Anyone who's got that fucking fleek of hair is dope. The real question is... Oh, Melina! Guys! Melina's here. My #1 girl crush on Twitch. Not even joking, unironically. super fangirling over Melina. Welcome, Melina. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, guys. So I'm not as hot as Melina, and she could easily bench press me, but there's minimal muscle that I can flex here. That's as good as it gets. Wicked Supreme, welcome. I actually have a real question, no joke. Okay, you can give me a real question. Oh yeah, Melina, I'm not even a little bit joking. The only reason I talked to your husband was to get on the ins with you, all right? Okay, K-Star, what's your question? She could bench press me and Nick, that's true. Hello, top left. I know. I'm top left, guys. I'm just going to change my name now that Irrelevance called me top left. Didn't once just read my name, just kept calling me top left, which is great. LMAO, it worked. Nice. Yes. Melina, I feel like there's very few healthy women on Twitch who are decently reasonable and well-rounded, and even in my personal experience, it's hard to have good women friends who can give good feedback when it comes to long-term relationships. And I feel like you and I could bond strongly over this, not even just on stream, just overall. I think there's, as somebody who's like just recently went through like a pretty difficult time in my marriage, and we've like really come back and really figured out our relationship, it is really hard to get good feedback when you have like an atypical type of relationship. That was a really difficult thing for Nick and I. So if you ever want to talk about anything, just tell me. Why the fuck do bitches say sorry but don't come out with exactly what they did wrong, i.e. ownership? Damn! Just go in, K-Star. I don't know. I honestly think ownership is not just like a woman issue. I don't think men are particularly good at it either. On average, I've had better experiences overall with men, but I wouldn't say by a large margin. In general, I think people want to apologize, but if you take ownership, like it goes against humans are deeply NSE proof parasocial dreams do come true, guys. True. Not everyone. If you're ever down to hang out on or off stream, I'd be down. I'd be, holy shit, Melina. I would be so down, but I promise I won't actually like fangirl. I'm pretty good at not actually fangirling in person, but I'd be super down. We can definitely hang out on or off stream. Like, I would say actually probably off stream first, so that we know it's like an actual friendship forming, not just like clout chasing. I feel like that would be valuable. And then maybe later, if you want to go on stream, I'd be down for that. Let me know. Give me a message, or shoot me your Discord or something like that. Don't make promises you can't keep. I can keep a promise to hang out with somebody offline, especially someone who could literally bench press me and my husband both. I'll ask Steven for your Discord so I can add you. Deal. And then I'll get mad at Steven for doxing me. That'll be the good plan. Thanks, Melina. Yeah, so K-Star, I think the issue is that people are motivated to view themselves as good. Even like people who've done really fucked up shit try to justify it in a way to like paint themselves as good as possible. And unfortunately, that's just a human motivation to take like true accountability. And like, I think there's a difference between apologizing and being like what we would maybe call like repentant, or like making amends. And making amends means I fucked up and I'm willing to just totally own that I was bad. Which is really hard.
Only one type of eel.
Have fun, Melina. Enjoy the sunset. And enjoy the gifted sub. Thanks, Contrast. So, okay, let's just check. Okay, there's a couple of them in chat now. Are they just waiting on me? They might be. All right, let's check in.
Oh.
Hey, guys.
People know that I was doing this tonight, and so like there's dinner might appear at some point. I know nuggets and rice.
Hey guys, I just wanted to jump in super quick. I'm sorry to interrupt rudely. I'm just streaming, so I always want to like tell people as quickly as possible that I'm still streaming. And if you want me to not be streaming right now, just tell me so I can deafen.
Oh, no, we're good. I'm streaming too.
Okay,
literally
perfect.
Just got started.
Awesome.
I ran down here with my like last minute dinner arrangements, and I was saying that I'm going to be savoring some of this while I'm savoring your hot takes on the topic at hand. It's gonna be good. I'm actually really excited for today. Let's see. Oh, hey Wick. Hello, hi Balkles. I can say names too. So we're just talking about our days, and I was talking about how I completely forgot to eat like all day today. It's been one thing or another. How about you, Erudite? How are things going for you?
You know, I also have not eaten or even drank water today, so I might bug my husband to serve me.
In that voice, I hope.
Yeah,
I
I'm
hope
gonna
that's
message
exactly
him
how
and
you
say,
do
"Serve me, wench," and then see what he does.
it. I love it. That's great. What am I eating? I'm eating. I've got a piece of salmon, and I've got a. Not because we're talking about sex stuff. I just thought this is just a piece of food I could bring. You know.
Yes, I do know.
I know I didn't bring enough for everybody.
I'm gonna
Wick's
move
eating
my...
liver and onions.
Is Wick
Sorry.
coming?
No, he's in chat right now, but he's eating liver and onions, which is an interesting. I don't know. Do you guys eat liver? Is that a thing?
My husband loves liver.
Really?
Yeah,
tried
I
to
think
cook
it's
it
gross.
once. Yeah, exactly. Like I can't make it good. I did chicken liver. Like I got one of those like tubs of just chicken livers, and I was like, okay, I'll saute them, and they sort of like fell apart, and it was. Yeah.
The aftertaste. I've had really good liver where like I ate it and it tasted good, and then I swallowed it and the aftertaste was still just booty hole, and I can't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That might come up today too, actually.
Booty hole or liver?
The taste. No, it's because Prime. So I don't know if you're here for the Prime thing, but Prime really hates chocolate.
Really?
Like, a lot. Like he actually hates chocolate. So
Who
I
hates
mailed him
chocolate?
chocolates.
Oh,
Prime.
nice.
Prime Kai's hates it. So I mailed him chocolates, and I told him that I mailed him chocolates, and then he went to a diatribe about how he hates chocolate so much that he'd rather eat out someone's booty hole rather than eat the chocolate, which was convenient for me because coincidentally enough, the chocolates I sent to him weren't just chocolates; they were molded in the shape of booty holes.
Really?
So when he received the it was perfect.
Where the fuck did you
the whole
find
thing.
sphincter molded? That is impressive.
Well, I wasn't gonna just mail him any old chocolates. His first, like he would spam his mail thing, and he would never get mail. So I wanted his first piece of mail to be a box of chocolates from me that were shaped like sphincters. That's perfect. I'm gonna use that term from now on. It sounds very polished. It sounds very, very nice. But the whole topic is just, yeah, it's very troll. Anyway, so he ate that
That's
on stream.
amazing.
We've got pictures. I will share those later.
That is amazing. You should continue to send them to him every year on the anniversary of it. Always.
No, he was gagging when he was trying them.
How do you hate
he was
chocolate
actually
that
gagging.
Holy
He
shit.
really hates chocolate. Like it just
Prime is being a baby then. I've eaten pretty fucking gross food. I've captured crickets and then cooked them and then ate them and I still didn't gag.
Wow.
Yeah. It was
okay.
I did it with
What?
at-risk kids at camp. It was so we had this camp called WTP. It was a Wrangler training program. So it was a month-long outdoor program with kids and horses that I ran.
Don't lie, you're so picky. You're
I
actually
am
so
picky, but I don't gag on food.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh no, that call out on stream. She's
I
lying.
know.
You can't do
I'm
that.
not lying. I didn't say that I'm not picky. I said that I don't gag at food. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And anyways,
I'm with
with WTP, it was an initiation with the kids. We had like an initiation week where just basically I made them go and catch grasshoppers, and then we cooked them in caramel. They were actually really good.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know. I bet it would be.
It was really good. And we cooked them hot enough that it wasn't like dirty and disgusting. So
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Would I be able to do that? Probably I could. Is it like still crunchy?
yeah, it's very
Eat them?
crunchy.
Okay. We were thinking about doing that with like cicadas. So like cicadas were like a big thing in Virginia this year.
How big are
And
they?
They're huge.
Ugh,
They're like-
I don't know if I could do big. Like if a bug was 2 bites, I don't know if I could do it. Like the 1 bite grasshopper, you can convince yourself it's like a weird shaped chip. But
So,
2 bites,
like-
you have to like look at it and you have to like look at its legs, you know?
They're like little insect shrimps, basically.
Yeah. The legs
They're
were
about the size of
bad.
shrimp.
You got to pull
Yeah,
off
well,
the
you peel-
legs.
Yeah, you pull off the legs, you got to pull off the wings.
Yeah.
But like they were everywhere. So like you couldn't actually go for a walk outside without like smush like cicada being there because they would just like die after they did their thing.
Yeah.
But like there were local restaurants that were capturing them and like sauteing them for tacos and stuff. And I was just like, I could do that. It would be really, really nifty to do that.
Mhm.
But there's cicadas and that's disgusting and but maybe because
But the
when
crunch
I,
is kind of nice. I'm actually like decently pro insect food. I don't know. I feel like there's
Okay.
Right? Like they're a great source of protein. We could replace
Right.
factory farming with just bugs, and bugs don't
Right.
have feelings. Like who gives a fuck about
Yeah.
bugs? Even most vegans are like, yeah, bugs. Who cares about bugs?
Yeah.
You know?
Well, right, because like you kill bugs to farm anyway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, we already eat ground up red beetles for everything with red dye. So as long as
True.
it's processed, I'm like, cool.
I know.
Wait, what? What? I'm sorry. Did you say ground up red beetles for red dye? Is that a
Yeah,
thing?
there's like a specific bug that's bright red, and anything you eat that's like artificial red dye probably has beetles in it.
Wow, I thought it was all coal tar, which isn't actually that much more appetizing, actually.
Do you want another horrific bug fact about food?
Mm.
So if you eat instant coffee, so most researchers who do research on cockroaches become allergic to them. That's pretty standard. I'm not entirely sure why, but there's something on like the secretions of cockroaches that humans get allergic to pretty easily. And if you work with them a lot, you kind of create a reaction to it. Most cockroach researchers can't actually eat instant coffee because the amount of ground up cockroaches that are in, because they get into the bags of coffee beans.
Oh no!
So there you go.
I can't live with this.
Well, it's a good thing I don't eat instant coffee. I mean, I used to, and like, you know,
Yeah.
10 years ago, me is horrified right now.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, if you start getting into like beauty products too, like most facial cleansers for women that are like anti-aging have like tons of pregnant horse pee in it and stuff like that. So it's like once you start getting into like the basics of what we eat, it's all kind of gross because most of it comes from nature. It's just from like,
it's animal products
you know,
doing weird things.
yeah, like gelatin's mostly bone marrow and like pig feet
Right.
and stuff like that or whatever. Yeah.
I can deal with that one. Like that one I've heard since I was a kid, and it was horrifying, and I've like, you know, kind of desensitized myself to it. Which maybe that's not a healthy thing. Ooh, we can talk about this actually. This kind of feeds into our topic because we're talking about
Does
toxic
it?
behaviors. Look at that transition, right? Perfect transition. We're going from talking about toxic behavior. All right, so we're gonna talk about toxic behavior patterns in relationships, right? And we just talked about desensitizing ourselves to horrifying things like. Okay, I flubbed it. I tried, but like.
Keep going. You're good.
You got this. I believe in you.
Yeah, but I was thinking about it, but then it got really dark because like I want to joke, but like that actually happens and it makes me sad a little bit. Like all right. Anyway, so yeah, I want to talk about toxic behavior patterns in relationships. And my plan today was to have like this pre-decided chart of things to talk about where we can like go down the list. But then I thought it would be better for us to just name off the things off the top of our heads that we've either experienced, like are closer to the heart, and then work our way down, I thought.
Of toxic behavior specifically in relationship or in all relationships or intimate? Just to like.
It could be, I think it could be literally, okay. It could be intimate relationships, right? Like I think that would be like the obvious one that we can really talk about. But as I was like thinking about these behaviors, I was kind of seeing these things in platonic places too. Like this happens a lot. And I think this happens even in like work behaviors and like our relationships with people. Because like, so lately, this week we launched Weekly Stand Up, right? The show about game development and workers' rights. And like some of the behaviors that like you see in intimate relationships, like gaslighting or like making someone feel like obligated to you, like as a favor, that sort of thing. Like that's the type of behavior patterns that bosses might use to extract extra labor from you. And I feel like exploring these in maybe all the different lenses and seeing if it's like the same in different lenses might be like worth doing. Yeah. So that's like kind of where I'm going. Like I like to be like really flexible because like you never know how these conversations could work and like where we're gonna go. And then maybe we'll get like really, really excited about one specific topic and we're just gonna talk about that the whole time, and that's fine too.
Sure.
I really just wanted to like start dipping into it, and then if there's a lot to talk about, which there probably will be, we can, you know, do round 4, 5, 6, or 7. Oh, and there'll be more people joining us later on. A lot of folks couldn't start this early because they're West Coast. And then Lilac's got an event later on this evening that she'll be switching off to take care of, and then folks will be joining to do not in her stead per se, but like, you know, will be joining us as well. So like however late you want to go is fine with me. Yeah.
I
Can
might
I-
get super interested.
Can I be a butthead and ask both of you to introduce yourselves for my stream's benefit? Because I think I was going to be deafened when you guys did it. And I have a whole bunch of people in my chat very curious about who this attractive lady on the left is. So I feel like I should give the shout out.
Yeah. Johnny.
Hi. Hi, my name is Lilac Doll. I am a Twitch streamer. I play music over here. I also exist on a lot of different spaces on the internet in all sorts of varieties. I also am very interested in like vintage sewing machines and politics and opinions and debate. And so that's basically, if I can do anything and make it something people can see or hear, then I'll usually put it on the internet in some form or fashion.
Awesome.
Cool. And then my name is Mad Laden. So those of you watching on my stream, hi, you know me. For those of you who have not heard of me, I am a streamer, professional chess coach, book publisher. I helped start the weekly stand-up, which is every Sunday we talk about workers' rights and game development. So that's a thing. I'm just gonna do the @ in your chat so you can so folks can find either me and then weekly stand-up as well.
Perfect. Yeah. I'm gonna put your stream link in my stream elements. I think that'll be the easiest way to make sure it keeps popping up for new people who come in.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. And then so usually I'm streaming I'm on politics panels talking about political things, but dating and relationships kind of became a fascinating topic for me, and I've always been into mental health stuff, but as like kind of a casual Andy, if you will. So that conversation you were having earlier about like self-diagnosis was super fascinating to me. I had to miss chunks of it, so I'll be definitely looking at the VOD later on. But yeah, those are the topics I like to discuss. And then, Erudite, if you want to introduce yourself for my stream, that'd be awesome too, actually.
Yeah, sure. So my name is notsoErudite. I'm a new streamer on the Twitch stream. I'm on YouTube as well. And I have a degree in psychology. I'm a psychometrist and a licensed addictions counselor. So I often bring kind of my mental health background in. And I'm also going to be completing a master's in clinical forensic psychology in the fall here. So that's kind of my tailored interest, but I talk a lot about I'm more interested in socio-cultural stuff rather than just pure politics. I think politics are interesting, but I also think I'm way too uninformed to actually be giving like public opinions on it. Whereas I am quite informed on psychology and socio-cultural things that involve like philosophy and like meaning of life and morals and ethics and stuff. That's what I'm really interested in talking about. How do we engage with one another in a healthy way?
Which also happens to be one of my interests as well. I'm actually, and we're going to be talking about platforming again, part 3 soon. We loosely scheduled it, but we'll do more of that later on. And Lilac Doll will be there too, and it's going to be really, really cool. I'm really excited about the conversation, actually. Okay, so to get us started, okay, and one thing your chat is just going to have to tolerate, I love using Paint 3D. It's my favorite thing, and it's my obnoxious habit. It has nothing to do with it being actually good for anything. It's not. I'm going to probably turn this into a Canva thing later on, but while we're here talking about it, there's nothing more special to me than having stuff being written in crayon in paint. Okay, well, maybe not crayon, but we'll use pen. So, the first thing to talk about in terms of toxic relationships. Why don't we just all name something that we really, really hate in our relationships? Like one of the behaviors that we really find like just awful. I got something in mind, so I can go first if you need an idea. Love bombing, my greatest weakness. Oh my God, I can't win. I don't know how to do it.
Like you don't know how to handle when people love bomb you?
No idea. Completely clueless when it's happening too. Completely oblivious. Like if you want to destroy me, all you have to do is show. Oh, am I telling this to like 300 people now? All right, whatever.
Telling it to like.
If you actually want to destroy me, show up in my chat. Like show up in my DMs. Talk about how special and awesome I am, and like maybe throw in like some compliments about my intelligence and that you want to spend lots of time with me and just like start. And then all of a sudden, I'll be like putting your hands and you can destroy me. Like just that's it. Done.
Feel it. Okay. Well, now that we know the secret ins to manipulating Mad Lad. Just kidding. Okay, so I have a different one. This is one that's just going to make me hate you as quickly as possible. Extreme condescension and passive aggression. Yeah, I have it's kind of the popular tactic within my family is condescension. I say this knowing that like if I get really, really like pissy, I can like fall into this, which is like terrible because I hate it and then I do it, right? I've done a lot of self-work that I don't find I engage in this too much, but yeah, condescension is It's
So there's no spell check on paint. Is that
it is spelled incorrectly, but do you care?
curses? Yes.
Okay, it's CONDESCEN
Uh-huh.
SION.
SION. Oh, so close.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's a
Okay.
weird one.
It's the shun, and it's like, is it a T? Is it an S? Who knows? English? We'll never know.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
I think my biggest pet peeve is like boundary pushing, because it leads to so much else.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they'll just do one little thing, and then like if you say it's okay or you let them, then they'll go a little further. And if you try to confront them, then it becomes like turned around on you. Nope, can't deal.
Mm-hmm. And chats, if you guys have thoughts on what you want to talk about, like think about it. We'll go through these, and then we'll take recommendations too. Like there's a plethora of fun things that we can navigate here. All right, back to front. Boundary pushing. You want to talk about that first?
Sure. How do we want to
Okay.
like?
Oh, how are we navigating it? I'm sorry. I was just like, so I think, since it's an issue that's near and dear to your heart, you probably have an example, like something that like popped in your mind that made you like reference it.
Honestly, I think of like employers with boundary pushing, because they'll start off with,
okay.
"Can you come in this day? Can take this person's shift?" And then it becomes now your life is run by work. And I think for me, it's a lot about expectation setting. And so if you let it happen because you want to be like, oh, I'm going to act in good faith and give them the benefit of the doubt, then whenever you try to go back and be like, hey, this isn't what I thought we should be doing, then it becomes, well, I thought that I could rely on you. I thought I could depend on you. When in
Mhm.
reality, that wasn't what the expectation should have been. And so it's such a hard thing to avoid sometimes if you're not super analytical about every situation, and it can just be this catalyst to chaos.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, I'm very lucky in this regard. I'm deciding about whether I want to go back to teaching in person, and the mask mandates in my state have been completely dropped. And I said, yeah, I'll do it. And then my boss actually reached out and like confirmed with me, are you sure? These are the things that are happening. And I really appreciated it because he wasn't trying to pressure me. He wasn't trying to like put me in this thing where we need you. They're a lot more desperate last year than this year, for example, right? Like things were a lot more complicated last year because everything was just reopening. But like, there's some flexibility here. And I did definitely like the fact that he was aware of my boundaries and wanted to check in and make sure that like things are okay. In relationships, for me, boundary pushing, I mean, I guess we could like look at all the different lenses of this because like I think actually in relationships and friendships it's actually very similar, right? It's like but I guess in relationships it could be even more intimate for sure. But like for me it's always been a thing where like I don't really want to go somewhere, I don't really want to do a thing, but if I care about the person I will proceed to do das thing or go to das place. And like sometimes it's like not a big deal, but then like other times it's like a situation where I've actually got a real reasonable reason why I don't really want to engage in the activity. Like I've had a bad experience, I don't want to make a fool of myself, I don't think this is fun. And like I think in that sense, like so I was actually talking about this with Anna War a while back. We did a panel or just a one-on-one talking about boundaries and stuff. And there was like this concept that we put together that was like a relationship is like two boundary bubbles that are pushing against each other, and you're like trying to mesh your boundary bubbles together, and like you're reshaping it based on like the needs and the things you don't like with the other person, I guess, kind of. And I like that analogy a lot, actually. Like, I thought that was like a really good way of expressing things. It's just like kind of figuring out like how far the boundary kind of goes. I think in intimate situations, boundary issues for me were oftentimes like I don't want to like get too deep here because I feel like in relationships it can be pretty incredibly toxic. But like in one of my first relationships, there was a boundary that I had regarding like public displays of affection because like I was really young and I wasn't sure like what I felt comfortable doing in public. And it was worse in front of like their parent, right?
Okay,
So
that's always awkward.
it was super awkward. So like there's like this moment where I was sitting on the couch and she was doing something that I would have been like completely fine with in private. It was like nothing like, NSFW or whatever. It was just like I think she was like sticking her hand underneath my shirt, like through the sleeve, and like I'm just like it was weird. I was like, like whatever. But your mom's like right there. Like what are you doing? Why is this happening? And like I actually had to call out and be like, no. Like I actually had to get the mom to like help me not have this happen. And it was like the weirdest dating. Well, I had like 5 awful dating experiences with this person. We'll have to talk about it. But that was definitely like the weirdest thing that I had happen in like a relationship. Just like, because like if I looked like I was having okay with it, right? And the mom finally noticed that her daughter's hand was like just all up in my business, it'd be bad on me and her.
I feel like that's kind of like one of the worst situations though, because it's not clearly a situation that comes up that often.
Right.
Where we have a roadmap for like, this is acceptable, this isn't. But it's like, what do you do when people do those things that fall outside all of our social scripts?
Nope, no idea.
Did you talk about it with her like afterwards?
This was a point where I was really, really young. So no. It was like we had like 2 sentences about like I just don't want this to happen in front of your parent. Like just please, right? Like that was it.
Yeah.
But like there were a lot of issues with this relationship. Like I was her test boyfriend. Like she went into this relationship being attracted to women, and I was her confirmation, right? So like when we broke up, I think I told this story once or twice on my stream. Like when we broke up, she started crying, and I was like, "Why are you crying? This has been awful. Like, what do you mean? Like, there's nothing to cry about here." And she was just like, "I was supposed to break up with you."
Wow.
That's a lot.
It was horrible.
That must have been nice for you.
I mean, I thought it was hilarious. Like, you laugh when there's trauma sometimes. Like, I'll laugh when there's like a traumatic experience. But I genuinely thought this was like the funniest thing that could, like, the funniest response to that could possibly happen. Like, I was actually like entertained, but I couldn't laugh out loud at that point because, it was a tense moment, right? Like, you can't really. But yeah, it was. I mean, there's a reason why we broke up. Like, I wasn't having fun, and it was very clear she wasn't having fun. So why are we doing this, right?
Yeah.
So I have a question. So since we are all thankfully well past our most awkward beginning dating experiences, where like I think that's always bad for everybody because you have to start approaching boundaries to begin with. Since then, what has been like the most like useful thing for either of you when it comes to setting boundaries? Like, is there something like a way you approach it, phrasing, even just specific questions that you like to ask?
So I actually have a very opposite experience than a lot of people with boundaries because I was extremely uppity and prudish and extremely disagreeable growing up. And for me, learning how to voice boundaries has been less a skill of learning how to just voice them and more so how to palatably and like kindly voice boundaries. That's actually been a skill I've had to learn, which is very opposite what most people have to do when they're talking about. For most people, when they talk about boundaries, it's a lot of individuals who are like, I don't know how to set them. Like, how do I do this shit? And for me, it's like, oh, I know how to set them. I need to make them not like walls with spikes. I need to have them be like little fences that I set up, instead. And so for me, like part of the skill was learning how to deliver boundaries palatably. And I found because of that, I've had a lot of success in like teaching like the women at my addiction center and whatnot, how to deliver boundaries at varying levels because I've had to work so hard. I'm very comfortable with the high levels and I've had to work really hard to figure out how to also deliver boundaries in a really like gentle, soft way that doesn't damage the relationship because boundaries necessarily are a slight soft form of like some level of like rejection, right? Like stay out of here. And so like how to navigate that in a way that like minimizes the damage to the relationship, which is a big thing for me because I was doing lots of damage to relationships by voicing them way too harshly, right? So like I didn't have issues with boundary pushing because no. like
everybody was like terrified, right?
Yeah, I mean, like I wasn't mean, like so I wasn't like a bully. It's just like if people push my boundary even a little bit, I'd be like, hey, you need to stop. Like I'd call them out then hard and quick. But it did a lot of damage to relationships and it made people feel like I was unapproachable, right? And kind of like they can't come and just talk to me about things, which is not what I wanted. So I think for boundaries, it's figuring out, like, really genuinely practicing the skill of, like, how to deliver them in ways that you feel comfortable delivering them, and practicing different scales of boundaries that you need for different situations. Like, how do you address a boundary when somebody is, like, potentially bordering on, like, being kind of assaulting or, like, abusive, versus a boundary of just, like, I'm a little bit uncomfortable, please stop.
Yeah. And that's actually really interesting to me, because I've had, like, this experience where, like, I've engaged with someone who kind of treats everything as, like, the same. Like, if you, like, if it's, like, a boundary that is, like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of, like, I don't want to trivialize boundaries, though, but, like, let's say the boundary is, like, hey, I'm busy. It's very different from, like, hey, never talk to me again, right? But, like, the response would be identical. And it was like it's like a really difficult. So I actually would be really curious, like, what's the right way of interacting with someone who's, like, working their way through navigating, like, voicing boundaries in a kindly manner, I guess. Yeah. Like, what was the right way of talking to you?
So
yeah.
What Erudite just said, like, with boundaries, I'm like, no, that hard line, stop, we're done. Yeah, very relatable.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've always had a bad time. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's kind of a question, like, I kind of call it, like, how do you navigate relationships with people who become kind of boundary tyrants? Like, they're a little bit too extreme with how they handle, right? And, like, that's why I'm really interested in forensic clients, because a lot of times when they do boundaries, they also just bully people, right? And they're like, but it's my boundary! And I'm like, yeah, but it's also kind of abusive, so it's not, you know? Which is a weird conversation to be like, when are your boundaries not, like, valid boundaries, essentially? When are they actually, like, going too far? And I kind of try to use the imagery of, like, boundaries ideally should be like fences. Sometimes they can be walls depending on the level of boundary you might need with somebody, right? Especially if somebody has a history of being kind of toxic with you, you might have more of a wall. But ideally, boundaries shouldn't be walls with spikes, you know? We don't want people to run into your boundary and they get really damaged as a result of it. So how do we navigate that? And sometimes boundaries are just little lines in the sand that you point to. And you're like, hey, that line's there. For a reason, by the way. People are like, oh, okay, sorry, right? So that's kind of the language I like to use with, like, individuals that I've worked with that have, like, where they themselves have been abusers in the past, and kind of navigating that. Because a lot of abusers try to justify some of their behaviors. They'll either, like, do the victim blaming stuff, but a lot of them, at least the ones I've worked with, they've tried to justify it through, like, this isn't abuse, these are boundaries that I feel like I need, right? Like, they'll kind of co-opt that language. Yeah, and so I call it, like, palatable assertiveness, right? The palatable for the boundary tyrants, and assertiveness for the, like, agreeable people. Because I actually think boundaries can be helpful for both populations.
I drew three types of boundaries that I will then use for our Canva art piece later on. So we've got the little sand, and then we've got the fence, and then we've got the spiky wall. And we're gonna set the wall on fire. Thanks for the follow person who's followed me. I'm doing art, so I can't call you out, but I appreciate it. There we go.
No, I love that you described that. I like that you specifically, instead of, like, I assume that with having, like, the mental health background, it kind of puts you in a good position to be well versed in these things, where having clear and definable ways to talk about boundaries, even for people who have been perpetuators of abuse at times. So, like, I came from, like, very raised by narcissist background, and people that didn't have any communication skills really when it came to any kind of, like, emotional intelligence. And so whenever you come from those backgrounds, it can be really difficult to work with people who are not abusive, who are good people, who just want to know what your boundaries are. And then you end up, unintentionally recreating some of those same cycles of abuse.
You throw up a wall when all they needed was a line in the sand. Yeah. And then they're just like, they're hurt, right? Because they're like, what did I ever do to you? And I think that there's, like, there's not a lot of space in the common vernacular to be like, it's understandable that people feel hurt. Any boundary is fundamentally a very, very mild form of, like, light rejection. It's just okay. You're a valuable enough individual in yourself that you get to make those rejections sometimes. You're just allowed to. Your space matters too.
And, like, the thing that's interesting for me is I kind of have, like, both worlds, actually. Like, I'm a people pleaser, so I want to set my boundaries aside, but I've also had this experience growing up where, like, boundaries were, like, these, moats with alligators in them and like castle walls, and everything is like incredibly harsh and strict, right? And so what will happen for me, I would bend, snap, and then massive castle slams in the ground, and we're just not having any more engagement. And I had to work my way through letting that happen. So what I ended up, it took me like a decade and a half probably to like really like get it together and like really figure out how this is supposed to work. Where when I'm so like I still have this problem on some level. So like if someone asks me for a favor that I'm like slightly uncomfortable with, I'll probably still do the favor, honestly. And I wouldn't even mention it. If they ask me to do it a second time, then I'll be like, I really didn't like doing this the first time. I'm probably not gonna do it the second time, right? But when I'm actually putting up the boundary, I'm like saying, I don't really wanna, and I actually feel confident in saying it. And the thing is, like being able to say I don't really wanna in a way where you don't feel bad, I think is like such a moment of triumph for anyone who's had problems like setting boundaries. Like I feel particularly good doing that. And once I like feel like that pride in my capacity to do so, it makes it a lot easier for me to reinforce the boundary, because someone might push back a little bit. And I get this with like, I mean, obviously it would be this group, like people who are trying to like hack your stuff, like on Discord, right?
Yeah.
Like they'll be like, hey, play test my game for me, please. And like it was someone that I knew, but like something was up, right? And I was like, I don't have the time for this. And then they were insisting. I'm like, I don't know why you want me to do this. Like, this is clearly not my wheelhouse. Like, you may proceed to move on. And like at first, I might have actually believed that it was a game, but like we went on, it was clear that this person was trying to scam me. But like, my ability to note that scam comes directly from having the boundary and setting the actual boundary rather than like engaging in the game and trying it out.
Right.
If that makes sense. So that's good. I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah. You bring up actually a really good trick that I think is useful for boundaries, because a lot of people like pose a question of like, well, when do I address a behavior, right? Because sometimes boundaries get crossed when they haven't actually been stated, right? And it's tricky when it's like, I feel like this person should know it, but I've never stated it explicitly. So like at what point should I actually talk to another individual about being like, hey, this is a boundary that you keep crossing and I'm not comfortable with it? And I think like there's a really good rule of 3 that I usually do. Like if you get 3 specific examples where they've crossed a boundary and it's been like not okay anymore, whether it's been, I mean, if it's an implicit boundary and they cross it the first time, I'd say just nicely letting them know, like don't get mad at them at all. Don't tell them when they've immediately crossed it. Just later be like, hey, just, this is something I'm not comfortable with. Just drop it smoothly into a conversation so they hear it. But if somebody is explicitly crossing your boundaries, I try to give them like 3 chances, because everyone can fuck up once. Everyone has a bad day once. In fact, everyone can even have a bad day twice in a row. But by the time it's happened 3 times, it's probably a character pattern, right? There's something going on in the behavior, and this is going to keep repeating. And you should write them down, right? Write them down and have them on hand so that when you confront them with the first instance, they're going to try to like wiggle their way out of it and tell you why it wasn't actually what you thought it was. Then you hit them with the second instance and they feel worse, but they may still try to still wiggle out. Almost no one can wiggle out and like not be actually confronted with the behavior when you have 3 precise examples, right? Because the pattern emerges and it's so obvious by the time there's 3, right? And it's super effective for somebody who's been like the boundary tyrant. I want to address when they cross my boundary explicitly the first time. I want to fucking get on that shit, right? I want to tell them now, today. I don't want to wait 10 minutes. Like, do not pass. Like, I'm fucking going in right now. And that's been really valuable for me to learn. Like, no. Write it down, see if it happens again, because it extends that grace. And it's also a good tool for people who really suck at boundaries to be like, hey, has it been 3 times? And then they're like, yeah. And it's like, okay, well, it's probably worth confronting now. Like you are fully within your right to confront this behavior. It's been 3 times. A pattern has emerged.
Yeah, no, that's really good. And I think like part of stating the boundary is also like being clear with the details like regarding the boundary too. Like it shouldn't be like this sort of like arbitrary like I don't know. Like I think never do this again is fine. Like in some instances, but like if it's like a thing where like you're trying to like you need time, right? And you're like trying to figure out like how much. Like I tend when I need space from people, I tend to make it like a day or a week or like a month. I'm like, okay, look, this month I'm really, really busy. I don't have time for you right now. Hope you're not offended.
Right.
And I think like actually putting like specific details, like if someone is like, if there's like I don't know how to verbalize this, like when there's like a kind of an abstract detail that's like really really important to the boundary, and maybe I just did verbalize it, like just making sure that none of the details of the boundary are abstract, like relevant details that a person might be wondering about. If a person doesn't know how to execute your instructions, then they can't follow your boundary. And I think making sure that all the details are particularly clear as you're working your way through is like super duper important for sure. And so like I have a tendency in my, like if I'm having a hard, like I try to be an open communicator, right? Like I explicitly state, hey, I'm confused, or hey, I've got this problem, or hey, what are we going to do here, right? If that's not working, I'm out. I bail. Like I will actually pull the plug on the relationship like completely. Like I will literally just be like, I never want to be in this situation again. And like it takes a lot for someone to like come back after that's happened. One case in point, I had someone pre-COVID who, you know, we were friends. We talk about like relationship stuff every once in a while, and I was busy for 2 weeks, so I wasn't able to call her back or whatever else. And when I do finally call her, it was like right after her birthday. She said, I don't want us to be friends anymore. That was her manipulative thing. What's the is there a term for that when you're like going to end a friendship over a trivial thing? Like what kind of manipulation would we
being petty? I don't know.
Like,
petty?
is it a threat, or is it something that they're actually following through on? Because I think those
it's a
are very
threat.
different.
I think it's a threat. So like maybe it's like blackmail, emotional blackmail. That's what I want to say. Yeah.
Oh, like she's threatening to end the relationship over a petty thing.
Yeah, emotional blackmail. That's a thing to talk about. That pisses me off. So she was emotionally black, but I'm usually pretty good at dealing with it. So emotional, and like, because the thing is, like, I've had a lot of people in my life do this to me. Not to, I don't want to badmouth anyone specifically that I still talk to, who may or may not be a parent who
It's
might
Wick.
be emotionally black. Wick? No, I don't want to out anyone either, but someone did send me some very love bombing messages right after I said that this would destroy me. I'm just gonna say that right now.
It
Like,
was
what?
Wick.
Entirely possible. But yeah, no. So she's just like, I don't want us to be friends anymore. And I was just like, all right, cool. These are all the times you've done this exact same thing to me. And I didn't have the rule of 3 in my mind. I just was like really pissed off. So I was like, you do this to me all the time. You never take my advice. That's fine. We don't have to be friends. In fact, you've done this with your other friend. I don't want to expose her personal details here, but like, there are other friends that she's done this very petty thing too, where like, you know, she's not quite getting what she wants. It's completely unreasonable where her demands are. She's no longer friends with them. So I was like, all right, cool, peace, I'm out. And then COVID struck, and like she was like ground zero New York, and I thought about her for a moment, and I didn't call her. I was like, nah. Like even though I care about, and I will always care about the people that have been in my life on some level, but I'm not gonna go back to them and be like, oh, how are you doing? I heard you had a bad day or whatever else. No, like the reason why the friendship or the relationship is over is because you treated me like shit, and until you've proven to me that you won't treat me like shit, I have no reason to try to get back into this thing, like whatsoever.
So I think that's something that like I've seen in chat or people talking about, like, how do you know when someone's treated you bad enough to justify, like, okay, I've made a boundary, I've told you the boundary, I've set the boundary, and you keep crossing it. But then it's kind of like, one thing I think is worth remembering is that there is not a mandate that we keep relationships with anyone. Like, there could be totally okay people that you just don't mesh with, and like, you can just end the friendship without being a horrible person. Like, you don't need to, you know, go off on them or be horrible towards them, but you can totally just step back and be like, you know what? This set of behaviors doesn't work for me. Maybe there's nothing wrong with it, but
okay,
I'm just not feeling it.
So that's fair, and maybe I shouldn't have gone off on her when she.
Oh no, not saying that you were going off. Just saying, like,
what we're
kind
kind
of
of
acceptable.
Well, it sounds like
that was your point.
What you're talking about is like what she was laying out was what I say, like, it's a relationship non-negotiable, and you are absolutely allowed to have relationship non-negotiables, and people can choose whether or not they're willing to confront, right? So, for example, in my marriage, a relationship non-negotiable is monogamy. I want to be monogamous. I'm a jealous fucker. There's no way I could do a polyamorous relationship. Like 0% chance I could manage it because I'm super jealous. Like I just couldn't do it. And I'm not interested in like making the dynamics. That is an absolute relationship non-negotiable that some of the dating partners I had in the past decided, nope, that doesn't work for me. You can always walk away from a relationship non-negotiable. And I just want to say, like, people can have relationship non-negotiables, but I try to like emphasize, like, make sure they fucking count. Like, make sure they're actual non-negotiables, right? If it's a petty thing, yeah. If you say it's me or this petty thing, people might choose to walk away, and you don't really get to be like sad and boo-hoo you when they do, because you set the ultimatum and they made their choice. So like relationship non-negotiables, I think, are fundamental. You have to figure out what they are. Just make sure that you're certain about them, and they should be meaningful things, right? Not like simple things like, I don't like it when you like look or like wear a certain type of shirt and stuff like that, right? Like that would be a dumb reason to have a, I don't like it when you take 2 days to text back to me. Okay, I would argue that's probably not a good relationship non-negotiable. You can have it, just know the pool of people who are going to be willing to yield to that is a lot smaller. So just
Right.
just acknowledge that. And if you take responsibility for your non-negotiables, but it seems like what she's doing is kind of she's using a relationship non-negotiable to blackmail you into forcing you to basically comply with a great consequence. And it's just like, as soon as people like try to like use like big consequences to force me to do like pretty small petty things, it's an immediate red flag of like, I'm just not interested in this relationship then, like friendship or otherwise. Like it's just like, this is bullshit. I don't care.
Exactly.
Yep.
So actually, this is interesting because so I know what my non-negotiable is. Like straight up, it's just communication. Like if someone's pissed with me and there's a problem, I just need to know so we can work it out. And like the key is they need to be able to inform me of the problem, and they also need to be willing to talk about das problem. And if that doesn't happen, then I'm pissed. Like I can't, and like it actually makes me angry.
Yeah.
And not like, I don't mean it in like a intimidating way. It means like I'm just like really frustrated because I would like to work it out. I want to be friends with everyone. I'm a people pleaser. I will literally, this is incredibly unhealthy, but I am very happy to break myself for the sake of making other people happy. Not that it's a healthy pattern at all, and phrasing it that way is incredibly problematic. I understand that, but like, I will literally go to great lengths to help others. That's my thing.
Right.
So if someone's not telling me what they need, I can't help. And that frustrates the shit out of me.
So I would guess another non-negotiable, maybe you don't have, but might be something to think about. Because for me, non-negotiables are things I absolutely need. And they're not moral. They just are. They're just absolutely what, for me as an individual, needs to make this relationship work and be healthy. So for you, I would say probably not having a boundary tyrant is a really important non-negotiable for you, because you're going to get into a very, very codependent, unhealthy relationship very quickly if you're a super high people pleaser and they're like an unreformed boundary tyrant, right? If they're still engaging in like boundary tyranny.
And I feel like I've kind of got like a flip side relationship non-negotiable where I have to have somebody who will tell me what their boundaries are. I don't like accidentally hurting people, and I really like it. It's very nice and kind for people to let me know what I will do that will hurt them way before I get there, or like people who won't like accidentally bend to my will. So like I can come across as very gung-ho about something and suggest it as like, let's go to this park or this restaurant or something, and I'll be like, oh yeah, we can do that, and like kind of bend into it even though they don't really want to go there, just as a lighthearted example. And I may not be like super dead set on going to any particular place, but if they're always bending to my will, and then I find out like months later that they hated this restaurant and they just never told me or never communicated that, I'm like, nope, I needed that information. Sorry.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. I can relate to that. Because I will feel awful if I didn't realize that I was accidentally hurting someone, for sure. Like I actually, like, you know, like I have like the traditional like or the Darth Vader no like moment from like Revenge of the Sith, right? Like that's like what goes in my head when like such events happen. So like I really do need some sort of indicator too. But it's not non-negotiable. Like I'm actually able to forgive myself for accidentally stepping on someone's unvoiced boundaries, which is why it goes to communication for me.
Yeah, I would
It's
say
like
the non-negotiable for me in that situation isn't so much the person who doesn't voice it, but when they weaponize it against me. So like 3 months down the road, right? I never knew, and then they say, "Well, you should have," like the mind reader, right? Where it's just like, "You should have mind read me. You should have known." It's like that level of communication. I don't know if it's a full non-negotiable. I'm pretty much willing to negotiate most relationship stuff to an extent, but like if somebody's saying this is a part of who I am, I need you to mind read what my boundaries are. And you should, and more than that, you should have known, and you're a bad person for not. If that will never change, it's a non-negotiable, as in like I just know that my relationship won't work out with you. It doesn't mean that you're a morally bad or good person, right? Because maybe this mind reader person will find somebody who's super intuitive and can just mind read them all the time, and is also like not super pushy, and it works out great for them, and that's fine. But I know for me, like I really hate taking on the baggage of other people's like unresolved stuff, right? Like I don't want you to put out your anxiety on me and stuff like that, and I'm willing to put up with it for a little bit, but if it like keeps happening all the time, I'm just gonna end up resenting this relationship, and I don't want to be in a relationship with somebody where I resent them, right? So like being clear, like when I'm saying non-negotiables, because some people in the stream and stuff are kind of being like, well, we're just saying these are bad people, and it's like, I'm not saying they're bad people. I'm just saying I can't work with it, and I know I'm going to resent them in like 2 years, and I don't want to be in a relationship with somebody where I resent them in 2 years, best friend or partner.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like I completely dig that too. I was gonna say, and this is, I used to be on the other end of this. I used to have the mind reading expectations from my partners, and it took me so long to realize that voicing what you want doesn't have to be like a deal breaker. Because like I would have, and like I'm gonna give you the mentality here because this is really dumb. Or not dumb. I don't want to be judgmental here. Like I grew up with this like expectation that like, you know, whoever is your significant other is supposed to be able to like kind of get you, right? And like I would actually feel hurt when there was a misunderstanding. So like I do this and then someone is upset that I did this without understanding my intentions and they yell at me, right? That like cuts deep. And so instead of voicing why I did X, Y, or Z, I would be too resentful to actually express it. Yeah. And then I would just, you know, internalize it. And I would like, you know, box it. I referenced this earlier too. There's a sequel to Stephen King's The Shining. I forgot what it's called. Dr. House, Dr. something. I don't know if anybody's seen the movie. I'm sure there's 400 people watching your chat right now. Like one of them has seen this movie and they're going to type the name of the movie and I'm going to be really grateful for it. The sequel to The Shining, guys. Come on. Anybody.
Dr. Sleep.
Dr.
I got
Sleep.
it.
Yes. Okay, Dr. Sleep. And in that movie,
chat's so cool, hey? They just give you the answers.
It's beautiful. He would box his ghosts, right? And put them in little boxes and like cage them away. And that's like the metaphor for what I would do with all these traumas. That weren't really traumas because I didn't voice my expectations. I just treated it as like a thing that someone did to hurt me intentionally without actually expressing that it hurt me, so they had no idea. They're completely oblivious. Yeah. And they're minding their own business and everything's fine. And then finally I'd be like, you know, sad enough and I'd be like, you know, this happened and this happened and this happened. And I realized while I was being sad boy and expressing these things, that I could just have done it in the first place without the emotional trigger, and it'd be that much nicer and that much happier.
I think that's a learned behavior, like not telling people when they've hurt you. I think that is like one of the hardest things to like get over whenever you've had the repeated experience. Like what I've experienced is that, you know, somebody hurts you, you try to tell them about it, and in a non-confrontational way, and they're just not, in my case it was somebody who was an abusive person, but they were just not capable of hearing the words, "You've hurt me," without hearing also, "I hate you, you're a horrible person, you'll never get anything right." And they would respond to that. And so I think after you have that so many times, I think you really just have to practice like rewiring your brain to be like, if I tell someone that they've hurt me, this will end badly for me. It's like, no, scratch that out, tell them, communicate, and the situation might be improved.
Yeah, I dig that. It's actually a lot like that, but I would say that like I didn't feel necessarily that like they were saying I was a bad person. I was like more frustrated that I was being misunderstood, and I was assuming that they thought I was a bad person, I guess. So like there's like it's a weird minutia, I guess. Like maybe we don't need to get into it as much, but like I knew logically that they didn't think I was a bad person. I just like emotionally felt like a bad person. I think that's
No,
like
but like on the other end, like for the person, so like you're the person who's
Hmm.
hurt, and then like sometimes I feel like whenever a person is hurt and we try to tell the person who's hurt us that they've hurt us, that person hears all the negative that's attached to it of like us saying, well, you hurt me because you're this, and even when that's not what we're saying.
Yeah. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
with you.
sorry, I wasn't good at
No, it's
discussing
cool.
that.
I think in large part it's because like our culture by and large is still like pretty deeply informed by our religious background, and I think in general we have a pretty hard time disentangling that like people can do bad and not do bad things, right? For me, I have a really hard time hearing from somebody that I've hurt them, because I immediately and I go on the defense immediately because it's like, well, I'm not a bad person, right? And I have a hard time holding space for acknowledging I can do a bad thing. I can even intentionally do a bad thing, and it doesn't make me a bad person overall. But also, sometimes I kind of am being a bad person, and what the fuck am I gonna do about it, you know? It seems like there's so little space for people to just be like, if you're bad, you can come back from it. Like if you've actually been a bad person, right? So when I've worked with people who have been abusers, I would say they've been bad people. They need to come back from it. And you can do a bad action and not be a bad person too, right? Like there's all these steps in between, but we like immediately moralize these things, regardless of what the hurt person says. Like I think like sometimes hurt people come about it in the worst way and they do moralize it, right? I think if you approach it from saying you are a bad person and you hurt me, it's unsurprising when you get a defensive reaction, but it might be true, right? The reality is it might be true, and you might lose that relationship. But what is the alternative? Staying in that relationship where you both resent each other and you both think you're bad people? Like that's not the alternative, which is hard because that means going out on your own potentially, which is scary.
Well, and it's just so much easier, like culturally in writing and what like memes and social media to just categorize in black and white and to always go, well, bad people are like this separate thing. Like you're not ever just maybe 10% bad and 90% good. Like you're just like a totally separate entity, and because they're so different, I could never be a bad person. And it's so much easier to just try to completely separate the two instead of saying like, well, there is that entire spectrum.
Yeah. And for me, like it was, like, that sucks. Like having to, because like I would definitely moralize everything. Actually, like I would, and when I did something that, when I would accidentally toe in someone's boundaries, or when I accidentally did X, Y, or Z, I would moralize those decisions. I would moralize those events, and I would punish myself for it, and it would actually kind of feed into a cycle where like I would justify problematic behavior, like I would drink and all sorts of other stuff, as a response. Like I'm a bad person anyway, so I should just be a bad person, and I'm gonna drink and smoke black cigarettes and be all emo about it. That might have been a phase. That did happen. I'm not proud of it, but we did the black cigarette thing. It was pretty it's pretty cringe. But no, so it took me a long time to realize that you can take your story, like whether it's being on either end of a bad interaction, and use it for learning and use it for like growth and trying to prevent bad events from happening again. Like that's the goal, objectively speaking. Like everybody's going to make bad decisions, everybody's going to do something stupid, and all we need to do is I'm not god damn it. Yes, I'm here to talk about punishing myself. And yes, I actually did some things that were really weird. Like when I was drinking, I guess I'll tell the story because like, why not? Since I was like void pilled and like, all dark, and I would have the black cigarettes, sometimes I'd be out hanging out and talking about how horrible of a person I was, and I would actually put the cigarettes in the back of my hand. Like I actually would do things like that because I was like, going through punishment or going like I was, I had like the metaphorical eye patch on my eye. And like you can't really see it right now, but like there's like definitely like some burn scars that come from me just being like, yeah, and like people would look at me like they're really impressed with like, because it was like
How
kind
tough
of
you are.
yeah, it's kind of like a really fucked up thing to do, right? Like who does that? well, I can do it, no problems. Wow, you really like that, huh? Okay, noted. I'll get back to you, Wick. But no, so I think going back to my point though, I think there is something to be said for like taking those stories where like you like any bad interaction you could literally turn into a situation where that you could grow from and just try to prevent that same thing from happening again. Like you won't be able to do it with the people that were on the other end of that interaction, but you can do it with all the new people that you meet like one day, so on and so forth. I think and that's like the important thing to take away from any bad experience you have.
Yeah.
Or bad
And yes.
experience you create.
Yes, or a bad experience you create by yeah. And I went there was like 1 month while I was like dealing with all this stuff, like when I was at my worst, when I was at my true like lowest sense of self, I think. There was a month where I was drunk more nights than sober. Like it was 17 nights of drinking, 14 nights of like recovery.
Damn.
In 1 month period. Like that's a lot of drinking. And
Yeah.
I didn't call myself an alcoholic or anything. I didn't think of it as alcoholism.
Right.
I was having fun with all my friends. And like I was like, you know, community, so like all the community building stuff that I do here, like I did that in a very toxic way. All my like there'd be people from all the different social groups, they'd hang out with me, we'd all party, we'd go wherever. And I mean, and I didn't set boundaries. This is where me learning to set boundaries was really important because they would just show up at my house and they'd be like, hey, let's drink. Like doors unlocked. They just walk right into my room, barge right in.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to chill, play video games. I wasn't planning on drinking and they'd have like, you know, a fifth, they'd plop it on my desk and I'd be like, all right, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
It was a wild life. It was a really crazy thing that we were doing. And
I think
like,
there's like another side of this too, though, where like, yeah, like we can get into these places where we get really self-destructive, and because we've got a narrative that we tell ourselves about who we are, and then we're more inclined to do things that are consistent with that because that's just sort of like neutral baseline that we've established. And I think that like something that's easy to kind of lose sight of, and I am very bad about this myself, is the ways that there's like this progression that I've seen people follow where they experience people treating them poorly and they try to metabolize that into, okay, like how do I make sense of this? Why did people treat me that way? And it turns into, well, they treated me that way because I deserved it somehow. And then they start punishing themselves. And I feel like it can be really difficult to be a person that's easy to be in like a good two-way relationship with whenever one party is very self-destructive and then the other is you know, just having to try to like interact with them on that level. It's like, how do you get yourself into a place? Because I think that there is a certain level of, I hate when people use that phrase, like you can't love others until you love yourself, because, or you can't be loved until you love yourself. Because that's just, I don't think that's true at all. But I do think it can be really difficult to put yourself in situations where you are most likely to receive healthy, good, like support from other people if you are surrounding yourself in chaos.
Yeah. And I think like I'm bringing this under emotional blackmail. Like I think self-destructive behavior can be an unintentional form of emotional blackmail. Like if you're in a relationship with someone, if you care about someone, and like their response to anything that goes wrong is the spiral of one kind or another, where they're punishing themselves or drinking or whatever else. Like I was doing that for a long time, right? That has a huge impact on your partner. That has a huge impact on anyone who gives a shit about you, because they're going to be wondering how they can help, because they don't want to see you get destroyed, but they can't. Like there's no way of actually getting at someone who is like, you know, halfway through a bottle and, you know, going through hell.
We have to be willing to do extreme intervention, right? Like you have to be willing to
Yeah.
basically be like, I'm like, because I've been involved with friends with pretty extreme intervention, at risk of basically being like, I don't care. Like I remember one of my friends right before she was getting married, she struggled really. She had some pretty severe borderline personality disorder, and she had a really, really chaotic and like traumatic childhood and stuff like that as well, right? Which typically goes hand in hand. And so I remember one night she got really upset and kind of took off into like the downtown metro area. I live in Canada, pretty far north in Canada in the middle of winter. So it was like minus 30, super cold. So we had to kind of make this decision. I was with another friend. And so my dramatic intervention was we basically hunted this downtown city to end up finding her in an alley, like chain smoking. She had been sober from smoking for like 6 months or something like that. Chain smoking and kind of engaging in this self-destructive behavior. And I basically had to be like, I'm either leaving you here and you can stay out. I'm either driving you to the homeless shelter and you can stay there, or you could walk there, or you're going home with me right now and I'm throwing out your thing of cigarettes. Like those are your choices, right? Which is really involved level. But like, I don't think that is a standard to expect from people, right?
Yeah, most people don't do that.
No, and to be honest, like most people don't have to. Like that's an extreme level, and like to be honest, like for me, it didn't pay off in the end. Like she still ended up being like mostly kind of a really shitty friend to me. Really took advantage of me, and I ended up having to end the friendship later, anyways, because like a lot of boundaries just still ended up getting crossed, right? But I've had other friends who were like highly suicidal, and I like did like pretty dramatic interventions with them, and they're still alive, and we're still friends and close, right? So you can do dramatic intervention, but I think like most people aren't willing to do that. I wish more people were, because it's obviously good to do that, but it takes a lot of
Well, it also takes like self-awareness too. Right?
Yeah.
It's not just will. I think self-awareness, because like I think the worst thing that could happen is someone saying, okay, I need to take this to an extreme level when like it's actually not required. Like good actors who are just like, oh, this requires an extreme intervention. Let's get everybody in and we're going to stop this behavior. And it turns out that the behavior wasn't that big of a deal. And that in itself could be toxic. So I think it's like really, really important. Like for me, my extreme intervention story, I was playing World of Warcraft and someone in the guild like sent goodbye messages to everybody in the guild, right? Like that's a sign that's going to happen. All right. I did some detective work, like figured out what their Facebook was, found out where their hometown was, called the local high school. It was a small enough town. Hey, one of your former students is about to off themselves. And like cops arrived at his house. Like I was able to nail it, right? Like it took me like probably half an hour to figure out all the stuff. So that was like the probably the best version of a direct interference that I was able to do. And like the person and I aren't like particularly close, but like if I looked them up and said, hey, how have you been? They'd be happy to talk, right? So that was like a good sign. There's a few times where I've done things like that where the person in question whose life was maybe on the line deeply resented it and we don't talk anymore. Because like maybe they really they didn't feel like they could trust me with the information anymore or whatever else. And maybe they weren't really going to do it, but they're just talking about how bad they felt. So like I really had I've talked to I was thinking about it, like I've actually have a disproportionately large number of friends who've I mean I don't know if it's disproportionate or not. I've had a lot of people in my life that have had thoughts of self-harm, right? And I've actually had to like hone in and like figure out like when it's okay to do a direct intervention and when I should just like trust their capacity to be okay.
Yeah.
I feel like with any time you decide to step in with especially situations dealing with like addiction behaviors, especially like prolonged ones, is like you kind of do have to make that call of either like if somebody in that situation try to have an intervention and they cut you out, they resent you for it, I think you have to be strong enough to know that like you will stand by that choice regardless of how that situation goes, because you can't always reliably predict how it will turn out. And then I think the point isn't always necessarily like, will this person still like me after we have this conversation? It's like, could you, with good conscience, still continue feeling okay about what your actions were if you don't step in?
Correct. And that's absolutely true. Like I wouldn't, even the individual I'm thinking of particular here, who will never talk to me again, I don't feel bad about the choice I made those 2 times. I don't feel bad about those choices. Like I think I needed to intervene. That's why I did intervene. But I still, at the end of the day, kind of honed in on what indicators I should be looking for in terms of like what's more serious and what's just like kind of venting. Because like there's a difference, right, between venting and then I can't say the word. My
Ideological?
No, ideation. Is that?
Oh, suicidal ideation. Yep.
Yeah, that word. I did it. Woo! Yeah.
Nice.
When someone has the ideation, that's very, very different from venting about how sad they are and how like life's not worth living, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like I think the key is noting access, and knowing what is actually real, and then what is like kind of a perceived. It could be like a misrepresentation from my perception, I guess.
Yeah, and it's important to discern between like, is this person in passive ideation or active ideation, right? Because the level of threat increases, right? Like passive ideation is still concerning, but saying things like, I wish I could just wake up and not be alive and stuff, those would be more like passive. There's no intent to harm. They're just kind of wishing that they could not be around anymore. Still deeply concerning, but the level of intervention that's going to be required in that situation is a lot less immediate than somebody who's like actively thinking about wanting to kill themselves and also has like a plan. They have an intention. They have like all of their steps figured out. They have means. They have access. They have previous attempt histories. All these factors begin to add up to much more increasingly acute concerns.
Yeah, exactly.
I think something I personally like, a piece of information that I keep close, just because especially when I was younger, and I think in a lot of like teen relationships, this was a thing that I saw popping up for my friends repeatedly, was the emotional blackmail of, if you leave, I will kill myself. And that has always been it is always okay. Like, as somebody if you're not a mental health professional, it is not your training, not your skill set. You are not individually in a place to handle somebody else who is suicidal. It is totally acceptable to say, this is too much for me. I am not responsible for anyone else's survival. I'm going to, call the authorities, call the cops if it is a dire situation, try to send you a link to local resources in your area, but also understanding that nobody has the right to say, my life is now in your hands. This is your responsibility now. So
well, we would actually qualify that as emotional abuse. Like broadly, I've seen within psychology, we just qualify it as emotional abuse. It's really toxic form of engagement. And my recommendation is always to walk away in those situations. And you're like, well, what if? And I'm like,
nope.
What if what? Like you can't keep them alive. You can call the cops for them if you're worried of immediate thing, but you cannot carry the weight of an entire person's other life on your shoulders. Yeah. It is impossible to do. Even mental health professionals don't do that. And so if mental health professionals don't do that, you can't either. You can do what you want, and you can do more or less intervention that you're willing to, but I think it's important to say, like, when you're willing to help somebody, it is a good thing. It is not an obvious bad thing if you can't or are not willing to, right? It's neutral. And then if you actively try to harm them in that, okay, well, that's bad, obviously, right?
No, for sure. And I think I would say it doesn't even have to be like threats of like death even. It could be like literally like self-harm, like self-harming behaviors, like this is like if they are telling you, hey, I'm about to do this, like, go on a 3-day binge of alcohol and drugs because this happened, and if you leave me, I'm going to do this again or whatever. Like, that's a perfectly fine reason to leave too. Like anything that's like self-harming in nature, I think is like a perfectly reasonable line to walk away from, like, for sure. Right. Times 1,000. Yeah. Also, I just want to point out that I've gotten 2 L's in a row. So look at that L. I just want to zoom in on this L. Like, I've done this twice now with Lilac in the audience. That's a perfectly drawn L.
That is a perfectly
drawn L. And we're not
going
to see this again.
But you're zoomed in also on that D, which really detracts from your L. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. Well, I mean, no, it doesn't though, because the D is that bad, and we're getting these perfect L's. This is the second time this has happened in front of Lilac Doll. That's impressive. Like, I can draw L's nicely. Like, I'm just very proud of it. Okay. We're not going to see it again. And see, compare this to the other L when I drew love bombing. It's just, I wanted to actually talk about extreme condescension, because that one is fascinating for me. Because I grew up in a household that had a little bit of condescension going on. And also, I like to be very educational sometimes, and sometimes I can be accidentally condescending. And I don't mean to be accidentally condescending. I just wanted to get my words out, and I didn't want to make you feel bad, but I did it, and so on and so forth. Mm-hmm. So what is it that actually triggers you, Erudite? Like, give me a scenario. Give me, like, the thing.
Pretty much any condescension really triggers me. I get pretty butt mad pretty easily. It's like the one thing that I gotta work on. Like, only once in my Discord have I actually, like, gotten really fucking pissed off at somebody. It's because they came in condescending as hell. Like, right? Yeah. Like you saw me in, I don't know if you've watched my Mr. Girl conversation. Like, I can manage a lot of, like, tense emotional situations. I give the benefit of the doubt almost always, but you condescend to me and I fucking blow up. Like, I can't do it. It's so bad. I need to like get a grip on this shit a little bit. Yeah. It's like the one way to like get me off pretty quickly.
I am so like,
and not get me off in a good way, get me off in a bad way. Just to be clear about that.
Right. Very important since we're talking.
Yeah,
about
it's not a kink as well. It's only a hated thing.
No. I was gonna say like the whole this whole space, like the Twitch politics space, has so much condescension.
Yeah, like Vosh. I really have a hard time listening to Vosh, ever.
Yeah.
Particularly if he ever engages with Destiny, because he's just like
oozing.
Because to me, a lot of condescension is usually you're insecure, but you're also super prideful. And you often are trying to approach it of like, I'm just going to belittle you and make you feel like you're stupid and small because I'm so insecure about my own standing that's like the best way I can manage it. Not all condescension. Some condescension comes from assholes who literally just think that they're better than you. As somebody who's like been from an academic field, I've experienced a lot of condescension from people who literally just think that they're way smarter than you. And it's really frustrating. And it's like, bar none, the greatest recipe to make everyone not give a fuck about what you have to say, even if you're right, which is why like when academics do it, I get particularly frustrated with it because I used to do it, A, and B, if you're wanting to like teach people about science and like empiricism and stuff, if you do it condescendingly, you've lost everyone. Yeah, because nobody fucking likes it.
Well, it's like, who are you talking for? Are you talking for the people that should be like getting and receiving it, or are you just trying to make yourself feel good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's usually just to make yourself feel good. Yeah, it's kind of like your own personal circle jerk, which is just like cringe, and it doesn't help anything. I have strong feelings about it though. So. Does it?
The chess world is all about like condescension. Like, oh, I solve this chess puzzle with a chess engine and I know the answer, so I'm going to present this chess puzzle to you and watch you struggle with it for like a whole hour while gleefully clapping my hands, haha, like something like that, right?
Yeah.
Or like, oh well, that wasn't the best move, you should do this, this, and this. Or especially since like chess play has like a mathematically reliable way of measuring your skill level, so someone who has a higher skill level than you will totally, if they're like this type of personality, will totally make you feel bad about what you've done in chess that's not great. Like, it's all over the chess world, which is why I strive to avoid that like a lot in my lessons and stuff. But.
And it's really common in intellectual spheres because it's very much not trying to be like, I'm not better than you because I'm stronger or anything else. Like, I've seen condescension, I guess, in that way, but usually it's more like alpha male, like aggression. Condescension seems like really popular in like intellectual spheres where they're being like, I'm just smarter than you. And I just like want to turn around and be like, I don't give a fuck. You can be really smart and a fucking piece of shit. Maybe your kids still hate you, you know? I don't give a fuck that you're smart.
That is the fastest way to like get me to rage on the Twitch streams where I play music, is to come in and I've had people go like, you should be playing this in this key, or can you sing this like in this way, or like just usually and like not nicely, not like, oh, I have a preference, but just like, can you not? And it's just like, yeah, I would love to see you get on here and cover some chord sheets for 4 hours and like do all of them specifically the way that you're describing. Like, if you know how to do this, then please have your own stream and leave mine alone.
It's the same thing with chess too, right? Like, you lose a game on stream and everybody's like, oh man, you should have played, rook b3 instead of rook c3. How'd you fuck that up? Well, you weren't playing the goddamn game. I'm streaming it. It's hard. Like, people who play chess on stream perform statistically like 100 points like lower in rating. Like, they really, I said statistically, maybe that's like incorrect, but like seeing chess players tank on stream is like a super common phenomenon. And it's hard to play when you've got an audience and you're trying to interact with chat and you're trying to like, figure out like, what you're trying to do while they're being judgmental and stuff. Like, it sucks. It sucks. Like, a lot of chess streamers are like working their way through this for sure.
Yeah. And condescension seems like it's like people are trying to like elevate themselves up the social hierarchy, but they're not doing it by increasing their own status through like competency or anything. They're just doing it by trying to undercut those around them, which is just like really, really shitty. Especially when it's around intellectualism, because I honestly think like being smart is just like one thing that is way over moralized in our culture. And honestly, I don't give a fuck if you're smart, because there's a lot of really highly intelligent people that have some pretty dumbass ideas. So it's like, I don't care that you're smart. Oh, yeah, you can see how mad I get.
Yeah, no, and it's like I don't care if you're
Justified,
smart.
though.
It's if you're nice. Like, just be nice about your intelligence. And there's like plenty of people who can do that. So I don't have to surround myself with people who are going to be petty and judgy about like their cool capacity or like whatever they've studied. Like, just be kind to people who aren't as strong as you. Or
You can even
aren't
be
as,
mean.
like,
Just don't be condescending. Don't say you're wrong
how do you
because
be-
you're dumb.
So,
Just say
yeah,
you're
no,
dumb. Like, just say you're
how do you do
dumb.
that?
By being mean, I prefer aggression 110% over
I
passive
can't
aggression.
deal with that.
Oh.
Passive aggression sucks, but aggression sucks too.
Oh, I love aggression compared which is why in part I'm really good with like ODD kids and like criminals and stuff
Okay.
like that. Okay, because they'll be aggressive as fuck. Same with like people in addiction, they're aggressive,
Okay.
but they're very rarely passive aggressive. And when they are, you could just kind of be like, stop being passive aggressive, and then they're like, fine, I'm just gonna be aggressive instead. And I'm like, I'd prefer that. At least it's fucking honest, you know. The problem with like
Correct.
yeah, passive
I
aggression
can't-
is just dishonest. It's like you're like kind of backhandedly trying to be aggressive towards somebody. So now it's like, now I have to navigate through the weird social murkiness that you're throwing up. I can't just call you out directly because now I look like the asshole, but you're the one being the fucking asshole. You're the kid poking the fat reactive kid in class and then laughing at him when he fucking snaps, right? Makes me so angry.
So I can deal. See, the thing is, like, I can navigate passive aggressiveness way better than aggressiveness. Like, aggressiveness is actually like, I mean, maybe it's just like, you know, my, like, you know, scar tissues or traumas or whatever, but like, aggressive people suck for me to deal with. Like, I can't, like, when it's something who's being passive aggressive, we can get into a battle of wits, and I could be like, aha, touche, whatever, we figured it out, right? And I can,
Passive aggressive is like usually not really anything you can like debate or argue, but it's like, well, I would have brought you, I don't know, like I'm trying to think of like bullshit things that people do, but like I would have brought you something, but then I remembered that your car probably doesn't even have enough room to fit like anything. I'm having trouble thinking of an example, but
I mean, it's like so like if someone like is being passive aggressive, like they might make a joke at your expense, right? Like, you know, and then everybody's or like they're laughing and they're trying to get other people to laugh, and then like the passive aggressive response would be like, "What's funny? Can you explain that?" Right? Like that common thing, and like then they have to vocalize the passive part.
I don't think that's a
And then the
passive
song
aggressive
goes-
response. I think that's actually an aggressive assertive response. Because that's how I
Okay,
respond
okay.
to passive aggression. Is I'll just like if somebody's being passive aggressively rude, my response is usually, "Why are you being rude? Why are you being rude to me right now?" Which immediately, I'm not being passive. I'm being fucking direct, you know?
Well, I'm not calling them passive or rude though. I try to like be as diplomatic in my language as possible.
Yeah, I'm
give
going to call
an
them
out.
rude. But like,
Well,
that's our
anyway,
difference.
I try to
I'm
be
okay
blunt.
with people
Yeah.
being mean. I'm not okay with people bullying and harassing. I think it's better
Right.
to not be mean. Like, overall, I also
Yeah.
agree. We should try to just be nice to people. But if somebody's being mean to you, to be honest,
Yeah.
I think it's fine to clap back and be mean back. I can't do it passive
I
aggressively.
am, yeah,
I'll lose
I
my
am
shit.
very. This time, like, this is interesting because like it sounds like you've had like some really big challenges with like passive aggressive people. Well, I've had huge challenges with like really aggressive people. Like I was like the only brown kid in like, you know, my hometown, right?
Mhm.
So like the types of aggressions I got were a lot more in your face and not very subtle at all.
Yeah.
And there's like no good way of responding to it. Like if I responded aggressively, well, that's gonna be really hard because I skipped a grade. All right.
Yeah.
So like I was smaller than all the other kids too.
Yeah.
Like I was behind and it sucked. Like don't do that. By the way, if anybody wants like parenting advice on skipping grades, don't have your kids skip a grade. It is not fun at all. Like you don't get ahead, you get behind. Promise. Okay, I can't give actual advice, etc., etc., but like legalese, whatever. But like it was a really bad experience for me, so don't do it. But like yeah, so like the types of challenges I had usually was in the form of aggressive behaviors that I could not withstand. Like my friends all backed me up when like, you know, the lowest tier person in the grade was giving me shit. Everybody was willing to stand up and like, you know, defeat the not threat, right?
Mhm.
But then whenever it was someone who had like, you know, status in the grade, you know, it was just me with like the tumbleweeds in the background,
Yeah.
just watching like, you know, my friends even join in sometimes, right? So like I
Mhm.
think it's really a matter of what's happened to us that lets us figure out which ones. So I'd be really curious to see if it's possible for me to like train in a way to deal with aggression and for you to train in a way to deal with passive aggression. Like,
Yeah.
and maybe sort of
because they're the
like,
same,
find
like
some remote
value
balance.
laden wise. Passive aggression and aggression are the same shit. Like if you want to assign them archetypes, passive aggression might be like a more feminine archetype of aggression, whereas direct aggression might be a more masculine archetype. If you want to like assign that, right? But
I
they're
don't
the same
know.
shit. They're just aggression, just expressed differently.
Yeah.
I just get fucking triggered by passive aggression, and I'm fine with aggression.
I was gonna say,
See,
like,
I think I'm
my
okay
male
with
friends were really passive aggressive too. Sorry, go ahead.
No, like I'm okay with basically any situation that I can respond to. So like if someone's being passive aggressive to me, depending on the situation, I'll usually look at it, and oftentimes I'm always running cost benefit analyses of every option at my disposal, from leaving to confronting to private discussion to public humiliation, just like which one is going to do the best. And then usually I don't get a lot of like forward aggression, because typically that's one of the perks of being like a pretty petite female passing person. Like it's just, if someone were to be outwardly aggressive to me in a public setting, it would usually make them look too bad, so people don't go there to begin with. But yeah, it's just like the situations that will get under my skin are the ones where people understand that you have enough social constraints that you can't respond, and then try to like take that approach. And like if I can do anything at all to regain control of the situation, then I'm usually pretty okay with almost anything people could throw at me.
Right.
Yeah, I think for me personally, I know exactly why passive aggression ticks me off more than direct aggression. My dad is autistic, so I was raised by a parent that has autism, right? And a lot of autistic people, they don't imply anything. They just say precisely what they think. Like they're very, very direct, right? And then I grew up with a very ADHD gay brother who, like, self-admitted is very condescending, to the point where, like, he doesn't even realize that he's coming across condescending, because he's just condescending, like, all the time. And I just found, like, for whatever reason, I just know how to handle direct stuff. And aggression is just a bit more direct. There's less veiled stuff. And for me, when I went to high school, I went to a really Dutch high school. And I don't know what Dutch people are like in the Netherlands necessarily, but in Canada, in this like little cohort that I lived in, they're so passive aggressive, but like sneaky passive aggressive, where I missed it. I just didn't see it. And so I was getting like bullied the shit out of. I was like super sad all the time when I was like coming home from school, and I couldn't like put my finger on why. And that's why passive aggression really annoys me, is because it like leaves me feeling like more vague and ambiguous, where I'm just like, I know I feel sad, but I don't know why I feel sad, you know? I know somebody's
Totally
being
fair.
mean to me, but I don't know why. Whereas at least if it's aggressive, I just can tell that they're being mean to me, and I can handle it, because I'm a decently like assertive person, right? And like a lot of people are being like, but we have to talk about like direct versus assertive and stuff. Yes, obviously best practice is to like be assertive rather than mean. Obviously best practice is to be like polite and respond with empathy than to be mean. Like all those caveats are necessary. That's just why personally that's just my trigger. I just get really triggered by condescension.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's literally scar tissue. Just
Yeah.
like the things that have impacted us. Just, yeah. Dating wise. So what was interesting, me and Lilac discovered that we have had relationships where we explored knowledge. Like my first relationship, I was dating someone who just grew up in a household that didn't have access to certain fundamentals, I guess. Is that the right way of phrasing it? I don't know how to phrase it, Lila. We were talking about this on the Valentine's Day panel.
Yeah, I mean, well, so it kind of seemed like we wound up being like Mad Lad and I were two sides of the same coin in two separate relationships, where I had a relationship, and it's like one that I'm still in, where I was coming from a background of having really, like, I was really sheltered, I was homeschooled, lots of conservative values, just a general lack of like liberal education, and having like a lot of discussions about finding out that I was wrong about things. And then it kind of sounded like you were on the other side of that, Mad Lad, with the person you were dating.
Yeah. So exactly that. Like basically the lack of liberal education, and then like, you know, just like historical facts being distorted to push like, you know, certain narratives, that sort of thing. And we just like kind of would sort these things out, and it would be actually kind of positive. Like I wasn't being condescending. It was like, oh, well, that's not what I know. We should explore this. And then, not to say that it was before Google, but like Google was just getting started at the time. And so we were just like, digging through books and like, kind of like exploring these topics, and it was like super duper interesting. So I thought it was like a really cool thing for us to have in common. But like, I guess I'm trying to figure out when it comes to this topic, how does condescension impact a dating experience? So like we have the good, which is like that sort of story, that sort of narrative where we're like helping our partners like figure stuff out. But like, how does it like impact us negatively, I guess?
Yeah. I mean, I think in a lot of relationships, I see that regardless of whether they're like straight or queer or whatever, I see a lot of relationships seem to organize slightly into like one partner who's a little bit more of like the leader in some ways. They call a little bit more of the shots, whereas the other one might be a little bit less like assertive and stuff like that. And I've seen varying degrees, right, where some calls all the shots to the point where it gets like really toxic, and some that are like much, much closer to egalitarian. But it feels like there's always somebody who's like kind of just slightly leading a little bit, you know? I think particularly in those situations, especially if an individual is condescending towards their partner, and they tend to be the more decisionary person as well, the more the pursuer role. I think that can do a lot of undercutting to this person who's maybe a little bit more indecisive, particularly if they're not super good with their rhetoric. Because I think a really big issue with condescension is it convinces people that they're stupid, because that's the goal of it, is to convince people that they're stupid, right? And I think it's really sucky to be in a relationship where you've got a partner who's like go-to in anger is to condescend toward you, especially if you maybe don't have a super well-framed sense of self, because if you're a more passive person, a more indecisive person, and you get treated like you're dumb every time you get angry, especially if it's in a situation where you're having a fight between you two, and the way that you resolve the fight is, well, you were just dumb, right? I think it leads to a lot of like confusion for the other person of being like, am I just stupid? Do I just not understand life, right? Like that's kind of how condescension can mind fuck you a little bit, is if you like buy into it that you're stupid, then you start kind of questioning all of your perceptions in the world, which like starts edging into like potentially even gaslighting territory. I wouldn't call it gaslighting yet, because I actually try to reserve gaslighting for like pretty extreme behaviors, but yeah, it if nothing else, it can mind fuck people. It can really erode their sense of confidence or their sense of ability to like know how to navigate the world from an intellectual or like cognitive standpoint, which in North America, as we've already said, our world is a very cognitive world. Like our world requires it. So if you've been cut down in that area, I think it can really fuck with you in like just engaging with the world around you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And I think like that was something that like in my particular relationship, a lot of it was also not just, and we kind of talked about this on like the Valentine stream, where like it wasn't on the factual educational discussions about like, hey, I thought this, actually that's not correct, and like let's both do this like, quick little Google search research situation. It wasn't a situation where somebody was like just sending information my way that I did not want or that I wasn't interested in. And I think that's a big part, is like if you are somebody and you're like, I don't want to have, there's a maximum number of conversations that I can have in a given span of time where somebody tells me that I'm wrong about something that is just purely factual, doesn't actually relate to anything in a practical way. Like, you kind of have to know, like, how much of that you want to sign up for, and you don't just have to have the same, like, conversation a million times, And so it's not, like, something where, like, on the Valentine stream it got brought up, like, if somebody is just being, just kind of browbeaten into just accepting all of these things. It's like it really needs to be something where both parties are actively engaging, and it's not just one party being like, here, you need to know all of this stuff.
Right, and like just trying to shoehorn it into your like into your brain, like that's definitely
Forget
not good. Yeah, I think like in dating, I wrote this down, like make someone pliable. Like the condescension really does like break down someone's ability to set boundaries, because like how do they know what boundaries to have if they don't feel like they're valid? They don't like if they're losing their self-actualization. Yeah, I think that's really good.
Yep.
Or not the act, but what we've explored here.
Can I talk about a toxic behavior just to add to the list for later? I just keep on seeing it written down. Can I throw on there enabling on toxic behaviors?
Ooh.
And yes, or we can call it yes banning if we want it more like
casually. Enabling, yes. Yeah, whatever. Enabling. I like it. All right.
So it's like, I feel like nobody talks about it enough, and is like
There's only one type of eel.
garbage. Yeah.
Okay.
That
It's
is
so hard to
garbage.
talk about though. 'cause
It is.
It's one of the least aggressive or obviously toxic.
It's
things.
nice seeming. You're
Yeah.
doing it to be nice, and you're nicely poisoning somebody to death sometimes.
Yep.
And it's like, what do you
Yep,
prefer, to be
that's true.
beaten to death or to have somebody like put cyanide in your favorite smoothie? Like, which way do you want to go? Well, you're dead either way, you know? I feel like our culture views tyrannical types of behavior as this really evil, sinister thing, but we don't actually have a lot of space for when we like enable somebody in like the Hansel and Gretel story with like the witch who's like feeding these children and seeming so nice with the pure goal of like eating the children at the end, right? Which I know is a really extreme language, but like enabling is something that I like don't actually think we like know how to contend with in our culture because it just seems nice, and it often is well intended. But I've seen enabling kill more of my clients in addiction than anything else, and so that's why I have a really strong stance on it.
Yeah, we should definitely talk about that. So we've got 2 topics to talk about. Before we get into it, this seems like a good point. I've been really bad about this. This is the thing that I'm the worst at. Promoting financial support for streams. This is the first time I've been streaming for a year and a half, and I've never actually paused and said, hey, this is the time to support your favorite streamers. So if you're watching this, and that goes for my chat or Erudite's chat, please feel free to support your favorite streamer. And or I hope, well, okay, maybe favorite might be a strong term for me, but like definitely not for Erudite or Lilac. Oh, wait, you're not streaming right now, are you?
I'm not streaming right now, no.
Okay. Well, when she is streaming, you should support her too. She's great. Like, you know, subs, bits, etc., etc. If you donate bits to my channel, there's sound effects and random zany things I put in there based on the bit value. For example, 69 gives
There's
you a
only
very
one
special
type of
gift
eel?
that you will not see
Okay.
anywhere else.
There's only one type of eel. Okay.
But no, seriously, sub, user Prime subscriptions, etc., etc., etc. Follow us on Twitter, Twitch, etc., etc.
Thanks for the subs we just gave them, Ack and Marie. Thank you.
Yay!
And Nick, my husband. Thanks for continuing your sub to me, husbando. With our money. Just kind of cycling. Actually, we're losing 50% on it, I guess. So it's actually a bit of a poor investment.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it goes straight to Twitch,
Yeah.
which is a great platform for things. So I guess we can't complain too much. All right, so now that we've done that thing, the topics at hand. Okay, so love bombing and enabling. Love bombing, I don't know how to like.
I'm here. I'm just
respond
opening
to
the
it.
window.
Oh yeah, no worries. Oh, thanks for the follow. Oh, thanks for the sub, Professor Meat. I appreciate it. Was it the Powerbomb
Yes.
line? I don't know if it was the Powerbomb line or not, but I appreciate it very much. Thank you. So yeah, love bombing. I don't know how to deal with it because it's very, very friendly. It's very, very nice. They're projecting some sort of interest in you. They're talking about things. You're getting along great.
Meets your needs.
Yeah, like it seems
feel
good.
like-
What do I do?
think
Good.
How do you do it?
Bad. I think it becomes bad whenever it's like people can be really, really, really nice. Like there's no limit to how nice people can be to me. It's whenever they try to exchange that as currency, and that's whenever I'm like, oh, red flags.
And I see a lot of love bombers use it to cover up for actual red flags that exist. And most of one of my best friends is also much mad, like you, Mad Lad, has really suffered from being drawn in by the love bomb. I grew up with like I said, my dad has autism. He's also a cop, so extra fun. But I remember him always saying, like, if it seems too good to be true, it is. And I found, like, that is the best description for love bomb is, like, if it seems too good to be true, it is. Because a lot of times it's like, covering up for something, or it's manipulative, or, like, Lilac said, it's, like, an exchange of, like, hey, in exchange for me, like, love bombing you, I'm also, like, not going to be super, like, honest in communication with you.
Yeah. I could definitely see that. Like, that is actually... Oh.
I feel
That's
like
bringing up
everyone should be
memories.
required. I feel like everyone should be required to watch Coraline. It's like a primer on love bombing and why it's
True.
So just,
Ooh.
I never thought
Okay.
of that. I'm going to write that
I've
down.
never
I
seen
love
that.
using narratives to explain psychological principles, so I'm going to write that
Yeah.
down. Good idea.
All right, I need to look. I've never watched the movie.
you should,
never
it's
seen it.
great.
It's fucking
I love
creepy.
it.
Okay.
I hate Coraline. But maybe because I hate
That's
being
fair.
love bombed. I'm very
Okay.
repulsed by love bombing. I'm just like,
You're
ah!
gonna be repulsed by like the whole film.
I hate
There's
I
so much
hate
of it.
Coraline. I'm actually so uncomfortable the whole time. I'm just like, ugh.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there's a place where I do movie night. I'm not going to public state where, but for those of you who are watching who also participate in movie night, all the plans have changed. Coraline's next. Sorry.
Nice.
So yeah, I'm really excited about this actually because like I like narrative based lessons. So like my favorite series of books right now is Brandon Sanderson's like just universe, the Cosmere, because like there's so many personal stories of people who are like suffering. Like we got someone who's depressed, we got someone who's got multiple personalities, and he actually has like professionals kind of helping him write these books.
Mm-hmm.
And you watch these people explore these like negative situations they've been in and how to like recover from these traumas. It's really, really good. So I'm very excited about Coraline right now. Yeah, pumped. So okay, so the exchange is a clue, covering up a flaw, and the cover-ups. I just want to make sure I get this because like literally this goes over my head. So we're covering up personal flaws, like things that they don't do, like they don't communicate, or maybe they're just like what was the other one that you said? There was something else besides not communicating that I really liked that I didn't write down because I was sucked into what you were saying.
Just cover up like communication or red flags. Somebody asked,
just
could you
red flag,
define love bomb for people who are like just tuning in or don't know what it
okay.
is?
So this is going to be very difficult for me to define because I'm so vulnerable here. But like the idea is someone shows up in your life, and I think there was like a Tinder person that was love bombing their contacts that got like kind of was a big deal. The West Elm Tinder person. I don't know enough about the story to actually talk about that. But the idea here basically is like someone enters your life, and they are meeting every single need that you have. They are telling you that you're special. They're spending lots of time with you. They're giving you the things that you want. They're letting you know, maybe they're adding a little extra to it. Like they're just too good to be true. And then as your interactions continue, you kind of feel like they're sort of like pressuring you in ways you don't feel comfortable with. They're making you watch things that you don't give a shit about. They're kind of withholding the things they've given you previously and kind of string you along, like stuff like that. And then eventually it comes to a head because you've been put under so much pressure that you crack like a watermelon and a hammer. What's the name of the guy? There's a guy who smashes watermelons, and I was going to use him as a metaphor for this, but I can't remember his name. Watermelon smashy dude. Is this something that your chat can save me with? Maybe it's too obscure.
Gallagher?
So
Yes! Yes, Gallagher! Gallagher! Oh my god, your chat's so good.
She for
love your
it?
chat.
Got it.
I wish I could send them subs. Well, maybe I could send some subs.
Probably
But
good.
no, that was like perfect. Yeah, Gallagher, like straight up, like Gallagher smashes watermelons, and that's like the metaphor for the love bomber smashing your soul and or whatever thing that is your emotional, the metaphor for your emotional needs.
Yeah, so like warning signs, chat above love bombers, like they're gonna say I love you really quickly and easily. They always know exactly what to say to make you fall deeper in love. They plan like uber super romantic dates sometimes that are just like super extra. They have a lot of like grand gestures with their communication. So like the warning sign is like some people are actually this extra. I have two of my closest friends are married to men who are love bombers all the time, but it's legitimate and they don't have any of the actual problems that come with it. They're just the most loving human beings in the world where they like plan these epic romantic gestures, but that's their personality and they do that with all of us. Like they did for my friend's birthday, he also planned like the 12 days of my friend's name and then went to her house every single day for 12 days and they were just platonic friends, right? So like there are individuals who are this extra. The issue with love bombers is that it's like it's a manipulation technique, right? It's like trying to get in quickly and fast, but it doesn't sustain. That's the issue.
Yeah, and
so I've been seeing in chat, there's like a conversation going on about like, oh, isn't this just what that first infatuation is like? I would say intent is a big part of it, but also it's like somewhat calculated. So I experienced something that was a platonic relationship with somebody that it wasn't love bombing, because it's actually, like, if you actually know me, you know that love bombing will completely just scare me off, and I'll be like, like, but what you can do is you can ego bomb me. I like being the best. I like being the most important, and that is, like, just a very easy way to, like, be like, ooh, here you go. So this person that I knew basically, like, just did a whole lot of just, like, showing, like, man, you're so smart, you're so talented, you're so good at, like, so many things, like, you're just so above all of your peers, all this stuff. And it progressed from platonic friendship from somebody that I had just met to trying to get me to move in with her, trying to get me on a lease with her, trying to convince me to work as her personal assistant, but then also not actually, like, paying me for it, but then trying to guilt me into continuing to work with her even though I couldn't afford to do that. Like, it was a very, it wasn't just a natural progression of, oh, I like this person, they like me, let's just hang out a lot, let's get really close, but it was a, you have something that I need from you, I see the way that I can get it, and I'm going to use you as a means to my own ends and try to make you feel good while I'm also, like, extracting as much from you as possible.
Yeah, I'd find a really good sign that somebody's love bombing versus great, because I don't want to, like, fuck over people like, but I'm actually just this romantic. Like, I'm not trying to, like, fuck them over and get them no relationships. Is like somebody who's a love bomber who's not going to be maintaining that. It's kind of like a bit of a front that gets put up to achieve the relationship. Is they're probably going to ask for lots of commitment, but also not let you deeply into their personal life. So they might not let you meet their family. They might be really reticent to let you meet their family. That would be signs of, like, some really warning manipulation. Or they might be trying to meet your family really quickly. After they hear that you really want to get married and have kids, they immediately start planning your guys' wedding and talking about it, stuff like that.
Yeah. So ask for commitment but doesn't follow through.
Yeah.
Well, and trying to lock you in on one side while also they're over here without the balanced commitment.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's really, really important for sure. That's good. That's good. Yeah, so I am the grand gesture person. I will literally do some incredibly, like, I'm over the top. I mean, I don't know if people have noticed how over the top I am, but, like, besides mailing Prime those chocolates, I've also shaved my head, like, mid-debate because I promised that I would, like, if people were voted for me, like, just off the cuff, just spontaneously, all right, shave my head, right? I will spend hours designing. Yeah, I can go over the top, like, real easy. When my firstborn was born, hold on. I got this actually. Yeah. Ugh. I got her this. This is a thing. This actually happened. And it was like this touch. Like, I like to do, like, this balance between, like, touching and, like, over the top. So, like, the bear was in reference to, like, this dating joke where, like, you know, the guy was, like, giving his Tinder dates bears based on, like, how good the hookup was. So then when the first, and, like, we thought it was, like, a terrible joke, blah, 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 but we, like, had a thing with it. So when firstborn was born, we're like, got, like, she showed up to the house with baby and there was this giant bear. And I was like, hey, look at the bear I got you, right? Like, it was, like, this really cute gesture, that sort of thing. Yeah. So yeah, I'm, like, super over the top all the time. And it's like, and I can see definitely how that would be off-putting to anyone who's been love bombed before, right? Because how do you tell the difference between, like, actual enthusiasm, which I have, like, tons of all the time, versus, like, actual manipulative behavior designed to, like, entrap and, like, extract resources from, right? Like, I think there's, like, a very difficult, like, I think it's almost like someone who's romantic, genuinely speaking, would have to, like, actually, like, put a cap on their extra to start, right?
Yeah.
No.
No? So
it's hard to say. Like, I don't want to tell people what to not be themselves, right? It, like, yeah. I don't, because my issue with love bombing is I never want to blur into, like, true romantics, because, like, what you're talking about is, like, exactly what my brother's like, right? And, like, my brother isn't trying to love bomb people. He just really likes loving on people that he loves, right? Like, that's just something he's really passionate about, and he's not doing it with a manipulative bend at all, right? But it can make people feel uncomfortable if they have been experienced, like, love bombing, or they, like, wonder if there's strings attached. Like, I'm trying to think about my friend who literally was love bombed and then, like, dropped really hard to, like, disentangle. one warning sign potentially could be like somebody who just like says yes to any opinion that you have, just to kind of get ingratiated with you. A really good way to test this is just say two mutually opposing opinions and then say if they say yes to both of them, like emphatically. Like that's really smart. Because I remember like getting pursued by, it was actually two separate men. And I just like started noticing that they were saying yes to everything I was saying. And I was like, there's no, like, I'm a decently disagreeable person. So I'm like, there's no way you agree with me on everything. Because usually they'll at least be hesitant, right? Like most people won't just come out and say I disagree, but they'll be like, yeah, like they'll give you kind of that soft, like, whereas obviously we're like, I don't know how much I agree. Whereas they were just emphatically agreeing with everything I said. And then I actually said, like, I really love drinking. I go out drinking like every single weekend. And then like within like the next 5 minutes, I also said, I actually think drinking's really bad. And I basically like never ever drink. Right. And these two individuals actually emphatically both said yes to both of these things. And I was like, wait, these both can't be true. And then because I'm a dickhead, I like pointed it out, which was not nice. But that,
I mean, I
could
love
be,
the fact you did though.
yeah,
awesome.
but it was just shitty, right? There's no reason to other than just like being aggressive.
Not the best approach, but
No.
also I think that's way better than being oblivious to what's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting. That's a good point.
And like they could have been trying to avoid conflict, but it's like the tricky thing with love bombing is it's like until you're on the other side and you start noticing, oh, I got love bombed, like as these things start to fade, it's hard to know when you're in the midst of it. Like it's just so tricky because sometimes, like you said, Mad, like some people are just authentically like really like loving and they just like are extra in relationships and it's hard to tease those things apart.
And I think like that's where having a really solid life alone that you like is really nice, because I feel like somebody could try to love bomb me and it might be really nice and it might be really fun, but knowing that I have all of my needs met, even if it is just a love bomb and you get to the other side of it and you get dropped, I think that makes it not that it doesn't still suck, but it definitely makes it hurt less because you didn't have to. Because what I think I've seen happen is I've seen people in situations where their needs aren't being met. They meet somebody, they get love bombed. All of their needs are being met by this one person, and it's almost like they don't really even have a choice. It's really hard to prevent yourself from going towards what's going to get your needs met. But if your needs are already being met, then I think it puts you in a better position to be able to rationally look at the situation and not end up just getting dropped off of an emotional cliff.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's true. That's absolutely true. So I guess we'll write down self-fulfilled. Although I feel like that one's a hard one. Like being happy alone when you aren't like, I think that was like the hardest one, right? Like,
oh, it's fairly difficult. It's just it's difficult, but it's one of those things that's like if you can try, or at least know that there's a possibility that this person is not your only option for getting your needs met. Try to keep also. Don't close off every other relationship that you have in your life because somebody is love bombing you and taking up all of your time. Because isolation is bad, even with the nicest person in the world.
Yeah.
Don't isolate. That's a good one. Don't isolate. That's gonna go in caps. Yeah. Good. Nice. I love it. Okay. And then enabling. So this is the one that lots of folks are talking about. And I feel like enabling is kind of connected to love bombing in a sense, because I feel like a love bomber might use enabling as a way of like getting an in, if that makes sense. Like if you have like, is that?
I feel like enabling is usually more passive and love bombing typically tends to be more active.
Yeah. Like if we're talking about love bombing in the traditional sense with like somebody's being kind of like people who are like more like psychopathic in traits might engage in love bombing as a manipulation technique. Whereas enabling, I would say almost exclusively always comes from a good place. It's just like an unwise place.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So, enabling. What do we do? So so defining enabling is like, okay, I don't know how to define enabling. I feel like there's someone here who might be a lot better at this.
Sure. I'm just going to Google it I always like not the Enabling Act of 1933. No thanks, Google. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, none of those are good. So, okay. Enabling is basically, it's like having a lot of compassion and love for another person and like wanting to meet all of their needs and support them. And it's going so far as basically never allowing that person to experience like the natural consequences of some of their decisions, and kind of becoming like their sole provider, whether they ask you to or not. It's kind of like putting yourself, it's foreseeing their needs and meeting them before they even ask. And it's really preventing them from experiencing consequences of their, like natural consequences. So we see this a lot in the addiction field, right? That's where it's like most pernicious and self-evident. But I would say like within my relationship with my husband, we actually had to really figure out enabling that was happening. Cause like, I'm not the person that like, I don't really ask from people much at all. But he's a really big time enabler where he just like fills needs before I even know that I needed them. Like I'm not even thinking that far ahead. He's just like kind of foreseen potential problems and is already mitigating them down the road and like giving me things that I'm not even asking for, that I didn't even like realize might be an issue or anything like that, right? Like not allowing me to like journey through my own like difficulties and qualms and stuff to come to those conclusions.
Interesting. Ooh, that's some deep.
No, that's meaty.
That is really, because it's like it's not even a bad thing, right? Like it's actually like a really. Wow, I'm doing like a lot of self-reflection right now. Like,
but it can't be a bad thing.
It is
right.
Like here's the thing: is like this is why I said like it's easy to see the tyrannical partner who's just like mean and takes and takes and takes as a problem because it looks bad, right? We have a hard time looking at the enabling partner as bad because it seems like their worst trait is being too nice. The problem is where it goes, because most people who enable a lot become very resentful of the people that they enable. And that's, I remember it's in actually, I don't know how you guys feel about Jordan Peterson, but I think there's a really good story in his book where he talks about an enabled relationship. And he talks about this wife in palliative care. Her husband is in palliative care. He's got a couple months left to live. And she's clipping his toenails. And she's clipping them just short enough to draw blood on every single clip. And he was like, this is like where enabling goes, where it's like, I don't want to beat you to death. I'm going to poison you with cyanide to death, right? And so it's like enabling by itself seems really nice, but essentially I really like old Brené Brown when she says like, you can't have compassion with people without boundaries because it always festers resentment. It always will, because if you're enabling somebody, part of why you're doing it is because you want that same level of love back, and no one can give it to you because you're giving so much away that it's actually pretty much impossible to meet it unless you meet another enabler, basically.
I see.
So glad that you added the part about the resentment, because I was thinking of like, so I'm with somebody who's very analytical, very good at looking to the future, and I'm very in the moment. And so there's a lot of times that he will foresee a problem and then be like, okay, like it's about to, you know, get some ice. I put the windshield wipers up on our cars, and that's the kind of stuff that he remembers. And then he does a lot of that stuff for me, like behind the scenes, just making sure that things go well and I don't run into those problems. So like, oh, okay, so am I gonna have to like really critically examine a lot of this? But that is a conversation we've had many times where I'm like, hey, please don't do anything for me that you'll resent doing for me, because I will let you be nice to me, but I will also, if this ever ends in resentment, be very, very sad.
Well,
so,
and that's the tricky thing,
yeah.
is it's pretty much like I'm not a person who takes like I'm not a big taker at all. I don't ask. Like I have my own burden complex. Like it was a skill to learn to just voice to people like, hey, I'm injured. Can somebody like drive me to the fucking hospital? You know, like that was my life skills to learn. And so getting into a relationship with somebody who enables is like super weird. And like when our relationship was getting really toxic, it was so hard to figure out what the fuck was wrong, because most of the marriage you advice is to tell tyrants to stop being mean, right? Which is great advice, by the way. If you're super like kind of like harsh with people, a lot of people like I'm like bluntly honest, right? And I find like bluntly honest people are bluntly honest, but they're like really heavy on the blunt. And I think that there's a time and place for that. It's like, that's like your personality. You might be falling more into like the potentially like tyrannical side of things. But the enabling is so hard to see. It's so hard to pick apart, especially when it's like, I'm not asking for it. I didn't even know half that shit was going on. You know, I didn't know what was going on because he would do things for me and never tell me. And I would have no idea. Like, he'd like do a bunch of cleaning around the house or something. And I just wouldn't notice, right? Like, because like when you like mop and sweep the floors, like you don't really notice that much unless your house is like super dirty all the time. And he would never mention it. So I wouldn't even know to thank him, right? But then this like resentment would grow when I'm like frustrated being like, hey, you're not doing these chores. And he'd be like, in his head, he'd be like, what the fuck do you mean? I'm doing all these chores that you don't even know about. And it's like, how am I supposed to know about them? You're not telling me, right? So for me, like one thing that really helped in our relationship is when he does things for me, I've told him, please tell me so I can thank you. Because I want to thank you. I want to appreciate what you're doing for me. But if you don't tell me, sometimes I'm just not going to notice. Which was like this weird, it's been something very tricky for us. I wish he just left to go train. Otherwise I was going to be like, I'd actually bring him in because he can talk about enabling better than I can because it's something he's had to see in himself and be like, holy shit, I'm literally ruining our marriage by doing this.
Well, what's really interesting about that, it kind of goes into the mind reading thing, right? Where like he's doing the work and then he's expecting you to mind read the fact that he's done this work. And that's not necessarily always going to happen.
Right.
And what's interesting here is that I'm actually totally an enabler on some level. Like without a doubt, like the grand gestures that I engage in are like a lot and like are often very unnoticed. Like I don't actually ask for a reward for it. It's just, it pleases me to do the thing.
Yep.
So yeah. Oh
well,
man.
I think that gets back into self-awareness. So like I personally, something I am working on is, so I know coming from like abusive people and relationships, a lot of people I've known have had the experience of becoming people pleasers in response to that. And I think that I fell way too far on the other end of the spectrum where I have a very low tolerance for the amount of work that I'm willing to put in for people. And so it's kind of like that awareness of, I know that if I mop the floors and clean the kitchen and shine your shoes, I will hate you for it, so I just won't ever do that. And so I kind of have that expectation with a lot of other people to like, I need them to know what will lead them to resent. And I, because that kind of gets into the mind reading, is like, you can't know what somebody else will resent doing for you.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yep, exactly. Like I definitely think there's something to that. Like it's like, and like maybe that's something I should do going forward, is like letting people know, hey, I did you this favor. But like I feel like phrasing that has to be delicate though too, because I wouldn't want to come off as someone who's like asking for an exchange, right?
Yeah, it's definitely something you have to negotiate in a closer interpersonal, because for sure, like my husband still struggles with it, but like I really appreciate now, because we know how this enabling stuff has like damaged our relationship, that I just really appreciate when I come home and he's like, hey, just like got these things done today, right? So he says it in a way of just like it's almost like he's communicating what's been done off the checklist, but what it's really communicating is, these are the things I did out of love for you, because he doesn't give a fuck about doing the dishes that much. He doesn't give a fuck. I do. I like tidy, cleanly space. He's doing it for my benefit, right? Almost exclusively. And so I love knowing those things, because I actually really love to thank people and like be grateful for the people in my life. And I think it's really helped reduce the resentment, kind of mutual in our relationship, actually.
Yeah. I'm going to thank him for giving me a sub, actually, because he did that right after my thing.
Nice.
And I didn't like voice. It was Nick, right?
Nick, yeah. I'll tell him when he gets back from
training. Nick Magnet. He was very nice of him to do that. Appreciate it. And he had a really good line when he did it too.
He's fun.
I think what you just said, Erudite, I think actually is something like a part of this I hadn't really considered is, earlier we were talking about currency, and I think that it might be worth kind of putting a little pin in. Like, I think there are times where it's okay for somebody to do something and to want something back for it if what they want back for it is reasonable and like communicated. So like if somebody does something for me and they do it specifically because they want to be thanked, I'm like, you know what, like I think that's something that I individually can say, yeah, I'm okay with like making that exchange. I can tell you thank you. It's a very low cost thing and not a currency situation where it's toxic.
Yeah
And I think that's like important too, is like knowing that like there can be an exchange that is like reasonable, and like as long as it's like not like expected on some level, right? Like if you're like putting yourself out there and doing something for someone, like, I don't know if that's right though, actually, because like sometimes people will ask you to do things that you just don't want to do, but it has to be done, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if that does happen, like, it's not about boundaries, it's not about need, it's like, this is a need, this has to happen. Like, I'm gonna have to tile a bathroom I don't want to tile tomorrow. Like, I cut all the tiles, I was really annoyed about that, and I'm gonna use this stuff called mastic, which is really annoying to like work with apparently.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna tile a bathroom I have no interest in tiling, but I'm gonna do it because it needs to be done, and it would be appreciated by my partner if I were to do it, right? So yeah, I'm doing this. I'm going to be doing some home repair, and it's going to be really exciting. I'm really looking forward to it. So I think on some level there is an exchange that's okay, and I guess we just have to define, like what you were saying, Lilac, was that like the exchange is okay, like the thank you is enough. And I guess I was going to go into like maybe there shouldn't be an exchange, and I think I'm just changing my mind here. Like I was gonna, yeah, I think that's what happened. Like I was gonna say, not so fast, but actually I'm completely wrong, and you were right.
Yeah,
Not that feeding
like
your ego,
making
and not that I'm like trying to.
It feels icky to make relationships transactional, and I think if your relationship is only transactional, especially if you're in a long-term like romantic relationship, okay, well that's probably not super healthy. But to say like I remember you said, because I grew up in like Christian land too, like where they just like give the worst fucking advice for lots of shit, but they're like relationships should never be transactional. Like it should just be this zim-zum of love and trying to outdo each other in love. And I'm like, ideally, yes, but the reality of like actual like cohabitation with somebody is there is a certain level of transactionality that has to happen because different people want things slightly different and the other partner doesn't care, and you have to figure out how to navigate that, right? And this is actually cleaving from enabling, because I don't think like doing something for somebody as a negotiation for cohabitation isn't enabling. That's actually just like communication in relationships. I think it's like just a basic thing that happens. It doesn't sound romantic or nice, but it just is the reality that like I like a certain house cleanliness that my husband doesn't care about. He cares about a lot lower, mostly because we both like cleanliness. I hate clutter, right? I also hate clutter. He doesn't give a fuck about clutter. So for the cleaning standards, I have to negotiate to be in like a little bit more grace so that I don't get like ornery about certain levels of clutter, and he also has to work a little bit more to reduce the clutter for my benefits. We're both kind of negotiating, and there's a bit of that transaction of like, well, I appreciate that you're being less ornery about it, and I make sure that I thank him all the time, and in return he does his best to try and like reduce clutter wherever he can, and if I ask him to, he's always 100% willing to do whatever meets my standard to some extent. But that's not enabling. I found a good image for an enabling that I usually use with clients because I think enabling is really hard to pick apart. So
Okay. Do you want to post it in Discord and I'll put it on the screen? Is that good?
It's actually, sure. It's just like fantasy art. But it's a good thought game. Oh, okay. Hold on. Yes. Okay, let me send this to you first. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. My husband was like, I'm listening on like his headset, and he sent me a bunch of text about what enabling is. But I'll read that in a second.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, because he's the one who's had to work through it more, so he's going to have better language for it. I'm just trying to find you, because my DMs are just getting a little wild right now. Okay. I never check them. Okay. Here's the image that I use with my clients to help them understand enabling. And I'll explain it. It's a cool image, right? Okay, throw it up, and I'll explain
Not what I was expecting.
Yeah, I know.
At all. Like, definitely not. So we're going to put it right here, and we're going to zoom in.
Okay.
Hello, friend. Maybe this is, like, good. And then I'll blow it up, too. So
yeah.
Like this for my screen. Okay.
So in this picture, I use this for addiction, and I use this for people who have loved ones with addiction, okay? The addiction is the dragon, okay? That's the monster that has to be beat in this situation. When you look at this picture as the loved one, who are you? Where are you in the picture? Are you the knight? Are you standing back watching the knight? Are you the dragon? Hopefully not.
I think, if I'm understanding this metaphor correctly, and I sort of like, I don't want to use me understanding the metaphor as the thing. Like my impulse answer is to say I'm the knight with a sword, but no, I'm supposed to be watching from behind on some level, aren't I?
Almost. Okay. So if your predilection is I'm watching from behind and your loved one has an addiction that you're trying to support, you probably need to be a little bit more engaged and more supportive in that relationship, actually, because almost there's strong evidence the main way that people overcome serious addiction is through really strong support networks. So if you're wanting to be that person, which you don't have to, but if you're wanting to be that support person with sodium addiction, you actually have to be there. You have to be present in the fight. If you think that you're the knight, you're probably going to be more predilected towards being the enabler, because it's not your fight. You should be the sword.
Aha. Okay, that makes sense.
You can be an inanimate object. Okay, that's the option I missed.
I'm not used to being
Yeah, I tricked you guys.
But that's great. I love that.
Yeah. Because if you think that you're the knight, here's the thing. Here's what I always tell my clients when it comes to enabling, and this is what my husband wrote, which brings me to a really good point, which is essentially the issue with enabling is it removes the agency of the person that you love. Because if my husband fights my battles for me, when I get to the finish line, it doesn't fucking mean a lot if he's the one who ran the whole way. It means a lot if he gives me water, if he runs beside me, if he encourages me, if he helps me get back on my feet. But I have to fucking run my race. I have to. And if you run somebody else's race for them, you just weaken them because you make their triumph not theirs but yours. And that's a really unhealthy relationship. Even though it feels good, you're actually taking away the victory from your loved one.
Right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes like a ton of sense, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, what was I gonna? Oh, okay, right. So zoom out, and then I'm gonna put this next to. We're gonna draw a big line here. So we're gonna take the orange line, right? Yep, and then go nope, whoa. Okay, hold
Everyone's
on.
making fun of you for being in pain, by the way.
Okay, there it is. We did it. Okay, drew an arrow. We did it. I'm glad that people appreciate Paint. It's a rarely used software application that has so much promise. Okay. Before we continue, speaking of running, I wanted to see if Lilac, did you want to keep hanging out or did you want to go? I wasn't sure what your.
I should probably go. I have things that I've scheduled that I have to do, but this has been fun. So thank you so much for putting this together, Mad Lad, and having this discussion. It has been super interesting.
Yeah.
I love hearing what Erudite has had to say, just because she has like such a great background in these things. It seems that just great insight. So yeah, this has been fun.
Cool. I'm gonna do the SO thing. So everybody should follow Lilac Doll. What do you do on your stream, Lilac Doll?
I play music on Twitch. I also sometimes show up and do watercolor painting, which I'm bad at, but you know, it's fun, so that's what counts. But yes, I'm on here Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming. Have a good night, and I will see you later.
All right. Bye-bye.
So my other folks who are going to show up tonight have not, in fact, shown up tonight.
Very rude.
I know. It's okay. Well, I mean, they said we'll figure out what time, blah, 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 stuff. So that's cool. I wasn't too worried about that too much.
Yeah.
I do recognize some familiar faces in the audience, both of our audiences.
Yeah.
And I feel like they might actually have some thoughts on what we've been talking about so far.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know, like I saw Professor Meat in both our chats. I saw Death of Certainty in both our chats. And I mean, we've been talking with these folks a lot, but I'd be happy to continue talking with these folks. I can't get too much of either of these individuals. And actually, Professor Meat never actually has been on panel with me just yet, actually.
No, like I haven't heard Professor Meat talk about like mental health and relationships. And I think my husband will be home in like probably 50 minutes or so. So if we want to bring him on later, I'm sure he'd be happy to come in and talk from a man's perspective around like enabling and relationships and stuff, because I think he's got some really good insights into that stuff.
Yeah, that sounds good. Did you guys want to get in on this? You guys can just like say things in chat, and we're gonna just keep going until folks show or whatever, until we're, because like there's just so much to talk about. We can. Oh, hello, puppy.
Yeah,
How's
I'll
it
put
going?
her on. She's been howling because my husband left and she thought she was alone. And then I kept yelling at her, and she just was too stupid to figure out that I was still home.
Aww.
So she was howling up a storm. Hey.
Aww. Wow, your mic didn't actually pick up any of
I
the
muted.
parts
I
at
had to
all.
mute. She
Okay.
was going ham. There's a couple people who commented on it, and then I just muted quickly as she started singing the song of her people.
Gotcha. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you guys are invited. Obviously. Professor Meat's going to speed light his lighting here, or speed set. What was the term he used?
Speed set up his lighting so he gets the nice dark ambiance.
Very important stuff. I'm gonna invite.
So you feel like you struggle with the enabling, potentially.
Yeah. So I've been on both sides of this actually, because I can be definitely enabled. When I was working, when I was drinking a lot of alcohol, I would get away with way too much, right? Like there's definitely behavior patterns that I should not have engaged in, and then I wouldn't like get any sort of pushback for it. And because of that, I was actually kind of resentful in my relationship because I was like not having to suffer like consequences for my behavior patterns. And like sometimes that's all I really wanted was to suffer consequences for being a shitter. You know what I mean? Like I thought that was like really, really important.
Yeah.
And so I've been on that side of it. And then I've also been on the side. Oh, Wick's here. I've also been on the side where I am enabling someone's bad habits by like kind of just doing things for them without them wanting it. So like there's a crisis. I see the problem. I can fix this problem. And I charge in like, you know, a knight in shining armor thinking I can fix this problem. And it turns out that they didn't want the help. Or even worse, it could be a situation where not only did they not want the help, they wanted me to definitely 1,000% not get involved, right? And so like I've definitely struggled with not supporting people who just don't want to be supported. Like it goes against my natural state of mind, I guess. Like I naturally want to be supportive, I naturally want to be helpful, and like it's really hard. It was hard for me for a long time to not conflate my support, like being supportive, with acting out because I feel like I need to do something. Like at a certain point, it becomes for me instead of for the other person.
And and that's the issue with enabling, is that it becomes actually about you. It's about like you filling a need. It can be control. It can be just feeling like your sense of like, I'm a good person by like caring for this person. I think it comes from a lot of places, but it's fundamentally unhealthy. I'd be curious to explore, when we talk about toxic behaviors, I just had this thought, which is that I noticed it's a lot harder to give nuance on toxic behaviors that you yourself haven't done in the past and overcome, that you've only been exposed to, right? Because being the victim of toxic behaviors gives you kind of one-sided view, whereas I think like the reality is like we all engage in toxic behaviors in a relationship all the time, for the most part, because it seems to be the case that a lot of people in our culture are pretty fucked up. You know, like when I'm looking at the toxic behavior list, I'm trying to think like now, like what are things that I know that I've done in the past that I've had to like overcome to make my relationships work better? Because yeah, I definitely have the like my childhood was fucked up, so I'm kind of fucked up syndrome, and that just makes relationships really hard. And there's just a lot you have to figure out, and it's really hard to figure it out because feels bad basically to know that you're like doing unhealthy things. But I'd be curious, I don't know if you guys would be down, but I'd be curious to maybe even explore not just toxic relationships we've experienced, but things we've like looked back and been like, this is what I did wrong to contribute to like to the dissolution of this relationship.
You brought me in at just the right time.
To shit talk.
Like this is my specialty.
Let's talk. So Wick, why don't you introduce yourself for both our chats?
Certainly.
And I think Professor Meat's here too. I see him in the waiting room.
Yes, we did it. Good. Perfect timing.
But let's just ignore him. Let's just not bring him in just so that he feels bullied.
Speaking of toxic behavior. Isolating him and making him feel unimportant. That's great. Until he tries really hard to get our attention and stuff like that. Then we can shame him for pushing our boundaries. It'll be fun. So my name is Wick.
I don't have to try. You guys give it to me.
Oh man.
My name is Wick. Probably seen me before. I've been on a couple panels with Erudite in the past here. She's great, one of my favorite news streamers. You can find me at twitch.tv/deathofcertainty. Not streaming right now. Depending on how this Russia situation goes, I might. It's really tense, but we won't talk about that right now.
Yeah.
We won't talk about that right now. So that's me. So hi, everyone.
Cool. And then below and to my left.
What's up, y'all? I'm Professor Meat. I have cool conversations and deconstruct bad logic, and I'm still getting around to the part where I content review, which is mostly going to be just rage stuff, because I don't know, because I like that. I don't know. I want to rage at bad takes. If you think that sounds fun, come over to my channel. We're going to be aggressive, not passive-aggressive. Yep, honest aggression here. And yeah, I don't know. Professor_Meat. I haven't really been streaming much lately, but I'm trying to get into it. Appreciate being here, man.
Yeah, sure.
Like
Thanks for coming.
We immediately inverted the woman to the feminine to masculine ratio going on here.
Oh no,
we need
I need it. Wait, no, I have to text everybody. Okay,
Set out the Mad Lad signal.
Like, I might have done this already.
I thought you had binders full of women on call, Mad Lad.
Wow.
Binders full.
Wick is calling you out. Damn. Got
Grab
binders
any
full
moment.
of women? Mad. Do we need to talk about this? Women aren't objects, okay?
No, okay.
We're all.
I'm being so mean to Matt. I'm sorry, Mad Lad. I really am.
Fine.
I'm being
fine.
so mean today.
I'm going to take care of you on that platforming panel later. Don't you worry about it.
Okay.
And by that he means he's gonna BTFO you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn straight.
He's gonna go
Just the way
full
you like
Wick
it,
mode.
too. Sorry, what were you gonna say, Professor? But you had a question.
I don't know. I didn't want to draw. I enjoyed what was being laid down. See, I see. This is what I'm talking about. Wick people, they just pay attention to me on their own. Okay. No, but yeah. So what my thoughts about this whole thing is that if again I can do what I do best and come in and just make it all about me, my experiences with this sort of like passive aggressive boundary setting thing, for me, that's where those things that's where the rubber hits the road in relationships a lot of the time. That's what I was interested in, where setting boundaries meets the difficulty of for me at least, aggressiveness and passive aggressiveness. Because what I find, and maybe this is just a more a me problem than anything else, but my biggest problem in any kind of relationship, whether it's romantic or just friendships or whatever, is it's an inability of both of us to tell when the other is being passive aggressive. And it seems to me like what Mad Lad and Erudite were getting into there, and I loved everything. The best part of that conversation was when what Erudite was saying was causing Mad Lad to go, oh, because Mad Lad, me and you would be, you're one of the friends that I had that I blew up the relationship with because we couldn't talk to each other. You like that's how I feel hearing you on this panel. Like when you say, oh well, like because someone said something like it was when it all started when I started getting real hype about this conversation when Erudite said, or someone said, no, you said, you were telling a story about a friend who, or someone was giving an example of someone going, oh, well, are you just joking? Or what did you mean by that? Was that funny? And you gave that example of some kind of like passive aggressive or like overly defensive maneuvering or something. And I don't know if I even have that much more commentary on it, but I feel like stuff like that is where a lot of these problems come from, because just to show where I'm coming from, I was 100% with Erudite in the sense of like, when you said that, I was like, no, that's me. I was scared, Mad Lad. I was just scared, and I wanted you to reach out your hand and tell me it's gonna be okay. And then you got mad at me, and that's even more scary.
Right. Oh, yeah, and like that's where communication like really comes. Like that's why communication is so important for me, because like I would hate to get mad at someone who's just doing their best and actually has like an interest in trying to maintain something, and without communication there's no way of verifying that. And so like I feel like my most bitterest bridges are usually with good people who have the most bitter times where I've burned bridges are usually when I'm interacting with someone who just can't do the communication necessary to maintain the relationship, but always had good intentions the whole time. And like I would love to find a way of fixing it, but at the end of the day, it goes back to what Erudite is saying, which is like sometimes good people just don't mesh well, and you just have to let it go. Before we get carried away, I want to introduce the gentleman below me. We've never actually been on a panel yet. Like we've been in the same space for almost a year now, I think, and we haven't done this. So I'm really excited. Introduce yourself.
Are you talking to me, Wick?
Yeah.
Am I the
You, Socrates, you. Sorry, I
just we just joined up. Hi, I'm Socrates here at Socrates TV. I'm a lefty streamer. I love talking about philosophy. I do science as my career, and today was a really good day. 4 numbers were like 0.8, 0.9, and that made my day just so good. It's you're at a PhD when like 4 numbers make your life either like really good or really sad. So today my life is really good because those numbers were pretty high. So I'm treating myself to streaming and seeing people.
Awesome.
Really, yeah.
Oh, well done.
So just an aside here, I just want to let everyone know that if you hate my takes, blame Socrates, because Socrates is actually the guy that inspired me to do streaming. Like I had come into the Twitch space, and he was one of the first streamers that I followed and saw, and because I'd seen other bigger ones, I'm like, what is this dumb? This is just dumb. But then Socrates actually took me through and showed me like how you can do it in a way that can actually be productive. So like, not to toot your horn too much here, but Socrates, give him a follow. He is great. Grade A stuff. I love him. He's grand.
And actually one more thing. So we actually were in Chud Logic's stream the other day talking about Dr. K.
Mm-hmm.
And we should definitely have a Dr. K conversation. And I know you had a Dr. K conversation earlier today as well, Erudite. Like I feel like this has been kind of done for several weeks now, where people are like talking about controversies and like people aren't like, seeing eye to eye on a lot of it. But I think a conversation about the coaching program and like the goods and the bads associated with that would be like super duper cool to do, because like on the one hand, not to get carried away with this topic, but like there's the Ayurveda stuff that is problematic, but also I think the Dr. K program has probably made me more comfortable with the idea of therapy more than I've ever been. Like literally, this is someone who used to call it the T word. Like I couldn't even say therapy, I would just say T word. So like there's something about the program that's positive, but of course there's negatives, and we should talk about it sometime. Not today though, because we're going to be talking about all the stuff I have on Paint. So this is complicated. The window is much smaller. I'm going to have to figure out how we're going to, I guess we're just going to zoom in like real hard like here, yeah. So we've been doing this chart, and we've been just talking about like all these toxic behaviors that we don't like. So we've got enabling, love bombing, extreme condescension, boundary pushing, emotional abuse. I crossed off blackmail and called it abuse because that's what we were doing. We've got some non-negotiables here. We've got communication and boundary tyrants. We've got mind reading, expectations, voice boundaries. And now Erudite has suggested that we look at these things and reflect on ourselves and figure out which of these behavior patterns we have,
or explore new ones that you personally do and have maybe overcome, so that you can give like the full nuance. Because I think being a victim actually gives you a very unnuanced experience of a toxic behavior, whereas being a perpetrator of it, because we're so motivated to view ourselves as good, requires more nuance, because you kind of have to like, to make actual amends from toxic behavior, you have to kind of own that you're a piece of shit. Or if we want to get Petersonian or Jungian, we could say you have to integrate your shadow.
Face myself. Shadow. The truth.
And reconcile with that to know that you're capable of doing such harm, and that you desperately don't want to ever again.
So, for me, well, looking at this list here, definitely.
Do you need me to zoom this out, or you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take this whole thing. It's a big image. I'm gonna put it in our voice chat so you guys can see it without like having to constantly wait for me to do the thing.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
And then so that's gonna be in waiting BC text. And then I'm gonna zoom in on the space where I'm gonna write things down.
Certainly. So when I was younger, I used to do very minor but still harmful emotional abuse with people that I wanted a relationship with or was in a relationship with. I would act as if they, that I would tie my emotional stability to them, and I would let them know, like that. Look, I'm not happy if you're not happy. You know what I mean? And it would pressure them to feel happy when they weren't, and they would feel like they had to act happy for me, and that's not a good thing. I realized after being in a more serious relationship that when I was told directly, like, hey, what you're doing is hurting me. Stop it. I'm not comfortable with this. I do not like this. And because I didn't see it when I was doing it, I didn't realize what it was. I knew it worked to an extent, but I didn't realize that it was actually causing harm. So until that was pointed out to me by someone I trusted and loved, and so sometimes that's what has to happen, because a lot of times abusers don't realize what they are doing is abuse, and so until they are educated on it, they can't change.
Right. Absolutely true. And so I can like connect with this on some level because I have that behavior pattern, but it's not that I'm letting them know that my well-being is attached to their happiness. It's like I secretly have this expectation where, like, okay, I want them to be happy, and when they're not happy, I'm going to be sad. And I don't tell them that this is how I feel. It's just there. And so I'll be very resentful when they're not happy because, and this goes back to this is the enabling thing. Oh man, this is the enabler. Oh my God, I'm an enabler. Because like, I'm not doing it to get leverage. I'm just doing it because that's how I feel. So like, I'm just going to write my name and I'm just going to put it right here. Like, oh, that's my real name. All right, well, whatever. My real name's Ali. Whatever, it's not a secret.
What's up, Ali?
Yo. What up? But yeah, so yeah, that's me. Like, that's what I do. I will literally torture myself because someone else isn't happy, and I'll do whatever I can to make them happy. And then resentment happens when I can't fix. I can't.
Yeah, and they see this, right? Your partner sees this, and
I got a mask, yo. I got this bulletproof, like.
Well, okay, maybe for me, maybe I'm just speaking for me, but because I tend to be expressive, I'm a pretty passionate person, and they can tell, and it hurts them. And intentionally or not, if you're hurting someone, that's not a good thing. And I don't know, like, even if you have the best mask ever, I mean, if you're emotionally involved with someone for long enough, they're going to be able to pick up on cues. You know what I mean? So this it's again, it's not something intentional a lot of times, but it is causing harm, and it is something you have to recognize. And I get it. Like, if I'm legitimately sad, that's okay for me to express and feel. But there's a difference when I am sad strictly because the other person is sad and they're not happy. And like, am I not good enough for you? Am I not able to make you happy? And it pressures them to denying the emotion they are feeling at the time to appease you. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm just gonna get my one sentence and then you get to go.
Go
I was gonna say, like, for me, it's they can tell that I am sad, right? Like, I can't cover that part up necessarily all the time. But what I can do is misdirect and like just kind of avoid talking about the topic. Like, I can just be like, oh yeah, it's just been a long day, or oh well, yeah, this disappointment or that disappointment. I can totally, and like. Not to sound egotistical here, but like I've got enough like rhetorical capacity that I can literally escape having to talk about what is really bothering me for days.
You can deflect.
Yeah, like
deflect
you have to like pin me to the wall.
You can rationalize.
And like,
right?
yeah, right. And like the logic loops that I can put myself through are awful. Like, and like I remember like the first time. There's one time actually. The first and last, no. One of the times that I've interacted with someone in a therapy session, this is a long, long time ago. I walked in, explained one of my logic loops. They looked at me and they're like, well, that doesn't make any sense because X, Y, or Z. And they like cut through it like a samurai sword, just like, anime style, cut into pieces, and I was like, wow, that's a good point. And I learned something that day, but then I never went back because that was hard. Which is not healthy behavior for sure.
Kind of that like avoidant.
Yeah,
which is
super
interesting.
avoidant.
I find there's a lot of people who engage in enabling that are also like deeply avoidant. And so it's like when the enabling is getting to an unhealthy level, it can be really hard to like talk with them about it because there's this avoidance. And then that's sometimes where the resentment comes from as well, because they're like, how fucking dare you bring up something I've done to you when I have done everything for you? And it puts you in this really difficult position because it's like you keep shoving gifts down people's throats that they're not asking for, especially when there becomes like strings attached, right? And it makes it so hard to communicate with those individuals, because to some extent, if you're like for me, I'm a pretty easily guilt-ridden person, so I'm kind of like, oh, I guess you're right. I don't have a right to like say anything, when it's like all that's doing is like stymieing healthy conversation where you actually like need to talk about issues that come up. You have to. And it's fair to hold space of being like, maybe we shouldn't talk about this issue right now because you've fucked me over so much more. But I find that usually is almost exclusively like freezing for the relationship and toxic for it.
It's because you're destroying the trust in communication as a tool, right? That's basically because when you learn that you cannot trust the communication that's going on, you've lost the ability to like be in a relationship. Like I don't even know. Like you have to recover that trust somehow. Like what I feel like and exactly, and what I feel like what's happening in the like sort of description that Erudite is giving is that, what everyone's giving, and what Mad Lab was saying too, because I was thinking about this earlier, was that I feel like something that's really difficult, a big difficulty at the core of trying to work through things like this in yourself, especially if we're talking about toxic niceness for yourself, enabling or whatever. It's really, really hard, just from my experience at least, to accept responsibility for the pain and the harm that someone else is putting onto you. Even if the only like useful responsibility you could apply is yourself. Because when you think about it that way, it just hurts. It hurts to be like, these people are hurting me and it's my fault. It hurts to admit. I mean, I don't know. For me, it hurts. It sucks. It's worse than there's this part of me that almost would rather just stay in this area of pain because I know that I have to go into this worse area of pain to then come out of it. But there's a part of me that just doesn't like, and this is probably, I imagine this might be common for other problems too, but like there's a part of me that just doesn't want to even go to that, or didn't want to go to that territory that I knew I had to become stronger or become better, because I was scared because I knew it was going to hurt, and it seems like a guarantee that it's going to hurt like hell. It doesn't seem like a guarantee that you're going to come out on the other side stronger, and it's really hard to like face that dragon, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, kind of. I mean, that's a damn good point though. Like I just like,
thanks, man.
Like I mean, I haven't gone through the whole list of like situations where like my enabling behavior has like been problematic, but like, nah, that's it.
Yeah, because it's like,
that's such a truth.
Yeah, you do damage to other people's ability to interact with you in a way that doesn't do damage to you. And that doesn't mean that someone's necessarily always in the right or the wrong categorically, but it's the outcomes thing, right? It's about just it's about not blaming yourself, in my opinion at least. It's about saying, no, you don't have to actually blame yourself. It's not about responsibility. It's just about not blaming someone else and just trying to get the best outcomes. You know what I mean?
I mean, right. And like, so there's a difference between like guilt and shame, right? So like, I'm not shaming myself here. I'm not saying, oh man, how could I have done this? But like, nah, I did this. This is what I did. I definitely 1,000% did it to myself. And like,
I don't even totally like that. Like, I prefer to think of it as like, and you know, maybe I overly try to frame things sometimes because I'm so deep into my own psyche, but like, I feel like it's better to think about it like we are two humans caught in a trap in this universe to which we did not sign the contract for, and we're just doing our best.
So
and it's better. Yeah, I was just gonna say, it's almost like the problem starts to come when we start to think about it, like, oh, we need to assign responsibility or something. And I know that responsibility and blame, I always talk about how it's not useful in groups, but it is useful in individuals. But when you were talking about interpersonal dynamics, I just feel like even if you start thinking about it as like, oh, this is my fault, it's like, well, it's not even really your fault. It's just that because you can hurt yourself if you think about it that way sometimes. And maybe I'm being oversensitive myself, but I just think that you should think about it like, you shouldn't think about it like fault. You should think about it like, who can get the outcome that I want? Who if I start applying expectations, what is a reasonable expectation? Expectation is reasonable, among other things, when you can actually expect to like apply that expectation to people and get the result out of them. If you know you're not going to get the result, that's probably an unreasonable
Can I push back
expectation.
against this a
right?
little bit, just
Sure.
gently?
Sure, yeah.
So I think that it is absolutely healthy to admit fault when you are at fault. You need
sure,
to,
for sure.
and to
It's
try to
really
logically
important.
way.
It's not
Go
just
on.
healthy, it's like fundamental to making
Yes.
amends with the person. Because there's nothing more like unhealing than saying like I'm sorry, but not owning the parts that like you contributed to. Like apologies are kind of meaningless unless it's like I'm sorry for precisely this, right? Like when I've apologized to people in the past, like in my marriage, right? I've been like, I'm really sorry that because I kind of assume that like you're a guy and you're supposed to be more stoic, I fundamentally always put my feelings first. I'm really sorry that I did that. It was just shitty. And I know why I did that. I know that it was kind of indoctrinated into me from socialization, but it doesn't change the fact that it just fucking sucks for you. And I'm really sorry that I did that, and I'm going to do everything I can to correct that. Like that's a meaningful thing. And I did like feels bad. But before I did that apology, I did a lot of self-work because like I think a lot of people try to avoid this like self-responsibility because they fall right into the shame, right? And I think it's valid to be afraid of like I don't want to fall into shame space, which is fair. But then I'm like probably wait to apologize until you can apologize without falling into shame so that you can take responsibility without like basically coming away viewing yourself as a demon human who doesn't deserve love and affection.
I do want to point out as well to piggyback off that a lot of the times we avoid fault or avoid finding fault because we've been conditioned to think being at fault is you cannot recover from it. That person did a bad thing and therefore they are bad. And no matter what they do in the future, they will be bad. And we internalize this. We see how this works on social media. All of us have seen this. And someone says something bad or does something bad, and now they are bad and can be treated as such. And we do this to ourselves. And that's why we are so, many of us at least, are so reticent to admit fault. Because if we admitted to ourselves and to others that what we did was wrong and bad, then we would be a bad person. And this has been so harmful. You don't think so?
No, I mean, no, like some people have that going on for sure. But like on my end,
I do this all the time.
Yeah,
this is my
yeah.
big issue for sure with apologies is I go right into like shame. I'm just like I'm a monster, and if I admit that I'm a monster, then maybe everyone's going to realize that I'm not really worth being loved anyways, right? And so I can't tell people that I'm not worth being loved because I still want them to love me anyways, right? That's kind of like for me at least what the shame space does to my
So it's like
conscience.
fear and shame together kind of fueling each other.
Yeah.
my shame is very go ahead and say your thing. I'm gonna try to articulate this.
But
yeah,
go on.
I mean, I've experienced something similar, which is that it's like when I do something wrong, sometimes I feel so bad that when somebody asks me to apologize, it feels excessive because I already feel so bad, and then them asking me to like feel bad to them feels like too much, which is when I try to imagine from the other person's perspective, from their perspective, it's probably like, well, this is the first time I've kind of asking for anything with respect to this. But it's that same thing you're talking about earlier, that somebody feels like they've given so much already, but it's invisible to the other person. It's not something that helps them. It's not the kind of giving from you that's nourishing somebody else. And so that's a big thing that I've been trying to work on is to spend less time feeling bad about things I've done and spend more time just very kind of almost like boringly, pragmatically working on them. So less time in feeling, more time in action.
So I try to do that too. I was just gonna say, like, the apology is almost a relief for me because I can move past this thing that is like in my mind, like this, and this is why communication is important for me, because when something goes wrong, I want to mend the issue. That's maybe part of being an enabler, but maybe it's partly just me trying to come to terms. Like, I will feel guilty. Like, the shame doesn't come from like other people not valuing me. Like, my curse, I feel like, is that people like me regardless of, and maybe I shouldn't call it a curse, but like for me it feels like a curse where people will like me despite how bad I feel about myself, right? And so I will punish myself because like my goal isn't to make people like me necessarily. Like, I want people to like me, but like my punishment is like sort of like this sort of, and maybe I'm having a hard time. I'm probably still gonna have a hard time articulating this, but like the thing is, if I am likable, if I'm a good person, then I should behave in a specific manner, and I don't let people down in a sense, for sure. Like, so that's like the other person component, I guess. Yeah.
Do you feel like ashamed when people compliment you?
I have a hard time taking compliments. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, me and Wick were talking about last night. Yeah, I
Compliment
think all of us here.
Oh shit!
Yeah, like
I've actually navigated. I'm actually very good at taking compliments now. I would say
really?
In the past I would agree. I basically couldn't take compliments, but I've actually like. I'm definitely, I would say I'm a self-reformed self-loather. So I used to be really self-loathing, really intense burden stuff. And I think I've gotten over that. I actually have like a pretty deep sense of value within myself now. I remember the moment the first time where I was like, holy shit, I actually just like myself, like in a really deep whole way. And I knew that I had flaws and I still liked myself despite it. Like, that was like, I literally cried for probably like 20 minutes when I realized that, right? Because I was just like playing with my dog on a walk and just like laughing with her. And I just like had like, literally it's just an intrusive thought of being like, man, I actually just really like myself now. And I was like, holy fuck, if I could tell 19-year-old me that this was coming, like, goddamn, that would have saved a lot of time.
Right.
So I can take compliments now. And I think like part of the necessary thing to like understanding in compliments is, first of all, when you don't accept them, all you do is rob other people of blessings, because compliments are like the easiest way to make people's fucking day. I can make a fucking barista's day in 1 minute by being like, damn girl, your eyebrows are fleek. And she just beams. And I've made her day for the next 2 hours, right? I've probably inoculated her against the next asshole coworker, like person who comes in. Yes.
Erudite. That's part of my problem with compliments, though, is I am never sure until I'm in a relationship with someone, whether it be a friendship or whatever. I'm never sure if they're telling me the compliment because they actually believe the thing they are saying, or they simply want to make my day. I have this kind of neurosis almost that the person, like, it's hard for me to share my work with good friends, like my writing or my art or whatever, because I'm always scared that they're going to, because they are my friend, tell me they like it even when they don't, or because they are my friend, say, your eyebrows are fleek, or whatever. I don't know what the kids say now. I'm a boomer. I'm always scared that they're not being honest. I don't trust them. That's my primary. It's not that I can't take them, because when it's someone I trust and I know will be honest with me, yes, they mean a lot. But from just acquaintances or people I haven't known very long, it puts me on my guard. It's like, wait, what's going on here?
So I actually have a really funny. So my moment, the reason why I say I can't take a compliment, isn't because of like me distrusting them. It's because I want to respond in kind, but I also want to be authentic, and that causes me to panic.
You feel
because I feel like someone did make my day. Like, a compliment like that really means something to me. Like, it really, really does. Like, oh my god, I feel, and it doesn't have to be a lot. Like, and this is why love bombing is such a problem for me. Like, holy shit. But yeah, I want to return those good vibes, and like sometimes it's really easy. My favorite thing I recently picked up on, like, I didn't have this in my vernacular at all, and then Jessica was from Weekly Stand Up was like, I was like complimenting on like what she did, and she's like, no, you, and I was like, oh, like, there's 2 words, but I actually feel good in return. And those are really easy ways. That's like a really easy way of just saying, no, you're great too, right? Like at the end, like you don't have to say a lot, and it can be very authentic, even if you're not like saying too much, right? So I really appreciate having that tool in my toolkit, I guess.
I guess, Wick, I would ask you, like, how much does disbelieving people's like good intentions benefit you or them? Like, how does it lead to a better
I know this
world?
is not a helpful behavior. I know this is not a helpful behavior, but it is a self-defense mechanism I think I've put into place because I've seen it happen to other people where they will compliment someone like, oh wow, that poem's really good, and then they'll turn to me later when that person's not around and says, ha ha ha, did you see that guy's poem? It was trash.
Oh
And just
no! Oh,
trash it. And if they're doing that to them, what are they saying when I'm not around about things I've shared with them? And this happens a lot.
So,
a lot.
How do you feel about, so there's compliments that are like that, where it's just like, that looks nice, you look good, like nothingness compliments, and I agree. I don't care about them. I don't have a hard time receiving them anymore. I've just like learned how to be like, how to do the social dance and be like, thank you, I appreciate that, you know? But like it doesn't do anything to me emotionally versus compliments where people like say something specific about me, right? So if somebody in chat was like, hey, that choker looks really cute on you, I'd be like, thank you, because it's like a small thing that most people probably didn't notice, but I actually put a fair bit of intention of like choosing this specific choker, right? So I would really appreciate that. I'd be curious how you feel about compliments that are like kind of empty like that, like kind of flat, not very unique, versus a compliment that's maybe specific, where I'm like, hey Wick, I thought it was really brilliant when you said this and this on such a panel. Like, do those feel different to you? Can you receive, and I guess to all of you, can you guys receive those compliments?
Again, I understand the difference between them, and I think it is more likely that I'll receive those compliments better. But like, for example, when someone is critiquing my work and I ask them specifically like, hey, here's a song I wrote, can you give me some pointers and things? Even when they're specifically, if it's all compliments and no critique, that's when I get suspicious. So if the only thing they've ever said to me is compliments, and they never took me aside and said, hey buddy, I didn't like when you did this or something, then I wonder if they're being honest with me. Does that make sense at all? I don't know.
It totally does. It totally does.
Makes
Yeah.
a lot of sense. Yeah.
I think for me, I don't want to, and if anybody wants to chime in here, I've been doing a decent amount of talking, I feel like, so feel free to chime in when you feel like it. For me, the compliment, if it's like a trivial one, is perfectly fine unless I know that it's shit. And I don't mean like feels like shit. Like feeling like shit is one thing, but like if I look at like a chess game I played, for example, right? And I went through it and I played it like complete hot garbage. Everything that I've done in this game is and like I could literally show you a game I played today that was like hot shit. Like the fact I won is not like some measure of skill. It's they ran out of time and I was able to fuck with them and it was amazing, right? Like, skin of my teeth. If someone looked at that game and said, wow, you're such a good chess player, I would know they're full of shit. And that knowing they're full of shit would actually completely undermine like my respect for those compliments. I would take the compliment. I'd be like, oh, well, thank you. But like I would know in my head, they don't actually know anything about this topic that they're complimenting you on. And like I'm not gonna like put them in like a lower tier in terms of like our relationship, but I know that like I'm gonna take their compliments, especially in this specific field, with a grain of salt.
Well, it's like an empty compliment, right? Like Erudite was saying, that would be an empty compliment because they have no knowledge, right? So
either an empty compliment or like an ignorant compliment. Either of them are like kind of like, I don't know.
Less worthwhile to you, right? They're less useful.
On some level, yes. But like I don't want to diminish it when it's ignorant, right? Like if it's like an ignorant compliment, they just don't have perspective on the game. I don't want to say, oh well, that's shit. I think it's very nice of someone.
In a way, though, right? It diminishes the credibility of the compliment for you.
Yeah, it takes away from the credibility, and I don't want to make anybody feel bad. Like they're just saying like, I played this game, so they must hold me in high esteem because they don't have any experience in the game. So like in a sense, maybe it could be an authentic compliment. They just don't know any better, right?
Are you angry at? Or do you feel like part of you holds it against them that they made that mistake?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, because I, while we're going around the circle doing group therapy stories, my experience, I want to take this one step further, because I was talking to Wick about this on my stream yesterday. I think my experience is actually something that I'm aware is a problem, and I'm trying to solve it, but I'm not really sure what a good way to go about doing that is, which is that I love compliments in general, but if someone compliments me on something, so people like to compliment me on my hair a lot, all right, on the platform. I don't particularly. It's great. I love it, and I love it because I don't particularly I don't have a very strong internalized feeling of oh, I have great hair. I just wear my hair. This is I don't feel like cutting my hair, so I put it on top of my head so it's not everywhere, and everyone goes, "Oh, wow, amazing." So for me, when people say great hair, it's like, "Oh, cool." But when people compliment me on things that I almost to any degree, honestly, have any kind of expertise or skill at, where it's actually something that in my head is "Oh, I have some actual merit here." If someone starts to compliment me on things like that, I have to fight an internal reaction that I notice where I judge them for it. If someone says, "Oh wow, great point, Professor Meat," there's a part of me that goes, "What a fucking idiot! They don't know fucking anything. They don't know what about my point was great. What do they know about what my point was good?" Now, if this is someone who I respect and have appreciation for, I'm close to, that can change that. But if we're just talking about, there's a spectrum there, and it's real. It's when you're towards the bottom, that's where you're gonna live. Everything that you say to me that might be a compliment of something that I think I'm good at is I'm going to think less of you, and I'm gonna try not to, but I am, and I don't know. I don't know what to do about
I think
that.
that was the old me on some level, but I think I had a moment where I just sucked at a topic or something that so I took a great deal of pride in rhetorical stuff and understanding things, and I was properly humbled, really humbled on this topic. It was I mean, I was ignorant. I'm not gonna say what the topic is. That's for another panel. But no, I had some shit beliefs and things. I had some really shit ideas.
The deplatforming panel coming up. Yes, you will be humbled again. Don't worry.
You derailed him, Rick.
I had a shit
You're
take,
abusing him.
and that shit take taught me that it's entirely possible to be wrong about something and still be intelligent. It taught me that it's okay to not necessarily have aptitude for one specific thing, but have an aptitude for something that's well beyond my grasp. And so I can take that grain of salt I have, when someone says something that and I don't trust their judgment on, I'll take that grain of salt. But then I can also understand that they have an expertise somewhere else, and I'm not sure where it is necessarily, and I should evaluate each statement as it comes, not necessarily disregard the whole person just because they very obviously fucked up. That being said, if they're demonstrating toxic behavior patterns, that charity kind of goes out the window just a teeny tiny bit, because that charity is based in a good faith interaction between me and them. And if that faith has been broken somehow, well, then we're gonna have to figure out how to rebuild it. And I haven't actually quite figured that out yet. And half the time it's not even worth it, right? Just don't bother rebuilding it. But that's kind of yeah. Does that help at all, Professor Meat? In terms of because if you're having that challenge, maybe that'll give you some guidance in that direction. I don't know.
Man, I feel like I'm about to give a really
I'm still listening,
answer.
by the way. I'm gonna grab something. I'm still listening.
You're fine.
Well, that's okay, because I'm about to give a really hot take. So you give the shitty answer, and then I'll give the hot
let me
take.
give my shitty answer, which is that I feel like I have had similar experiences to that sort of trying to eliminate a sense of elitism to myself, which I guess obviously maybe I haven't done, but I feel like I have a very strong sense of internalized anti-elitism, to the sense of being, you don't have to be right about one thing. Being right doesn't make you better. But at the same time, I don't know. I guess when I'm applying devoid of this circumstance, I guess I feel very strongly about that kind of intuition, but it doesn't. But it does seem to still be this like just powerful impulse in that particular situation. Erudite, roast me, come on.
All right, so
This hot take.
okay, so I have a hot take with women that I think is actually applicable in this situation, which is a lot of women find like catcalls and random compliments from men really obtrusive. Some even go as far as like saying it's really scary and really bad. I can understand for somebody who's maybe a victim of like recent and severe trauma that could be really scary, but overall I think broadly, while they are empty compliments, they're fundamentally still compliments of somebody saying that you're attractive. You might not buy into them, you might think that they just want sex from you, but regardless, it's still like more or less you're still getting flattery. It's still a compliment. And so
Okay.
I know, big hot take. And
Yeah,
so
but-
Holy shit, that's a
I
take.
actually have a story about this.
I have a
It's
story
pretty
too.
short.
I'll tell mine after yours.
Very short. I was walking in a shopping complex with one of the friends I worked with, and she was dressed fairly nicely, and a car drove by and shouted like, did the catcalling thing, like, "Damn girl, you're so fine," and it made her day. She's like, "It's been a while. That was great." She felt really good about herself. She had made herself up. She'd made herself look pretty. She felt good. It's not all negative, and yes, there are times where it can be more oppressive. And again, it really depends on the situation, and there are problems with it. But there very rarely are things all good or all bad. And in this case, there some women like this.
And I guess why I'm bringing it up is I feel like in this conversation, I totally understand. Like I said, I'm a self-reformed self-loather. So when it comes to like not accepting compliments, I'm the first to say I totally understand from a human perspective how difficult that can be. I guess from the like outside, I just like want to say like it's tough to say any compliment like isn't a valid or a good compliment, or that like we should just dismiss a compliment, because it's like fundamentally it's like people are so goddamn mean in this world that when we even get like little slivers, even if it's like kind of slimy niceness, it sure is nicer than like the outright absolute actual misogyny and the outright actual like racism and dog shit that people spew all the time, that I'm like, I know it feels like I wish that I had a better barometer, but it's like any compliment to me is better than nothing at all, because it's like at least even if they have bad intentions, at least they're attempting to LARP as being nice, whereas a lot of people don't even LARP to be nice. They're just nasty, and like maybe this is just my predilection for liking nice things, but like I don't know.
Yeah. So, okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So, I think there is a thing here that is being like a little bit. I think there's one aspect of this that's like really important to address, and that is this is like feels like a compliment under duress in a sense. Like I feel like this is a situation where we are in a society where this sort of thing is considered acceptable behavior, or maybe unacceptable behavior that's commonplace, and folks engage in it anyway. And despite the fact that we are working to prevent that from happening, people are still like employing this as a tactic. And yeah, like you might feel good about it. You might feel okay about the fact that it's it's like a mixed thing. Like you're getting two things at the same time, right? Like you feel icky and then you're getting the compliment simultaneously. And I guess like my question here is whether it is a compliment anyway, is that icky feeling is still not okay. Like you're still crossing a boundary somehow here, right?
Well, is it crossing like I maybe you guys are all gonna get mad at me here, but
I've got a story that I think.
Please tell your story.
Yes. So this was an experience that helped me understand what the other perspective is, because different people confronted with different compliments, catcalls, whatever, will feel different ways depending on, who each of those people are and who they are to
just to
each
be
other.
clear, you get to feel any way you want about a compliment. I'm not villainizing anyone for feeling a way. I just think like societally, like LARPing as nice is probably like something. I just don't want to shit on LARPing as nice because there's so many nasty people. I'd rather shit on nasty people than LARPing as nice. Yeah.
For sure. But until this experience, I think I didn't really understand even what that other perspective felt like of getting a compliment and feeling kind of greased on or kind of like singled out in a really uncomfortable way. I was at a club. I was with my friends. We were feeling good. I was dancing, and a guy came over and said like, "Hey, I was over there. I saw you dancing. Like, you're dancing really good." And it was pretty straightforwardly nice compliment. But afterward, I had this like uncomfortable feeling that it's like when I went back to dancing, I was like, am I now like performing? Like, I'm not dancing for you. I'm dancing for me. Um, and I was like, I don't know what this person's intentions were. If they were just, if they were on Molly, if they were hitting on me, if they were just like Italian, and they were just like, this is how they were, relating. But I had this feeling of being really uncomfortable afterward, and I'm like, oh shit, this is probably like what women feel like very, very often when people come up to them and just like randomly start evaluating them as like their kind of like what they're adding to the ambiance or whatever, right? That was kind of that moment, and I've had a lot of moments like that of just like when I feel some experience, then I feel like, oh shit, this is like how women feel in the situation sometimes.
So can I ask you a question, Socrates?
Yeah.
Do you think there's ever a situation where it's okay to compliment a stranger or someone you just see on the street, looks wise, or is it just never okay?
So this is I'm gonna re-ask the question in a slightly different way, which is just a way that I've heard a lot,
Certainly.
which is not necessarily the same thing, but I think is really important. Which is I've seen people ask, and people have asked me like, hey, well, like I want to compliment women when I see them on the street. How can I do that so that I don't come off as creepy? And the issue is, and the thing you have to think about is like, well, why are you complimenting women? Why are you complimenting a particular woman? How can I say like, oh, I like your jeans rather than like, I like your butt, whatever. The thing is, if what you actually are trying to communicate is like, I saw you and now I'm like attracted to you and I'm fantasizing about you, you shouldn't communicate that. Because fundamentally what that is really just for you. It's always going to be somewhat fake. It's always going to be somewhat of like some kind of PR move to try to communicate something that you're trying to make it for them, but it really is about you.
It feels weird to get so nitpicky over compliments when it's like like, yes, and like, to be honest, I think like this is why I'm big on empowering women to just like say what they feel in like a palatable way, right? So that like for women who don't like those compliments, they can be empowered to just be like, when a guy comes up and says something and they feel kind of greasy, be like, sorry, I just don't actually appreciate that, like I just want women to say that. I think that would be great. And I want to normalize men. Like, I think rejection overall sucks, but I would love to normalize like women approaching men and men approaching women and like getting much more egalitarian. I'm very big on that. And so it's like all of the people who fucking love to hear that you've been sexually fantasizing about them, which I know lots of men who are like, God, I would love if a woman would tell me that I'm fucking hot and that she wants to rail me, like I'd love that, and there's lots of women who feel that way too, like what Wick was talking about. I have several of my friends that like really enjoy being complimented, and like they definitely do, and I have other friends who really fucking hate being catcalled, and like I think both are valid ways to feel. I just don't want to tell people how they can and can't compliment people overall, because it feels nitpicky on a positive behavior when there's so many like egregiously unhealthy behaviors that happen as well, like men being like kind of rapey and pushy with girls. Like I want to talk about that when we're talking about behaviors to not do.
So I think the solution for this is to actually just be clear in your mind of what it is that you're trying to communicate. Because if you're trying to communicate, if you're trying to communicate like, hey, here's some cool thing I noticed about you. You have this like neat necklace, whatever, never seen before. But it's like the reason that you wanted to compliment this person is because you have like a new feeling of attraction to them, and you just want to tell them, which is what like catcalls, it seems like, usually are. Just be clear in your mind so that people who are receiving this message of, oh, this stranger's attracted to me, if they like it, then they could be like, oh, that's cool. Or if they don't, then again, we should normalize exactly what you're talking about, just saying like, hey, I don't really appreciate that.
Yes.
But I think that clarity between, well, okay, this person is actually like complimenting something to me, that they actually, they thought it was cool that I arranged these pins together in my backpack. They think they're cool pins. They actually really mean that. It separates those things out a little bit. So maybe they don't have to be fully separated, but a little bit of that internal clarity, I think, goes a very long way.
So Socrates, I will say this, that I think that entirely okay.
Hi, Kaylee.
And then,
I just wanted to welcome the new person.
Oh,
Sorry.
so, oh, can I just
Can I-
respond to Socrates?
Yeah, go ahead to respond, and then we're going to introduce Kaylee, and then yeah.
So okay, I'll make it really quick. So I think it's like it definitely depends on the way it's done, right? So if I come up to someone and I'm like, "Hey, Socrates, man, I saw you out on the dance floor. I really like you. I think you're great." And then if you tell me, "Oh, that's cool," or you don't seem interested, or you don't respond with a like verbal kind of like, "Oh, wow, that's really cool. Let's get together," I back off. And at that point, I think nothing's been done that's wrong. Nothing's been done that's untoward, and I think that's a good thing. That people should be more vocal about what they actually feel. They should be more honest about what they actually feel. What comes
with
as a problem?
themselves.
Yeah, what comes as a
firstly,
problem is when people don't take no for an answer, or don't pick up on those cues, or do it in such a way that's just not like if they're that objectifies them immediately. You know what I mean?
Or something that conveys something that will make somebody think that way. And that's what I would say is a big thing is like if you really are intending to compliment somebody and make your day, be prepared. And so this is something to practice. If you don't do this perfectly, you're not a terrible person. But I would say the thing to practice is to think about if I'm trying to compliment somebody for them, how can I convey this in a way that demonstrates to them that I'm interested in giving them this thing and walking away. And I don't need to stay there for the result of it, whatever. I'm not looking to get anything out of it. That's the thing that will make people feel safer in receiving a compliment is that, oh, wow, they just meant that. They said it, they left. If I want to chase after them because I just love that compliment so much, I can. But they're just saying it and leaving. That's what makes people feel safe.
Cool. All right. So I'd like to welcome Kaylee Marie here. She has been so we met like last week, I think it was, and she's been a delight to hang out with. I really appreciate Kaylee's takes on things, and she has things to say here. So welcome, Kaylee. Do you have things you want to shout out, by the way? A stream channel, Twitch, Twitter, something? Oh, you're muted, by the way. We can't hear you. Oh, no. Nah, I can't hear you still. You could maybe close Discord, reopen Discord. Sometimes that's a thing, or you have to like reactivate the sound thingy, or reset it. Okay, while you're working on that, real quick, I'm going to just give my thought on this, and then hopefully your sound will be ready in time. I think there is something to be said for an erudite, like what your preferences are in dealing with the cat call. Actually reminds me what you were saying when we're having this disconnect between passive aggressive and aggressive, right? Like you like that direct behavior and you don't like that indirect behavior. And like I'm wondering if your capacity to be very direct kind of influences your take here, because if you're not comfortable with the cat call, if you're not comfortable with accepting this maybe compliment, you will let them know. And there's a lot of people who have a hard time actually verbalizing and expressing themselves in a way that will let them get out of it. They receive the cat call and then they're just kind of stuck in a holding pattern. And they're
What
not,
do you
like,
think I feel about cat calls? That might be helpful to start with.
That's a good point. I'm literally imagining. Okay, that's fair.
What
That's
do you assume
absolutely
I
fair.
enjoy about cat calls?
Disgusting.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. I'm
No,
trying
no,
not to
no,
assume.
no. It's totally fine. It's totally fine to assume based on my position. I just think the reason why you're asking this question, it's important to elucidate that. It's totally fine that you're asking this question. I think it's an important question to elucidate. I just don't answer. I've been learning with Twitch rhetoric to say less and let people ask questions if they have questions. So ask away.
Interesting. Okay. So I guess
Because I hate caveating all the time. I'd rather people just fucking ask if I'm a bigot, you know?
Well, again,
like, when you say that, do you mean you hate all women? And I'm like, no, I don't hate all women. I'd love to answer that question. I don't hate all
So
women.
you hate all men then?
You see what we're
Yes,
really
I do hate all men.
So I guess like rather than just even ask how you feel about cat calls, it'd be really cool to like actually kind of get like a bit of a dissection, if you will. Like, what do you like and what do you not like about cat calls? Because I feel like it's probably a little bit more complicated even than whether you like them one way or the other.
So I'm actually a bit of a Puritan. In general, I don't love sexual advances at all. I'm actually like, it's something we talk about in my Discord a lot. How like it's a weird that I'm like becoming a decently popular female streamer, and I have almost nobody aggressively sexualizing me like at all, because I just don't put off, I think, very sexual vibes at all. Because I'm a Puritan in the most true sense. So I don't personally love catcalls. I've just come to understand that getting pissy every time I get catcalled is mostly leading to my life sucking more than just being like, you know what? Fair enough. I appreciate that you think I'm attractive. I can appreciate that in a meta way of being like, it's nice to know that my aesthetic is presenting well. Whether you're being honest or not, I don't really give a fuck, like, because I don't care that much about your compliment. But it just led to overall improvement in my life when I just stopped getting upsetty spaghetti about catcalling or random men approaching me and giving me compliments, or just people in general giving me any compliment. It just improved my life quality.
So what's really interesting about this reminds me of an argument I had with my little brother, actually. So we both went to the same small school, okay? We were the only respective brown kids in our school. Like I was 4 years ahead of him because I skipped a grade or whatever. And the way he dealt with the same sorts of like racial harassment that I dealt with was completely different. So for me, I was getting pretty pissed off when kids were talking about how the United States was bombing my country. They didn't know where I was from. Just every time there was an airstrike, that's his country, right? Yeah. And then there's this, the other thing. I don't even know if I can say this on stream, so I'm just not going to say this, like some of the slurs and some of the things they said. But it was like really dark, awful stuff. And like, yeah, it upset me, it pissed me off, etc., etc. And I responded in kind. The way my brother dealt with it, which was great for his mental health and fantastic for him, he like was super duper all about it, right? Mm-hmm. He would literally embrace the event. So like someone would say something extremely racist, and he'd be like, "Yeah, I also have this AK-47, blah 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 in my backyard," right? Yeah. And he would like pander to the joke and pander to these people, and they liked him for it. And he was Mr. Popular brown person in the school because everybody could dig the whole, like, it's like a cultural exchange almost. Like, you've accepted my racist culture, and I will accept you, person who is like of the wrong skin tone, but we like you anyway, right? Yeah. Like that was like, that's how it felt, right?
Right.
So he and I fought about this for years, but like I couldn't deny the fact that at the end of the day, his methodology was better for his mental health. It made him very popular, and he was able to educate everybody on like actual cultural things, right? So there's a lot of positives here, right? But the trade-off was that he had to openly embrace people who are being extremely racist to get there. And the question is, did that racism like leave as he kind of became integrated into that culture? Not necessarily. Mm-hmm. Like a lot of the people that were these actors still are, I mean, they're just really not nice people. Mm-hmm. I see their Facebook posts, because of course you friend everybody you went to high school with for no reason at all.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, look, I like to have my 1,000 Facebook friends. Okay. Well, actually it's dropped. I've gone down to, I had 666 for a little bit, but I think we're back at like the 800.
The devil's number.
I don't have a Facebook.
Yeah. But it's a metric that I like. Okay. It's like, cool. I got 800 friends, and I can feel good about myself when I'm like, crying in the corner after I lost a chess game. That's not true. I don't actually care. But what I think, though, is that this is like very analogous to the catcalling thing, because in a sense, you can accept the catcall, you can accept the compliment, and then you can respond to the culture in a way that is like good for that culture in a way, a language. It's like almost interpreting the language as you're like kind of giving charity to the language being used and assuming good faith in a way that like it obviously isn't necessarily.
Yeah.
And kind of being okay with it.
Right. So does it like reinforce essentially a toxic culture? Is kind of the question. Is like, are you basically reinforcing, in your brother's case, the racism by responding to it positively and almost positively reinforcing the racist comments, right? So I think that that's a really, really valid critique on essentially what I'm saying. I think the level of harm is a little bit different, because I think like abject racism versus like catcalling has very different levels of harm. Because one of them is objectively being racist, whereas the other one is like a slimy compliment with like kind of like a bit of objectification that's going on as well.
I mean, it's hard to. I don't want to. I don't want to split this up just real quick, because we're probably going to shift away from the racism thing in a second. And I want to get Kaylee in too. She has. Do you want to give it a test go real quick, Kaylee? Just real quick.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Verizon commercial. We did it.
My mic crapped out on me, so I'm
Oh, no.
really sorry that this little crappy mic is what I have at the moment. Sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. We're just glad to have you. Okay, I'm going to say my thing about racism, and then we'll shift over. Thanks for the follow and or sub individual who I'm follow. Pepperoni Playboy, thanks for the follow. So I was going to say is I think like the racism and the sexism kind of are two aspects of the same sort of phenomenon, where someone's looks is determining a specific behavior pattern. Now, the sexism has a little bit more like biological charge to it, right? Like there's like this sort of like there's like this sort of incentive in the male psyche, depending on the person, to do some outreach for this person they find attractive on some level. Not that all catcalls are about attraction. In fact, actually, I know that it's not. So maybe I shouldn't even say this. Maybe I shouldn't even go in this direction. I think maybe I should just identify the sexism and racism, actually. So I'm going to self-correct here a little bit.
Can I ask you, Bad Luck, real quick? What is a catcall to you?
Woo woo!
Thanks for the bit. I appreciate it. It's time to play Codenames. What is this? What's a cat call to me? A cat call to me is a person putting their sexual objectification on another, either through verbal language or body language or physical act. So, for example, my favorite moment of my experience with catcalling was some chick spanking freshman Ali's butt in the hallway randomly, being like, "Hey, looking good," and me not knowing what the fuck to do because I was quiet and I'm pretty sure she was dared to do it, and holy shit, that was awkward. And it took me like 8 years after the fact that the only appropriate response. No, and then I could get into it. It was like it was going to be very also like equivalently lewd, right?
So can I ask you this then? Would you consider me saying, "Hey, Professor Meat, love the hair," a catcall? I'm objectifying him. I am using.
But it's not
body
sexual.
part.
There's no sexual tension to it.
What if you said,
okay, so if
I wouldn't say that I would read that in.
Man?
I wouldn't read that. I wouldn't read that as sexual.
This.
Not with like, "Hey, nice hair." If you were like, "Hey,
how about
like
this?
the hair,"
Your
then I'd read sexuality into it.
Wait, I got you. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna take that. I'm gonna cut you off. I'm just gonna say the only thing is like I want to put some of that bush in my bush. I think would be like a cat call, right?
Okay, yeah, that's
And okay, Kaylee, you wanted to get in on this. Sorry.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, everyone. This mic is gonna suck. Okay.
It's all good.
That's fine.
I didn't think it was fair to just give like Erudite, you said that you didn't want to dismiss compliments. I don't really think it's fair to say that, especially when it comes to catcalling, because yes, sometimes it can be considered a nice thing. Sometimes they'll have good intentions behind it. You don't have any reason to feel threatened. But I'm not willing to make that decision when that happens to me. I don't think that it's, I guess, fair to put that on the other person to just accept the compliment and hope it's in good faith, essentially. I have had it happen to me where, it probably was nothing. They just wanted to give a genuine compliment. And then I've had it happen to me where it was scary. And I'm not willing to make that distinction in the time being, especially just with past experience, I guess.
What, in the situation that was scary, could you outline for us, like, what was distinct about that situation versus situations where maybe it was, like, neutral?
Sure. So, I've lived in Toronto a long time, Sometimes there was no one on the street and I was getting catcalled, and sometimes there was people on the street and you're also getting catcalled. I don't. To me, that's one distinction I make is if there's a lot of people around, I assume that nothing bad is going to happen. If there's no one around, I am making the distinction that things are going to happen. I have had times where people have catcalled me, and then they found me later in the night, and they kept trying to come up on me and make moves on me, and I was not interested, and I've told them up front. I also don't think that it is fair. You mentioned before to say something to them that you don't like that. I'm not willing to, whether I think they're doing it out of the goodness of their heart or doing it with bad intentions, I am never going to turn around to someone that is yelling at me on the street to say, I don't like that. I'm
not saying in the cat call, right? The issue is like what you outlined,
Right.
like the fear with the cat call is when it becomes more than just a cat call, but like this persistence not saying no, right? And I'd say like, yeah, that's fair enough. I don't consider it cat calling anymore if a guy is constantly pushing your boundaries and not taking no for an answer, and you're giving both implied and unimplied. That's a different situation. At that point, I don't say that that's complimenting though anymore. That's kind of what I call rapey culture, right? That's just a guy boundary pushing, essentially, to use like another term from before. That's a guy boundary pushing, and that's not compliments anymore.
So could it be a situation where the cat call range is like a spectrum between like? But no, I don't even like that though. Sorry, go ahead, Kaylin. I'm gonna keep thinking here.
No, I was gonna say I also don't usually yell this much, but I'm trying to make sure everyone can hear me.
I cranked you up to 200.
Again, I'm just kind of jumping in later in the conversation, so I know at this point in the conversation it is somewhere else. I just kind of have a problem with telling women to say no when they're getting catcalled, but I might have missed that part that you're more talking about a compliment.
Yeah, like a cat call, it's hard to say no because half the time they're fucking driving by, and you're not going to be like no as they like drive by. That's not going to do anything, right? And I'm not even trying to be like we should normalize and encourage catcalling. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I also don't want to tell women that catcalling is super dangerous and that they should be afraid for their lives, because I don't broadly think that that is true, right? And you're allowed to feel any way you want about it, but I think overall it improves quality of life to at least feel neutrally around it, right? And if it's in situations where it's not just catcalling, but he's being fucking pushy and rapey, that's a whole different situation, and of course it's scary, because I've been in those exact situations and it is scary, and so that's super fair. But they're like kind of separate behaviors that we're talking about, and I think like to give people good information on each of these, we have to be precise about different situations, because sexuality and sexual dating landscapes are so nebulous right now. There aren't really rules, and we have to figure out what the rules are, and I'm not sure if I'm willing to make a fine line about catcalling, but I will make a firm line about being boundary pushing. I'm totally with you on that one. It's fucked up, but I do want to empower women to say no in those situations, because I think that it actually more likely than not will lead to a better outcome for the woman. I think like the fear mongering that we do, where we tell women if you say no, it's going to lead to harm, is not empirically informed.
So could you say that it's a spectrum of negativity though? Like you're saying neutral. Yeah. And I feel like neutral is still like.
I think most catcalls are neutral.
Like so, like I still feel like it's
usually bad.
Like
because some girls really like it. If the fact that like some girls really like it, it has to like be kind of neutral.
No, because we need a poll of girls and women who have been catcalled, right? Like I would say it's like slightly. Like,
what if 10% of them hate it or love it and 90% of them hate it?
Yeah, it's like a bifurcation, right? So maybe the center line is neutral, but people generally go in one direction or another.
I think we're gonna need that paint again. I'm gonna have to pull up paint.
We've got like 5 people
I
trying
think
to
one
tell
of
the
the issues
scientist
here,
that her numbers are wrong.
I think one of the issues that's going on here is because, and I get it, that like honestly, I don't even know how to catcall. I'd never catcall. I think that's silly. I think it's weird to just shout things at people on the street that you don't know.
And I'm for educating men, by the way. Catcalling doesn't really work, and more likely, maybe if we still neutralize it, it's like it's not very smart. People don't broadly like it that much. Like, say we come to a consensus, we poll women, and it turns out broadly women find it negative. Sure, we can call it a negative behavior then. That's fine with me. I think morally it's neutral, but yeah, it's a negative social behavior. Sure.
Yeah, but the thing that's I think is going on here is because we do not like it, because we as an individual do not like it, we extrapolate our feelings about it onto the feelings of everyone else because it offends me. It must be offensive.
It's not necessarily true though, because it's not necessarily that it's. Sorry.
What makes it objectively offensive then? If it's like, yeah,
Well,
is
like,
it objectively offensive?
I think it's objectively boundary crossing.
Right.
Potentially in a minor way. Potentially in a very minor way. But I think just talking to a stranger in public is certainly in America. It's different in other countries. It's different in other countries I've been to. But in America, like certainly where I'm from, where people are really not like nice to random strangers in like a really forthcoming way.
So talking
to somebody is crossing a boundary, a social boundary.
I would say that's a terrible boundary. Then I'm sorry, like a culture that it's an implied social construct that you just never talk to strangers is kind of stupid, and it's not a great idea.
This must be a young person thing. This must be a young person thing.
And I'm willing to still say catcalling is negative, just to make clear.
I'm going to be boomer here. And
why is it negative? Okay.
Because when we didn't have cell phones and stuff, now you see them all in their cell phones and stuff. But it was common. It was common and accepted and kind of pleasant when you were out on the street, you're in the shop or something, when you're in the bookstore or the mall or the grocery store. You just strike up a conversation sometimes with someone. Like, hey, do you like that brand of chicken? Oh, yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay. That's
brand
it.
of chicken. That's your...
Or,
okay.
you know, you know what I mean? Like,
that's a whole different conversation. We'll talk about brands of chicken in a
I told you guys I was going to give you a hot take. Look at the content I'm giving you, Mad Lad.
It was great. It was great. It started the whole thing.
Damn it.
I just want to say that I think that we need to realize that maybe it'll make a little more clear, maybe not. I can never tell with my contributions. Is that it seems to me like we need to realize there's always pretty much a risk of like potentially like harming someone in some way or causing someone some kind of distress or something with basically any kind of interaction that we could ever bring up or like out of the blue impose on someone that they didn't explicitly ask for, literally categorically. But we recognize that as a species that we must do at some point, to some extent, we must do whatever it takes to allow this in our lives, because otherwise we'll go completely insane and we don't want to live in that world. So I just think maybe at least recognizing that maybe opens up the spectrum a little bit, because it makes it to where just because there are a significant amount of people who are maybe being harmed by a certain kind of interaction doesn't necessarily mean anything by itself. We have to sort of dig into that, because everything does exist on the spectrum. We have to figure out where along that spectrum we're talking about.
And we do have to disentangle what is morally neutral versus what is socially neutral. I'd agree broadly socially catcalling is viewed negatively. We would view it as a negative social behavior, because I would say there's a lot of social buy-in to basically saying catcalling's not a good idea and it's kind of cringe, right? I think most people would broadly agree with that. But that doesn't make the behavior morally bad. It just makes it socially dumb to do, right? My concern is I don't want to move that to now approaching random women and just being like, hey, you look really attractive, or approaching random men and saying, hey, like, I like your plume, right? I want to avoid getting into that territory, because I think that's something that actually broadly is a good thing. Because again, there's so many nasty people. Random compliments are certainly a lot better than like the other options.
So we just need to distinguish between what's a compliment and what's a catcall, okay? Because like a catcall can feel complimentary in a sense, like there's like a
what is a compliment
aspect to it. Well,
but it's a much more compliment. No, I would say it's a much more objectifying compliment. That's the problem, right? Because most catcalls are, they barely see you, they just see your female woman-shaped being, and then they catcall. So it's much more objectifying, which is why you could say maybe it's more prejudicial.
Well, I would say the aggressive part would be the objectification, and I would say the passive part. Maybe I'm like...
Is objectification aggressive?
If you are transforming someone's status verbally, I would say, in a sense, yeah. I think it is.
But all sexuality is objectifying to some extent. Necessarily. If you find somebody attractive, to some extent, you've objectified them.
You are aggressively assuming that you can do that. Like, if it's sexual, like, if you're having, like, a interaction with someone and there's consent, that's one thing. If there is no consent, then I would say that the objectification is aggressive in nature. But hold on.
No, ironically, I gotta go call my cat inside. That's the real thing that's gonna happen.
Go ahead and do your cat calling. We'll catch you in a little bit. I think like that is pretty aggressive to do, to say, like, make the assumption that there's no boundary there. Make the assumption that you can state this thing and it's okay. That feels pretty aggressive. And the passive aspect here, to me at least, is that not that I hate using the word to me because it kind of allows anybody who makes a bad take to just say to me and kind of get away with it. So I'm not trying to do that. But like passive is the compliment itself. So if you say, wow, you're really hot toots, like the aggressive part is the sexual objectification, assuming that that's okay, and the passive part is like, well, at least you complimented the person. Does that make sense?
Are you? I'm willing to agree to like any tautological disagreement. I just feel like aggressive is really not the right word here. Is there a different word we can find? Because I definitely am hearing what you're saying of like the transition from consent to non-consent. It just doesn't feel like to me that's aggression, because aggression is very much about like attacking. There's a kind of a threat of potential violence in some form.
You could say maybe imposing is a little bit less.
Here, let me state one more case for
aggressive versus aggressive.
Well, I mean, let me make the case for aggressive for just a second here, because like we're talking about the boundary, and we've got a picture of a boundary right here. Oh wait, hold on. Let me.
It's
put
hella
it back.
zoomed in.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So like these are our boundary walls, right? We had the purple little mound, we have the fence, and we have the wall with the fire in front of it. Okay. And we're gonna. I don't want to make the assumption that sexual objectification is the wall with the fire. To make this point, I'm going to pretend that sexual objectification is really just like a little invisible line in the sand that, like, you know, people might poke at, and not a lot of people are going to be sensitive, just for the sake of talking about this. When someone chooses to cross that boundary without, like, actually, maybe we should use the firewall for this. Let's use the firewall for this. When someone crosses that line, because people are going to have like all sorts of boundaries here, right? Like they're going to like say 33% are going to be this one, 33% this one, and 33%.
But you can. Here's the issue when it comes to cold approaches: is you can't know what those boundaries are, so you have to operate off of implied social contract. That's the best you have to operate from, and absolutely, the implied social contract doesn't view cold approach with a hard, spiky wall of like, don't fucking do it. Don't fucking cross it, right? We do have a hard wall for like, don't grab random people's asses. I would say that is a socially implied hard wall, but I wouldn't say a cold approach there's any boundary about that, because some people like cold approaches.
But there's a in between, right?
This is super. I'm sorry. This is very different from place to place where I'm from, which is not a
that's part of the implied social contract, and also neurodivergent people are like, fuck you, I hate implied social contract. I gotta take a call, but you guys keep trying.
Wait, so this is a really interesting and important piece, which is that trying to change or destroy a social boundary that you think is in a bad place can be a really good thing to do. But there is an important thing, and this I think this is actually interesting. Mad Lad relates to what you were saying with like you and your brother and your disagreement. This question of what individual responsibility, or what responsibility does an individual have to try to weather the effort or potential danger or whatever that comes along with trying to change or relate to a social boundary. So trying to be a good advocate for your race to push things forward in the best possible way in relation to your classmates or whatever. Like that's for an individual that can be a lot. And this question of like, what is somebody's responsibility? Like people can come down really strongly on this in different ways, that it's like either an individual has no responsibility toward like that boundary being in a good place, or maybe you have a lot of responsibility. And I think this kind of comes down to it, that like, is it good for me to try to change this boundary? At an individual level, you have to recognize at least that people who have a boundary crossed with respect to them may feel somewhat imposed on or in danger as a result, even if you think that you should change it.
Socrates, do you think this is a boundary that should be changed? That this social kind of idea that in most, well, I won't say most, but in a lot of cultures, in a lot of societies, in a lot of areas, it's totally okay to talk to someone in public that you don't know. Is that something we should change?
But this isn't the conversation. I don't. I just want to kind of go to the meat of the catcall thing. Like the cold approach is not the problem. The problem is the cold sexual objectification, not actually measuring the boundary, not evaluating whether it's this giant wall thing or like this little itty bitty mound thing. So like for the people where it's like a little itty bitty mound, that catcall won't have negative consequences. But when it's like this firewall and this firewall is shattered, through the act of doing the cat call, it causes a great deal of harm. And that great deal of harm is
harm?
what...
Hold on. What harm are we talking about? I'm really uncomfortable with us saying that catcalling does demonstrable large amounts of harm. I'm really uncomfortable with that.
I don't know if harm is the right word.
Okay, I've been grabbed. I have been grabbed by a man. That was a very distressing situation, right? Very uncomfortable. The amount of distress I experienced in that situation is vastly larger than when a random man has catcalled me. And I think that we need to be careful about the harm we apply, because there are individuals who have literally experienced like sexual assault, and I really want to make sure that we reserve space for these individuals' traumatic experiences and not equating all of these things that are obviously lesser to them. I want to be really, and I don't know if we're doing that, but I think we're getting into dangerous territory doing that, and I'm not willing to do that.
I don't think that it's fair to compare the struggles, though. To me, I was actually going to say, like, catcalling to me seems like nothing anymore because of the experience that I've been through. So I don't think that it's fair to say, just because this isn't as bad as this isn't harmful.
I'm not saying it's not harmful. I'm saying it's not crossing a boundary that's a brick wall with fire on it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not willing to say that.
I mean, the thing is, like, it goes from person to person, right? Like, for some people, yeah, like, you've gone through some shit and, like, the cat call seems trivial in comparison. And then for other people, like, who haven't gone through the hazing that comes with just being sexualized as a woman in our society, like, that first cat call can be a traumatic experience. There's people who are getting cat called when they're way too young. There's people who are getting cat called. Like, I mean, I've talked with people. I know women who have talked to me in tears about these experiences. So, like, I can't, like, I don't know what it's like, because I've never been, I mean, okay, I guess being spanked on the ass is, like, actually, I guess I can say.
Yeah, you have
a situation.
You have it.
Yeah.
Well, think about a situation where a woman is like pinned against a wall by a guy who's got hands on either side of her head against her consent. Because that's a situation I've experienced. That is obviously a boundary violation. It absolutely violates the social contract. And I'm still willing to say that catcalling's bad behavior, but the level of harm that I have experienced from catcalling is nowhere near that. And I also don't want to tell random women that catcalling is the same. Because the thing is with the brain, we can create self-prophecy, where when I tell people this mild thing is just as distressing as this extreme thing, it can become just as distressing, and I don't want to just, to some extent, artificially traumatize people. I don't want to do that.
I think that's an important line. Okay.
Look how this has translated into other spheres. We can see how people, if you're just slightly conservative, suddenly you're a fascist. You know what I mean? We have extremized and catastrophized everything from this kind of thing, because
people to relate to fascists.
Because we use this language. It's dangerous. It causes harm.
But this isn't the same. But this isn't the same thing. This is not the same thing. No, because like it's not the same thing whatsoever. Because what we're talking about is people actually experiencing, like, it can be done in this way. We do have to be particular about our language. I will acknowledge that. What I also think is very important is that it can be both. Like, it can be a situation where it's not the same thing as a man putting their hands above someone and then being right. Like, it's not the same thing whatsoever. I understand that.
Why are we using the same words? Why are we using the same term to describe one behavior that is absolutely not the same?
What's the same word again?
Harm.
Well, there's different spectrums of harm.
Right, but you were referring to catcalling as basically violating like a wall
deal
level.
Of harm.
I guess great deal of harm is how you refer to catcalling.
Right, but we've also, and the thing is, referring to, like, going back to this chart, we also acknowledge that people can have different boundary levels for a variety of different topics and a variety of different things. Not all people are going to have the same boundaries associated for cat calls versus the actual physical harm. It might be a situation for some people where that boundary level is the wall with the fire, and like that's their boundary. And like, I don't want to tell everybody you should all have firewall boundary for this, but I don't want to make someone who has this firewall boundary feel unimportant because it's the most extreme version of boundary.
Right.
We're going to pull 2 more people in. I know it's getting a little crowded here, but there's some folks who want to join in, so we're gonna do that. But go ahead and get into the Socrates.
It might be worth also
Yeah.
disentangling.
Oh.
There are things that we can prescribe for individuals, and there are things we can prescribe for society. Individuals can have any level of boundary at all, whatever. I don't care, because usually there are circumstances to back it. That is totally fine. What we're talking about with catcalls and cold approaches has to fundamentally be the implied social contract. So that is whatever broadly your culture that Donnelly, that you were raised in, decides of what social boundaries are. So if we say catcalling is a negative behavior, I would say at best it's a line in the sand. Maybe it's like a picket fence boundary in our culture. Now that can be the case that for some individuals, maybe somebody was catcalled right before they were violently kidnapped and raped. For sure, that's going to be a fucking, it's not even a boundary, it's a trigger at that point, which is super valid. And I'm not interested in dismissing actually individual victim circumstances. That's not
But
what
it
I'm
doesn't even
interested
have to
in
be
doing.
at that magnitude, right? Like it could literally be just someone who didn't have even like that next level experience afterwards, and like maybe it's just, and I don't want to like assume like the reasoning here, but like it could be just someone who just got catcalled for the first time, didn't get any other, like had a great day, had a great like year of life afterwards, right?
Yeah.
But like that one catcall was a traumatic experience for them.
So
and I think that's important.
Yeah,
person that we're, like,
right, which is why I want to disentangle. Individuals can have any boundaries that they like and need. That is
Right.
valid, and I'm not interested in telling individuals that they can't have those boundaries. What I'm trying to do is let's think about when people are approaching, what are the implied social contracts? What are we okay with? What's right and wrong? How do we navigate this?
Yeah, so we're on the same page here. And I one more thing I want to get. Sorry, I don't want to cut you off, Professor Man. We'll let you in just a second. I promise. One more thing that's like really important to me.
At this point, I probably forgot exactly what I was going to say. You guys are killing it. Take it away. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
And also, I was going to say it's worth. Okay, somebody keeps bringing this in, and I keep forgetting to like mention it. It's the reason why we have to talk expressly about the implied social contract is because for neurodivergent individuals, there is no fucking implied. They need it expressly said. So I don't want people with like autism who don't understand implied social contract to think that catcalling is just as bad as groping somebody. I don't want them to think that. I still want them to be like, yeah, probably catcalling's not a good idea, but here are the levels you can that operate within this.
Could the same thing be done for someone, or said for the same for somebody that's like socially awkward? Like, right? Like,
No. Somebody with autism is a uniquely different experience in social settings than somebody who's just socially awkward. Because somebody who's neurodivergent, the issue is the implied part that I said. They can't pick up the implied sometimes. Where somebody who's socially awkward usually can pick up the implied. They just don't know how to navigate, and they're too uncomfortable to navigate it like in maybe a way that we would prescribe for them to do so.
Like you're talking experience versus innate ability, essentially. Like
like somebody with autism literally sometimes can't read these implied things. They don't understand them, and it helps for them to hear people like talking about sexual experiences to make explicit what boundaries exist in the social contract.
Cool. Yeah. So I think taking a shot at trying to kind of coalesce this all together, I think there is something that it's important to me that other men who don't understand this, because before I experienced more of life, I didn't understand this. So I remember what that was like. I think sometimes men actually just do not understand why somebody could feel like they are in danger, which I think it's a fair statement to say that some people, some women, could feel like they're in danger if they are catcalled. I think it's important for men to understand why that could be the case, why it's not as much of an overreaction as it seems like it could be, because I've had friends who have been, followed, stalked, all of these things. And the idea that being singled out by somebody who wants something from you, which is what a catcall can be, it's understandable why that could feel dangerous. That being said, the main thing that people should go by is exactly as you said, notsoErudite, the typical social boundaries and relations. Some individual person might feel extremely strongly. I think men have to understand, in general, if you're going to catcall, try to have some understanding of what it could feel like to feel like you're in danger from that, because that'll help you avoid relating in ways, interacting with people in ways that are more likely to make them feel like they're in danger, and to do that in a way that is more comfortable. I think that's that's a way that can actually give you understanding of how to do that better, rather than saying don't do it. This is something that can allow you to do it better.
I think that's fair. I wanted to give Dury a chance to get in on this. Dury just was ready to hop on. We're talking. So the topic has changed a little bit since we last talked. But I assume you've heard the last few minutes of what we've been discussing. Did you have a take on this?
On the catcalling?
Yes.
Well, I am generally not a huge fan of it. I've been in some pretty uncomfortable situations as a result of it. I noticed that there was kind of a discussion of harm and whether or not it is harmful. And I think it's sort of a black and white perspective to boil it down to whether or not it is just harmful rather than a spectrum of harm. Obviously, some situations will be worse, and some won't. But I also don't think we need to equivocate it to like actual physical or sexual harm or any of that kind of stuff.
Right. That makes sense to me. Like I think it's like in that sense I do agree with what Erudite and Wick have been saying, which is like why are we using the same terminology is like a thing, right? I get that. But the thing is, like in the way our language works, I feel like is we have like these blanket terms that we have to add like, you know, some sort of like value qualifier to. So I'm talking about like harm or negativity. I don't necessarily mean like it's the same. We can use the same, it leads in the same direction, but we don't know what the slope of that direction is. That's kind of what I'm getting at here.
Can I try to kind of explain? Oh, I'm sorry. Meat can go. I'm just
Professor Meat first.
I'm just gonna say something real quick. It's not gonna. Yeah, I don't really have a point. First of all, I guess I do. I just want to say I'm very interested in. There's a lot of things, behaviors that seem to be atypical that we definitely don't really normalize society, and I think it's an interesting question of like, to what degree do we normalize these things? So I just want to say for anyone out there, I found the neurodivergent perspective very interesting, especially because I've had never mind. I don't need to talk about myself. I'm not neurodivergent as far as I know, but I find it interesting because I looked it up, and for anyone out there who's thinking, I just want to say for anyone out there who's thinking, oh well, you know, that's the neurodivergent. We're talking about kids with autism. Like, how much do we really care about that? From what I'm looking at, this was what I was freaking out about. If anyone saw me, 1 in 54 children in the United States, from what I'm looking at, are diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. So if we're talking about neurodivergent people just within like that spectrum, that might not sound like a lot, but that's a lot. Okay, that's a lot. That's a shit ton. Okay, this shocked me when I looked this up right now. 1 in 50. You guys got to realize, you go to a party, you go to a big party, there's like a guarantee that there's going to be like a handful of autistic people there. That's like from what I'm looking at.
Yeah, that's like
I think
basically
really
2% of the population.
Yeah. So I don't know. I just wanted to make that really clear because I feel like that maybe for me at least, that helps ground a lot of the metrics that we sort of use to judge how these things are parsed out into reality. And that's all I wanted to say.
So if I could just take a moment to explain why, and it's fair to disagree with this. There are different schools of thoughts on this, but this is why I do not think it is helpful. And in fact, I think it's counterproductive to use the same label for things like violent sexual assault or putting your hands up against the wall and trapping a girl versus catcalling. Because not only does it, well, Erudite talked about this a little bit about last night, that words can, like trigger warnings can kind of induce trauma. And so when people are shown, like when you say catcalling is harm, and this is also harm, and they're all harm, when someone is catcalled, they have been conditioned to be harmed by that. They have been conditioned, because of the language we use, to view that as a traumatic event. And this can cause legitimate harm. The other reason it's counterproductive is because it's the same reason why I do not like it when people say words are violence, because words are not violence. Words are not violence. They may cause harm, I agree, but they are not violence, because you would never answer words with fists. You would never do that. There are certain responses you can make to violence that would be unacceptable to be made when you use when they're just simply using words. That's a personal opinion, but this is, I think, very important to explain my position on this. Do I think catcalling is something we shouldn't do? Sure. Cool.
I like
do it.
I like to use
That's
stress
fine.
levels instead because I think the stress spectrum actually has different categorical labels for different levels of stress. So, for example, in a clinical setting, when we're talking about the stress spectrum, it's pretty broad, where it ends at the extreme where it's post-traumatic levels of stress, right? And then at the mild levels, it might be like slightly emotionally aroused. And then it goes to like upset, and then it goes to stressed, then it moves to distressed, right? And we have kind of this continuum to express different types of stress that people can experience, rather than just kind of blanketing all of stress as trauma, which sometimes happens where we treat all levels of stress as trauma, when actually not all levels of stress are trauma. In fact, you need a certain level of stress to perform well in sports. You need a certain level of like what we would call like emotional stress to do really well, to get into alpha waves and stuff. So I like the chart that you drew where we're going to do the harm or boundaries between levels 1 to 5 because we don't have words for it necessarily. Because I think
Professor
it is.
Meat's fault.
Yeah.
I've been advocating for a like abuse, stress, rape like spectrum with levels and like forever. I think that would really clear up a lot of these conversations if we could just put everything into their little level 1 abuse, level 2 abuse, level 3 stress, you know.
And I actually like the stressors thing too. Like I think, and like we can explore the semantics of harm and negativity or whatever
Yeah.
else. But I think stress is a very accurate way of depicting it.
Yeah, because when we're talking about these levels of harm, part of what's harmful about it is the distress that it causes the individual, which can lead to certain mental health sequelae, right? So if you have traumatic levels of stress, like in this situation where we're having extreme traumas happening to an individual, the issue is that that traumatic stress can form into a trauma for that individual. And that's the harm. That's the obvious harm that's from that situation.
Right. And so like you would say like everybody's individual boundary regarding like the thing in question, where there's some sort of physical thing or some sort of a verbal thing, kind of determines how much trauma actually happens or how much stress actually happens, right?
Yeah, for that individual.
Right.
Kaylee,
Cool.
just jump
All right.
in. Just cut us off.
Yeah, no, it's hard with this mic because I can't really talk over people with this. So I'll just say, when I was catcalled the first time, I was literally 8 years old, and at the time, I was flattered. I was like, "Oh my goodness, they must think I'm an older person, whatever." Right? I didn't think any harm of it. But then I got a little older, and I realized, one, I did not look like an adult by any means, and two, I should have had an idea of what could happen with that. I should have called my mom and said somebody yelled at me. I should have been more cautious. I shouldn't have been as flattered as I was. So I was naive with it. No one put that in my head, and that could have put me at risk. So no. Maybe
Can I ask a
agree.
question?
I agree. Maybe we don't want to use the word harmful, but it is important that people know what can come about this. That it can get worse. Sometimes it's not just catcalling. Like I understand the whole harmful thing, but I still don't think it's just putting like ideas in people's head. I guess I think that it's important that we know these things.
But I think
really
age
great
plays a
point,
factor.
actually.
Hold on. Wait, before we go on, I just wanted to ask Kaylee something real quick.
Yeah.
What made you realize that the cat call would not necessarily be okay? Like there must have been like some sort of triggering event or something, right? Like where did the realization come from?
I just got at that point in my life. I didn't really have any other sexual trauma at the time. I was probably about 14 when I started to realize this, and it was mostly just like growing up and realizing that these things can happen and not being naive to the world. So I just yeah, I don't know.
Did somebody like tell you? Like, do you remember like learning like catcalling's really bad or anything like that?
No, it wasn't even anything specific. I put those things together myself, that these things can happen, whether it was watching movies or whatever, that bad things can happen in those situations. Because even now, if I were to get catcalled, and especially if I'm alone, that person can turn around, and you can argue that maybe it's because of past trauma and whatever that I think these things, but I don't think it's bad to think those things. I think it's important to be aware of what can happen. I don't think that's necessarily causing more harm by doing that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably
okay,
worth
so-
clarifying again for everyone. I don't think anyone here is pro catcall. Like, I don't think anyone here
No,
is being like,
that's not
yeah.
what
I just
I'm
for my
that's not
chat, my
argument
chat
at
keeps
all.
on being like, wait, are we saying that we should teach kids to catcall? And I'm like,
No.
no one's saying that. No one thinks. No, I
That's
said it's
not
neutral at
argument.
best. I said it's somewhere in the range morally between neutral. It's pretty obvious socially that we view it as negative. I'm just not willing to put a moral implication on it yet. Maybe I will when we get into the conversation.
Sure.
There's a quote I like.
I'm
It's Dune. It's from Doom. It's called "Fear is a mind killer." You know, that's the quote. Fear is a mind killer. And when you are afraid, and when you feel lots of level of fear, it is important to realize. I would agree with you, Kaylee, 100%. That it's important to realize that in certain situations, the extreme risks involved could be life-threatening.
To
Very much
Peter,
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So I'm sorry if this was already discussed. I might have missed it. What did we discuss why we think people catcall? Because you're saying you're not ready to put a moral
Impetus on it.
Yeah. So I'm
Yeah.
just curious if we've discussed why we think or why we know why people catcall. I have my own ideas about it, but I'm just
I
curious.
could only guess.
I would guess
could only
mostly I see it happen. So my major experiences with catcalling is a bunch of bros in a truck that are about 15 to 19 that roll down the window, scream out a catcall, and then you hear them all chuckling as they drive away. It's pretty. I just don't know if that is like morally bad or morally neutral, because I think actually in our society we're not really willing to call things morally neutral when there's lots of shit that's morally neutral. And maybe I'll move and say maybe catcalling is like slightly morally bad, but I have a hard time seeing it super differently. Like I would say, like for example, I'm sure you've all been kids where you rolled down the window and you like screamed at cars near you, or like stuck your tongue out and like waved your thing. I don't know if maybe I was just a shit disturber when I was a kid. You know, when you like roll up beside vehicles and you like shout things. When I was 8, I wasn't catcalling. I'd usually be like, you're a big dum dum, or like some stupid shit that an 8-year-old would do, right? Or like
But,
sticking my
when I
nose
was,
up.
when
it's
I was
probably
younger,
it's probably for attention, right? Like either you
Yeah.
want attention,
Attention,
for yourself,
play.
or you want attention.
You think it's fun? Like play.
Yeah. For me, I suspect I'll say they're either looking for attention for themselves or they're looking for a reaction out of you.
Probably both, yeah.
I
Or
don't
their
believe.
friends.
Yeah, I don't believe shit disturbing is moral. Morally neutral, I guess you could argue, but I don't think it's morally good by any means. So
I'm not saying it's good. I just think
I'm not
shit
trying to-
disturbing's neutral.
would that
Can I give
depend
an
on
answer?
would that depend on the
Yeah.
person who's like getting catcalled? Because here I live in the city and there's a lot of like black folks around here. I live around a lot of black people, so some girls see it as some women see it as a good thing. Other women ignore it, or they'll shut you down immediately. So like I see it as like I guess neutral. I guess it's on the individual and how they handle it, right?
Can I give an answer for why people do it that I don't? It's going to be a hot take.
Professor's Meat is going to tell us
but I
about
wanna
his
give it.
regular catcalling experiences and why he does it.
So-
All right,
so-
yeah, I
let's
want to get
go.
into that, and then after that, I got
Right.
Oh,
When I
okay.
imagine the world in which I could have been an avid catcaller, the world, unfortunately, I have not had the pleasure. But if I were to imagine how that world could be, and based on my own experiences with seeing people do this too, because it's a common thing, even if it's not like some constant thing with the construction workers on the side of the street who see cartoons or whatever, it's the kids driving by, it's what's something that people don't hear about a lot of the time, or they don't think about a lot of the time, is it's not even necessarily to get about the girl and her reaction at all. Like a lot of the time, even though it's totally dumb, it's totally objectifying, and it's totally like inconsiderate, if we're just trying to understand these dumb men's heads, a lot of the time, I really think it's just a lot of dudes sitting around and they see a girl, which they're just thinking of as an object in a sense. And they're like, oh, that's so hot. My brain goes ooga booga, wowzers. And they're all thinking that. And they're all like, well, yeah, we're all going ooga booga. It's like, in a weird way, it's almost like when people will look at like a piece of food. It's fucked up, but like people will look at a piece of food that they like and they'll all be like, oh my God, look at that. Oh, can you believe it? And they'll have a big joke about it. That's what's wrong about catcalling. Is it's inconsiderate because it can affect people. But again, I'm saying
Yeah,
wrong.
it gives
We
the
don't want it, but we
it gives
don't
the
want.
assertion that people are a piece of meat.
It is.
Well,
but the
no.
thing
So
is,
it's
it's
specifically
important to
focused
realize that
on
they're not doing
women.
it
So
for
that's
that
kind of the
reason.
key.
Right?
Yeah, it is focused on women, so it's also somewhat sexually prejudicial in nature.
Yeah.
Would
But
we
it's not-
be
they're not doing
okay?
it for that reason.
Yeah, and so like I don't know how much, because I don't want to like look like I'm getting on the side of defending catcalling, right? I'm not really interested in engaging with that. So like maybe we can just agree to say it. Because I'm already saying it's socially negative. I don't know if I'm going to move towards being morally negative, but sure, maybe slightly. I don't want to dismiss it. I understand lots of people find it uncomfortable. That's fine. I'm never going to advocate for people to do it. If young men ask me, "Hey, should I catcall?" I'm going to be like, "No, it's kind of cringe." You know,
and that's why I don't
is that
think
enough
is,
to move on
well, I mean,
to like
that's-
different positions on different topics?
like-
I just don't want to get stuck on catcalling all
Yeah,
night.
just two things. I want to get two things out here that's really important. And then Yamato, I'll let you get it, and then we can move on, I guess. So like the first thing, I think like if you're gonna say no, don't do it. Like the point isn't that like whether catcalling, the spectrum of catcalling is like ever positive. The point was neutral to negative, and I think we can safely say that it's like slightly negative, like the slightest of all negatives, all the way through full on negative. I don't think saying that it could be like if something can be neutral, then there would be some time where it's appropriate to do it, and we're saying no, just don't do it.
Well, that's why I said it's up to the individual that's getting catcalled to perceive it as good or bad, right?
Well, what does it mean when we say it's morally negative? If we say it's morally
talking-
negative, we're basically implying that the individuals partaking are slightly morally bad. And that's just not what I'm willing to necessarily do, because they're usually dumb idiots. I am willing to say that they are socially bad. Sure. 100% I'm willing to say catcalling, not a great behavior. Kind of cringe. That's fair. That's fair.
I think that's kind of a dangerous argument to make, that somebody who does something that's morally bad is therefore a bad person, that those are connected. You can be dumb and do something morally
so the
bad.
reason-
It's not a good
I
argument.
think it's a little.
It is a good argument, actually. It's
reason I
very
think
important to just.
really not.
Well, I
wait,
don't
hold
want to be
on.
condescended to,
Just
right?
real quick,
the reason.
then we'll get off.
Sure.
Okay. The reason I'd say it's neutral is because you can catcall without causing harm. It doesn't necessarily cause harm, and that is why I would say it's neutral. Not that it will ever be a good thing, but it's
The
just
act
not
can-
always a bad.
The act can have a neutral result. That doesn't mean the act is neutral. It could be a negative act that had a neutral effect. That's my point.
It could be positive. It could have a positive effect as well.
Yes, you can do a negative thing and have a wonderful positive effect. I had the most unpleasant interaction with someone. It was awful, and it changed my life in 1,000 positive ways. The whole situation still fucking sucked, and I would never want to do that again. And that's the point. Fuck that. So with that in mind, I would say that if something is negative in nature, regardless of the outcome, you still have to refer to it as negative. You can't use neutral as the line. I'm willing to go as far as slightly neutral, slightly negative, right? So if we're going to do it mathematically speaking, we could say the slope, the limit is neutral, but it never touches neutral. I'm willing to go that far, but I really don't want to say neutral. I also want to go back to the fear thing real quick. The fear is the mind killer thing. You literally just use fear to inspire people to not to fear, right? You're saying, oh yeah, fear is the thing to avoid. You're saying you should avoid fear. And my point is, nah. Fear isn't a mind killer. Fear is something that you have to understand and partially embrace.
You should allow it to pass through you.
Wick's rhetoric isn't
until only you remain.
Your rhetoric, the thing to fear is the most. What was the line?
Fear itself. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Yeah.
Now, let me explain this real quick, because this is important. Fear has it causes physical reactions. Yes? Yes, when you fear, you have different responses. Everyone's different. Some people freeze up. Some people get aggressive. Some people run away. There's very different things. So when we fear things, it can lead to really bad consequences. In the military, we are trained in stressful situations, just so that when we are in those situations in the real world, that we can control our fear.
And the key here, though, is that you're not avoiding the fear. You're embracing the fear. You're learning to accommodate the fear. And the thing is, Yeah, but no, because you said fear is a mind killer,
It
and
is.
I'm
In Doom.
saying,
I
but
mean, it's a
it's
Doom quote. I was trying to be cool.
whatever. Okay, Professor Meat.
He's being an edgelord, okay? He's LARPing as an edgelord just a little bit. Let Wick have his moment, all right?
All right, fair enough. All right, I'm sorry, Professor Meat. I want to get to you. I'm sorry, Yamato really wants to talk. I'll let Yamato go, then Professor Meat, and then I think Erudite had something else that she wanted to get into.
I just called her out pretty hard, so.
Oh, do you want
I'm
to?
gonna swing it back to her with my comment. That's all I want.
Okay, cool. So Yamato, go ahead. And then Professor Meat's gonna swing it back.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone answered my my question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is about the individual perceiving it as like harmful, but I think it could be harmful, and it could have some positive like effects on the individual. Like say if like I said, I live in the city, so I hear cat calls like literally every day. So it's good and bad could happen. But I live in a community where like the women here are like pretty tough. They'll just tell you to your face they don't like it. So I think it's kind of neutral, but I still think it's up to the individual themselves to determine whether if it's harmful or not.
Well, right. So that was like the baseline of our conversation was actually this like thing because like the
I was in and out, so yeah. So
yeah, no, it's all good. So that's where we started. And like the thing is like again the impacts, the effects could be positive, but the act itself still negative in nature, and the individual can decide whether they had a positive impact or not. But that doesn't take away from what the act is.
Oh no, it doesn't.
Professor Meat, you wanted to say things.
Yeah. All right. So Philosopher Meat is angry.
Philosopher Meat's angry.
Maybe we settle this or something. The idea that we can say that people are morally bad, an individual is morally bad because of something they did bad out of stupidity, is completely fucked up. This is like completely inhuman and psychotic. I will fight with the loudest voice, with the biggest sword atop the highest mountain that I possibly can against that ideology, unless you want to clarify that. Because then you have to say, if you're going to say that we can say that an individual is morally bad because of some inability or stupidity of theirs, then you have to say that anyone who asked a girl out in a way that made her feel awkward is like morally bad. Anyone who tries to kiss someone when they didn't like her is like morally bad. Anyone who does something bad at their job that ends up hurting someone because they were stupid and couldn't do the job right, we have to say that would be morally bad. Like, we cannot use that standard.
Right. Okay, fine. But like I'm referring to the act itself, right? Like we're talking about the act versus the effect, and I'm literally my case is
someone I forget who it was. Someone specifically made that distinction, and when we tried to question them on it, they said no, that they like defended the assertion as it was stated, and I just wanted to be very clear that stupidity stupidity or inability should never be a justification for judging an individual as moral. And if you want me to argue the actual specific harms that I can get into, I'd love to do it.
Just to clarify, is this what you're referring to between me and... Yeah, I was going to say, is this what you meant between me and Socrates, where I was saying I'm willing to say catcalling is socially bad, but I'm not willing to say it's morally bad because it paints those individuals with a moral lens? And then Socrates was like, I forget precisely what you said, but more or less like that's a bad idea.
It was kind of a pedantic point. It's probably that like, okay, well,
no, it's not. It's important.
So we probably agree slightly more generally, which is that if somebody does an act that causes harm, that we shouldn't tar that person as an evil, bad person, right? I'm sure that we agree on that, right? You know, for all
100%, right? Which is the main reason I'm saying I'm not willing to call it not morally neutral, because I think our culture, because of Christian influence, loves fucking moralizing everything. And I genuinely think that if somebody came on this panel and they said, oh, catcalling's bad, so just so you guys know, I did it a lot. I did it all the time, and I don't know if I'm sorry for it. We'd think they're kind of a bad person potentially, right? And that's why I'm saying I don't know if that's good, right? Is that good? Is that not?
If they're not sorry after they've learned about the harm they may have caused, that's probably a bit of a problem.
What if they're like 18?
And it doesn't mean that they're a bad person necessarily.
Well, it does, because we're going to be treating them like they're a bad person. That's what moralizing is.
Well,
you can do that with about any action, though. You can say you can't base someone off of one action, but you can base the action, like Mad Lad said, as morally negative if you wanted to. But you can say that about anything. You can't base anyone off of one action.
Or they could be doing the action without really like consciously thinking about it and the ramifications that it has. So once they come to terms with that and they get a better understanding of that and they accept that and apologize for it, I don't think we can call them like morally bad afterwards.
So what happens?
Maybe we could just say negative utility or something.
So I want to kind of take this off of catcalling specifically because I think this is a point that we can make for any action in any kind of general thing. I'm going to use catcalling as an example. But if someone is doing something,
what about all these things on this list, for example?
And the group thinks that it is a morally bad thing to do, and the person, however, says, "You know what? I disagree with your conclusion. I disagree with your assertion. I don't believe your data. I don't believe what you're saying. I don't believe that it's causing the harm that you say it's causing. So I'm not sorry for it." Does that make them morally bad? Or does that mean they just disagree with your assertion?
That makes them really annoying.
I know, but because the reason I want to bring this off catcalling is we see this all the time, and this is a personal pet peeve of mine, is, oh, you're conservative? Conservatives are morally bad. And no, they simply disagree.
Fucking dog shit, by the way. And I have lots of conservatives in my life who I vehemently disagree with. And painting an entire group of people as morally bad is the same fucking shit that dehumanizes people to the point where we have justified genocides against them before. So I'm so big on this. We do not call an entire group with an ideology bad morally for any fucking reason. At all, because it's so dehumanizing, and it is actually psychologically the stuff that we have tracked that have traditionally led to genocides over and over and over again.
And when you hate people as your enemy,
sorry, Wick, I just
become your enemy.
really I got really mad about that
I don't
one.
want to get into the platforming talk will come up soon. Go ahead, Haley.
I'm so excited.
Personally, I wasn't calling the person morally bad. I'm calling the action in itself morally bad. It doesn't have any positive outcome. I guess you could argue some people like it, but
well, it's fun for the individuals. We could argue that that's potentially a positive outcome, just like the shit disturber at the window. It might be a positive outcome for them, and the people in the other car when I was sticking my boogers on the window might have just thought it was gross and annoying. I don't think anyone called me morally bad for it though.
The outcomes and the acts are different though, and that's I think the key here that we've dissected in terms of what the catcalling problem is. And then I guess the risk of the outcomes being particularly bad is why we consider the act itself
socially negative. Just to be clear, I am against catcalling. I think it's dumb and cringe, and anyone who says that they want to do it, I'm not a good idea. And I'm definitely probably going to lose a little bit of respect for them.
So I think we're going to have I think we definitely have an hour of content where we've definitely solved catcalling. So we can move on to the next catcalling, please.
We did it.
I think we've figured it out.
We've solved all of it in this hour.
Let's solve
cat called bad, yeah.
Let's solve this Ukraine shit next. Let's go. We're gonna solve all the things.
No,
let's get it.
Okay, hold on. Dancing Spoon's complaining about not being able to argue. Do you want to argue? You want to get in on this?
Dancing Spoon is real mad. Really wants in.
Oh God. He's really mad because the last time we interacted, I muted him on Prime's panel just because I felt like it. I had no real reason. It was one of those things where, in Fight Club, you want to destroy something that's beautiful. And in this case, it was Dancing Spoon's both face and voice, but all I could get was the voice because that was a mute, not a.
So while we're getting him on, just to let everyone know, there are explosions in Kiev right now. It's happening.
Well, that's gonna kind of undermine whatever.
I don't want to talk about the Ukraine right now.
I'm sorry, but
no, I see. I get
happening right now.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm kidding.
Yeah. I mean, at some level, we do need to. What do you feel? Oh, yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, get on cam. I sent you the message. Do the thing. Okay. So moving back to, you wanted to get into something, right, Erudite? You had the next thing you wanted to get into, or was that just you being bored of catcalling?
Yeah, I mostly just was if we want to talk about levels of harm and stuff, I think it's actually a really important conversation, particularly for our neurodivergent friends to understand this social contract. I just wanted to move away from catcalling because I think we're all agreeing that nobody's going to be recommending to anyone to catcall. So I just wanted to move on from there.
Yeah, so that's good. So our next thing, I think that's perfectly fine. I think we should talk about the levels of harm. And then Dancing Spoon will be here any moment now. Where is he? Where is he? Hold on, I'm looking for him. He should be my Discord friend, and he's not. But okay, yeah, let's talk about
in the waiting room.
I don't know. I'm looking. Is he? No.
No,
I'm looking for him. It's fine. I'm gonna hunt him down on Discord. I sent him a message in Twitch. Yeah, let's talk about levels of harm. And I feel like Professor Meat wanted to really get into it because he was very passionate about this.
Let's see where you
It's on my chart. It's right there. It's right above me. The 1 through 5.
Yes.
And you wanted to get into it. Yeah.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, I guess I'll just say I wish I had more useful thoughts past my raging rant, but I just want to say, like, if we're talking specifically about the idea of these like levels of harm, like, the only reason I say that is just because there's a lot of words, you know, the usage of words change, the definition of words change and shift to like match the degree to which the ways that they can best provide us the utility that they're supposed to, and it seems like a lot of our words, as our ability to parse out the ways that these words relate to our lives, whether it's abuse or harm or whatever, it seems like our ability to suss these things out has expanded to the point that we've now expanded the entire category to the point where it's almost difficult to even use these words in a useful way without, like, I feel like we're getting to a point where a lot of these words like stress or harm in conversations like this, where I feel like we constantly are all feeling like we all have to qualify the exact kind of usage of the word that we're using, and levels like these, God, I just feel like we could cut out like 90% of these conversations if we had clear definitions for like different levels of things like abuse or harm or you know, I'm not trying to load the conversation with something spicy by making it about like the rape subject matter, but like all of these words I feel like have a commonality in terms of they damage our ability to talk about them because we don't have the category has just expanded to the point that the terms have become unwieldy.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Someone just said that Russia's catcalling Ukraine. God damn it! Really annoying.
But
spicy.
Impending possible like actual war and
yeah. Okay, and then
again,
Amanda actually had a good question, referring to microaggressions and tying back to catcalling a little bit, where she wanted to ask, and I thought this was a good question. We can all agree that certain types of speech, like microaggressions, can cause long-term physiological harm when exposed to it daily. Do you consider, this was aimed at you mostly, Wick, at the start.
Sure.
Do you, Wick, not consider racist speech or microaggressions, like sexual microaggressions, like in terms like catcalling or other things of that sort, acts of violence if they build up to something that's very unpleasant?
And no, I would say harm. They hurt, but violence is a very specific thing. Violence is when you specific with the intent to harm, attack someone in a physical way, and that's the key there. Physical way, throwing fists, throwing rocks, driving your car into them, whatever. When we say that these things are violence, it becomes okay to treat them and respond to them as if they are violence. And the response, the acceptable response to violence is violence. It's acceptable to respond to violence as violence. It is not acceptable. Let me finish. It's not acceptable to respond to all sorts of harm with violence. It's just not.
You know, we're talking about Professor. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No. I was just gonna say we're talking about Professor Beat's hair, but look at that sneaky debate man, hanging out up top with his like long flowing like romance novel hair up there.
Damn.
Just hanging out, like just
let the locks loose.
I'm feeling intimidated.
Who has
right
longer
now.
hair? I'm trying to catch the names. Does Dury or Dancing Spoon have longer hair now? Because Dury has some long. Whoa! That is way longer than I was expecting. Holy shit! It just kept going. All right, Dury.
Take into account I'm taller. Okay, so the hair has to go further down my body.
You guys don't realize if I straighten.
Yeah, but you're British, so it immediately you just lose 2 points on anything you attempt. I'm just kidding.
Wow,
I still think Dury's got you though. It's damn near waist
I
length.
might.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make it 9 for a little bit here, so we can clearly see.
I was about to request that.
I think we can actually have like a very nice hair competition. Going back to
I don't know. I'm giving it to Dury. If you can grow that long of hair and keep it healthy, that's a fucking gift, right?
We can have chat vote. Okay, so we're gonna continue this conversation in a second. I want to. Okay, you guys are arguing chat now. Fair enough.
Oh, sorry. No, I'll just answer for everyone.
Okay.
Ask the question and I'll answer. Yes. It's
Okay.
very clear.
So, Amanda. Oh, so first of all, Amanda says, "Seriously, so many lovely faces tonight," and then she follows up to your response here, Wick, with, "So is rape without physical violence still violence?"
And my answer is yes,
Yes.
because rape is a physical act. Rape is something you are physically doing to someone else. I am unaware of a way you can rape someone without doing anything physical. I mean, maybe I'm just uninformed, and that's very possible, but it requires you to be physical with the other person. Correct? Am I wrong?
So, okay.
Non-voluntary,
I wanted
like
to-
penetration and touching, is like inherently like violent to
physical.
achieve, right?
I wanted
And
to
like non-consensual. Sorry.
Yes, that's physical too. All that's physical.
but it doesn't include punching. So, like, the idea here is like, what is
Even if
violent,
it-
and where?
Again, physical. You are putting your hands or other things on someone else's body without their consent. That's physical.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
I'd
so,
say
you're- so,
this is clear.
So what? So the clarity here, from what I'm understanding, and this kind of feeds into what I was going to ask, which is you want to make sure that we're not using terms that doesn't distinguish between physical and verbal types of harm.
Yes.
But like, there's verbal abuse versus physical abuse, right?
Mm-hmm. And verbal, and like I said, some harm.
Okay.
Go on. Answer.
Well, I was just going to say,
some harm. It's okay. Some harm. It's okay to answer with violence.
right?
But not all harm.
And so, like, I would say, like, I mean, you're trying to remove violence as like something that could be a commonality between physical and verbal. But like, there are words that can cause people a great deal of physical harm, right?
I do not disagree.
Yeah. So
What's the goal in
there are
calling
words-
like words harm, words violent? Like, what's the goal with it? Just to maybe understand your guys' position.
I mean, I don't know if I have necessarily a goal per se in defining it. Like, basically,
Like, why do we need to apply violence to like something like language when we can also talk about like the levels of harm that language can do and not use the word violence necessarily? Like, what's the need for the word violence there?
and see, this is the funny part for me. I'm trying to figure out why we are working so hard to avoid using like, we've got like the exact opposite perspective here, because like,
Well,
I'm trying to
here.
figure out why we
Because
have
of the
to actually-
precision of
Let me put
language.
a positive argument toward one justification toward wanting to call words violence, which is that if somebody is trying to incite violence toward you or a group of people via words, then that's it. It can be the kind of threat that is so kind of imminently attached to violence that it's part of violence, in the same way that somebody pulling out a gun and pointing it at you is not touching you, is not like interacting with you, but it's so
a threat of violence.
It's a threat of violence,
but it's not violence.
But somebody pulling a gun on you and threatening to shoot you is
not
something
violent.
that certainly like in Florida or something, you can
Threat,
I
it's
think you can
terrible.
respond
You
with
could be-
violence, right?
Yeah, you could be like, look, that's why I said not all, like some harm that's not physical, you can respond to with violence. Exactly in that situation, it's exact example. If they're coming at you and they're threatening you and they pull a gun and they point it at you, they haven't done violence to you, but there's an implicit threat of violence that you can respond to preemptively. That's totally okay.
What about
Totally
someone
okay.
who's being coerced into doing something? Like, we're talking about rape, right?
Sure.
And we're saying, what if someone is coerced into masturbating on cam? That's a sexual violation without physical touch. And that would be kind of like forcing a sexual boundary on someone.
So we could call that sexual assault, right?
Yes.
But that wouldn't count as
Necessarily violence. Like I don't care about tautological stuff. I just mostly am trying to understand like the meaning behind it. I'm willing to call things violence or not. I don't actually like care about.
Yeah.
I'm willing to do language gymnastics for like any reason, like
Yeah.
legitimately. I'm just, for me, when people talk about this stuff, I'm mostly trying to be like, what's the need in calling it violence? Because if I can understand that, I'm totally gonna get on board. Because I value language for its precision, but if there's a level of nuance that's being missed by not using violence for these types of situations, I'm totally on board. I just need to understand it, because at this point I haven't heard a reason as why we need to like call it violence when we have words like sexual assault or abuse or trauma available to us as well.
And so, like, I think we speak a very imprecise language. Like, I think English is actually completely awful for talking about things like this. Like, we have to use a lot of different adjectives to really flesh out what we mean by, and we're using nouns. And so like I respect the fact that you're willing to use like allow certain words to mean certain things when we're having conversation. I think that's like really important. So like I think we're on the same page. I think it's just literally I don't see any reason why we shouldn't use the term, like I don't think verbal violence, using a term like verbal violence is inherently dangerous. And I think like a goal, if I were to use verbal violence, would be to express how unpleasant and how destructive the speech was. Because like in some sense, like speech can be so destructive that it is.
But that's not how it's being done, right?
Like violence is.
Like people
violence
are calling
isn't-
everything violence now.
It feels
If
like
you are mean to me on Twitter, you are being violent. That is what is being said.
I mean,
yeah,
I
it
think-
feels
I think
like
you're creating
concept
a-
creep for the purpose of like social clout almost, which I find just like mostly just like weird. Like I don't really understand it, and I think concept creep is like English, like you said, it's the one, like it's one of the few languages that doesn't have like an authoritarian body on it. So English particularly changes all the time. It's a deeply evolving language, so concept creep happens. It's just like, should we try our best to resist certain concept creeps, to reserve words for certain things, to implicate certain severities of things, right? It's the same reason why I think like rape should be reserved for specific types of situations, where sexual assault is a really good, like more broader label to categorize lots of other types of really distressing sexual acts.
So
I'm not saying, just real quick, I'm not saying that these things are not bad and terrible and horrific. What I am saying is when we use, and this is a specific harm that I see happening, when the concept creep of violence as it goes more and more, because again we have a social kind of idea of what's okay to respond to these things with violence. It's I think almost everyone can agree it's okay to respond to violence with violence. Whereas certain these things that we're calling violence, it would be categorically not okay to respond to. With violence.
So violence.
Does that make sense?
So the concept creep behind violence, like just to be clear, like violent used to mean initially having a marked or powerful effect, right? So like it's grown. It's become like it's gone from powerful effect to being physical harm. But like if we really are just reeling it back in, it's literally just having a powerful effect. And that's like when I'm referring to verbal. Wait, did the Englishman disagree with me?
That's right,
like
yeah. Like you said, like it was a violent explosion, even though nobody was hurt.
And he would know because he's from the motherland. And so like my point is that if it's having a powerful effect, then I think it's absolutely okay to use it in terms of describing things that aren't just physical acts, but like words. They were talking about like there's cultural violence, there's spiritual violence. I'm just like doing some quick Google searching here. Amanda is referencing like 7 different types of violence, and like I think there's something to it, right? Like I think I would be more concerned with this idea of trying to reserve certain terms for things that are like physical acts when they can be applied to a multitude of things and should be applied to a multitude of things. All right, Dancing Spoon hasn't had a chance to talk very much. So I want to get Dancing Spoon in, and then Professor Meat. And then Kaylee, were you raising your hand too? Yes. Okay. Kaylee actually hasn't talked for a while, so we're going to do Dancing Spoon, Kaylee, and Professor Meat. I think that's fair. Okay, go ahead.
I don't think you're like wrong about the usage of the word violence. Like, yeah, you could use the word violence. I don't think it would be like wrong to use it. I don't think it's going to care like concept creep or anything like that, because words, generally speaking, are versatile, right? You can use them for all sorts of things. I think the issue with it is rather just like the connotations of the specific language you're using, right? It just when you say like verbal violence, it just sounds very like SJWE to say that, right? It sounds like you're like a blue head and screaming at me on Twitter, just hearing it right now. And it's not necessarily that it's like a bad way of phrasing it. It's just that the perception of using this kind of language is like it's very off-putting. We don't want to engage with that kind of thing. I think that less so than categorizing what the event was, I think people are much more interested in the reaction or your reaction to the event. And I think to say like, oh, that's verbal violence, what you just did to me there. Like most people are going to take the side of the person who did the act instead of the person who's actually like having it perpetrated on them, right? I think like there are much better like ways of going about this and ways of engaging with that kind of thing, other than to like classify it as some kind of violence or anything like that. If anything, like it needs to sort of be like disarmed rather than sort of like amplified in that sense.
And I think it could be like a situation where it can be like, it could be amplifying the wrong concepts. Like clearly from Erudite's and Wick's positions here, their perception is like kind of, it almost like kind of undermines the use of the terminology, because it like creates a separate argument, I would say, that like takes away from like the main focus, which is like how harmful the verbiage was. Okay, Kaylee was next, and then Professor Meat, and then Amanda had a very interesting point. Cricket and Amanda both had interesting points. So let's proceed.
I guess I just kind of wanted to say that if someone's using the term violent, I guess I'm kind of a big believer in just because you don't think the feelings are valid, it doesn't mean the feelings aren't real or happening. So if they felt like something is violent, you can kind of go in the argument from the different position of, hey, this person, I agree with the stance or whatever, but to just, I don't know, if someone felt it was violent, then that's how they felt. They felt it was it made them feel that way, I guess. I don't know. I think that it's kind of nitpicky. By definition, you're both right. It's physical force, and it's also just an impact, a powerful impact. So if someone felt that way, then they felt that way. I don't think that's something to argue.
Hey, can I push back just real quick? So
yep.
That I would disagree with, because just because you feel something doesn't mean that actually happened. So I could feel like you attacked me right now. I could feel attacked right now.
But
I could say, "Wow."
Yeah, feeling something had been violent isn't a
I get super
feeling.
offended.
Distress
And I'm
is a
like,
feeling.
"Oh my God, how dare you attack me?" These are feelings I feel. I'm not actually feeling that, by the way, but I'm just giving you an example. These are feelings I could feel, but that's not in any way, shape, or form what you did. Just because I felt it does not mean you did it. Does that make sense?
For example, if I get really triggered by people like calling me stupid, say, for example, that I was called stupid a lot when I was growing up, and you jokingly refer to me as stupid, right? You're like, oh, you're so stupid, right? And you say it like that, and I get really upset because you don't know that it's a trigger for me. And I say, you were being verbally abusive to me, right? That doesn't mean that it's actually true, but my feelings of distress are also super valid. Like, we can hold space. And to be honest, when it comes to tautological stuff, like, I don't give that much of a shit. I just want language to be clear and precise. And I want clinical labels to be reserved for clinical situations as like a mental health practitioner. Those are my only wants. So if we like want to ascribe violence now and like change what the definition of violence means, that's actually honestly fine with me, as long as we're kind of precise about why we're making that transition, because I just want words to have meaning. That's all, because I actually don't care about tautological arguments that much. I want to get to the ideas that that the words are being used to convey. I want the ideas. And so like, if you guys want to call stuff violence, sure. I think Amanda said like, is child neglect violence? And I'm like, if you want to call it violence, sure. I think it's more abuse, but if you want to call it violence too, I don't really care. I don't want to pull words. I just wonder like, what's the purpose if we already have adequate words for it? But sure, language evolves, so maybe I'm just missing something.
Oh, and I agree with that. I just kind of think it's silly to nitpick that word, I guess, just because it as of I know that it has a couple different meanings. So I don't know. I can pass it off. I just
Professor
That's what I wanted to talk about, actually. So I think maybe I can make this a little more clear. Maybe not. Maybe I'm dragging the conversation back, but it sounds like I got there anyway. So like, to use the example of like violence and why, even though verbal violence is a thing, and we can see how violence can, like, I think there might be room potentially. I mean, maybe redefining violence would be great, but I also think potentially there might be room for like using the term of violence in this way responsibly. But what I would say is that if you're going to do that, you maybe should like always say verbal violence literally every single time that you're making that distinction. And you might say, well, Jesus, if we can like come to that understanding and define our terms, why do we have to do that? And I would say, generally speaking, in the abstract, you wouldn't. But what we're missing is that we should, in the particular situations where the not adequately making the distinction between violence and verbal violence can actually cause demonstrable harm. And I think that's the most convincing thing that I've heard here, is that when people don't feel like those distinctions are being represented to them in their discourse, they become more fearful because they actually start to equate them. And if we can observe that, like, we can recognize things like, well, if the only difference between the words verbal violence and violence in the way that people are hearing them is that word, and that distinction is practically important in this specific instance, maybe these are the situations where we should consider either redefining the word or just being really annoyingly careful with our language, because it just kind of is important, even if it's extremely inconvenient in conversation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and what's to follow up with a historical example, this is actually like, so we're going to talk about the French Revolution for just a second. Robespierre actually did this to himself. Like, he literally like conflated a bunch of different groups with the same like language, right? And what's like really interesting about that scenario is like he put this fear, like that fear you're describing, like that Robespierre, Maximilien Robespierre, during the French Revolution.
Okay.
So he was the head of the Committee of Public Safety. For those of you who don't know history, so King Louis has already had his head chopped off. Some things happen, and he's been chopping off heads left and right. All right, he's killed a few allies, he's killed a few enemies, and he talks about threats in this very vague way towards the end of his reign as the leader of the Committee of Public Safety. And he says that, you know, there's I forgot the specific terminology, and it was in French anyway, so I'm not going to be specific. But basically, everybody that had any political power in the country was afraid that Robespierre was coming at him next, or them next. And so a giant mob was put together, and it was just him and his Committee of Public Safety. There's like 6 of them, and like, you know, the entire rest of the influentials of Paris with pitchforks outside, and it's a hot mess. You should look at the history. I'm not going to tell you what happens to all these actors, but the way they go out is pretty shitty. And so, like, when you're talking about that,
Spoilers.
Like, kind of spoilers. Oh, it's so bad, Robespierre especially. But when you're talking about like how words are like kind of losing meaning, and like everybody's going to have like that sense of fear, that actually kind of reminded me of that scenario. And so in a sense, I do agree that we need to be very particular about how broad we're using language. But I also, I mean, and this is where balance comes in, I also don't want to take away meaning from words just because we're sort of seeking that balance. And I guess when we get to our platforming debate, we're going to have some wordy words about what's essential, what's not essential. Dancy Spoon has his hand up. Did my tangent ruin this for you?
No.
And then Erudite, and then Kaylee.
It's kind of on the same sort of like branch, but I kind of disagree, right? Like, I think the sort of like death of definitions, or like the increasing vagueness of language, is not necessarily a bad thing, because I don't think that's really how we communicate. We don't communicate with specific words. For example, I can say the same sentence in 10 different ways, right? With completely different words every single time. And you'll understand exactly what I'm saying every single time, because it's not the words that you're actually understanding, it's the idea that I'm putting forth, and that's just manifest with the words that I choose. Right, and there might be a specific set of combinations that can get that across, but the point is you understand me based on the idea that I convey, rather than the actual words that I use. And I think we do need to be specific enough so that you understand me or understand each other. But I don't think we need to be like very specific. I think I agree with Erudite. Like in these clinical cases, probably there should be some like hard-line definition, so it becomes very easy to do like referrals and like, you know, the health system operates. But in like general speaking, I think like the lack of specificity in the way we convey ourselves is just kind of, you know, it's the human condition. It's part of it. Like we're going to misunderstand each other, and being able to understand each other, even though we're not being specific, or sort of take hints and understand that ideas as conveyed is like how it works. I don't think we can really avoid that.
Cool.
Yeah, I guess.
Try with you. Oh yeah, go ahead, Erudite.
I guess just like I said, I don't really care. Like if language wants to evolve, that's fine with me. I just find like so often nowadays, like in a way that I've never experienced before in the past, it feels like every conversation I try to have with people, we have to spend like the first 30 minutes tautologically defining what words we want to operate out of. And I feel like if we could get like oftentimes a bit more just like precise, right? Like as language is evolving, I think in general, if I like went up to somebody and I was like, hey, like, I just underwent a serious act of violence. I don't think anyone would assume that I'm talking about verbal violence. I think most people would probably assume that I'm talking about physical violence, right? And that's why I think, like, if we want to transfer violence into meaning words too, I'm actually fine with that. It's just going to take, like, common parlance to catch up. And I think, like, when people, like, get, like, really tautologically, like, upset where they're like, well, is this violence? And is this violence? To try to, like, gotcha on it. I'm just like, who fucking knows? That's, like, the nature of language is it's ambiguous and vague. I just want us to agree on the definitions and, like, move on so we can talk about the ideas.
Okay. So the order is going to be Kaylee, Professor Meat, then Wick. I'm going to take this moment real quick to remind everyone to support your favorite streamers. So if you want to do the subbing thing, the following thing, find us on Twitter. That would be awesome. Bits are great too. We really, really appreciate it. I'd like to thank everybody for being here as well.
Make sure you streamers post your link in my chat too, not just Mad
yeah,
Lads.
do that thing. Yeah, post them both. I'm gonna try to get as much coverage for everyone. I just want to briefly push back just for a split second. When Erudite, when you said act of violence, and people are going to assume it's physical. Well, yeah, because it's an act. You said act of violence. The clarifying term, I think, is act. If you were encountered a violent speech, people are going to know that it was a very unpleasant thing, right? Like, but it was like verbal in nature. So I think when you called it
violent towards me.
if
someone was violent towards me. Sure, let's get rid of act. Someone was violent towards me.
Violent towards me.
And, like, this is, like, to be honest, this is my whole point, is we've been, like, fighting about the word violent for, like, 40 fucking minutes. And I'm just like, I don't care. What do we want to define it as? I don't give a fuck. Let's just move on. You know, the only words that I'm precise on are clinical words, like Dancing Spoon said, because I think clinical words matter. And I'm going to be honest, this type of rhetoric is justified to use clinical words to concept creep them, like the word trauma, which is really difficult as somebody who has worked with, like, actual clients in clinical settings. When I'm using the word trauma, I have to spend a lot of time just psychoeducating on what precisely I mean when I say trauma, which is just, like, a really frustrating thing that is happening in the medical, at least in the mental health field, where, like, all of our labels and all of our diagnostic labels are becoming just concept crept into everything.
Yeah.
And psychology kind of did it to ourselves, to be honest, because we're really bad at naming things. So it's not just, like, people, it's also psychology being like, depression's a great name for a clinical word. No, it's not. Melancholy is a good word for a clinical word.
Okay, so it was, and I agree with that. Like, I think we do have to be really careful. I'm gonna let Kaylee speak because it's Kaylee's turn. Go ahead.
I literally didn't have my hand up, so I don't know if you. Like,
He's just tired of hearing me talk. That's
I
all.
worked so hard. Okay, go ahead.
But
Every panel host
say,
does this.
I will say, I agree. I think that this argument is kind of silly, and that was kind of the point I was trying to make before that I didn't really get off correctly. People are going to use words like that. I also think clinical words matter, but I think that arguing over how the word violence should be used is just silly.
Yeah, I mean, I think just another perspective on this. I think maybe a good way out of this is to focus on, well, like, what do we do in response to this thing? So for a lot of people, violence means it warrants this kind of response, or this kind of response would be proportionate. And so I think, kind of maybe even just not naming it, but saying what would be a reasonable or proportionate response to this is maybe a good way to kind of understand where different people fall with these things. I agree. Somebody getting up in your face and yelling at you, that's something that I might call violent. But somebody ever saying something to you online on the internet, for me personally, it would be hard to call that violence. But everybody has these different personal lines. But saying where a particular act falls is maybe the most kind of productive or constructive thing, where that falls along your personal kind of like scale.
So
Part of the issue here is that we're sort of talking about violence very broadly speaking across basically any topic in any situation you can use it in, but I think it's very context specific, especially in the way that we tend to use it. And even the way we phrase it within the context of whatever topic we're talking about, there's also the connotation of it, which is kind of what Dancing Spoons was talking about, was that it's not so simple as the definition, at a base level. It's what else are we saying? What are we inferring? What are we implying to go along with it?
So when when I first came into the online spaces, Twitch, Twitter, etc., I had a hard time understanding what was trying to be communicated. People would use things like tanky. It was the one that took me forever to know what that was. And people would talk about violence. And in my head, I was like, oh, they're from what I understood violence to be, like hitting and punching and shooting and hurting. It took me a while. That just wasn't adequately communicated to me. I did not understand. It was a miscommunication. And that's like, we think it's silly to argument. I get that, but words are important. Words are important. They matter. If you believe that words can do harm, we must believe this, correct? And I'll give you a fun example, I guess you'd say, of why word choice is important, even if the words kind of mean the same thing. So if I say, "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned," that implies a lot, but I'm going to use, it's going to mean, each word individually is going to mean the same thing here. "Sorry, Daddy, but I've been naughty." That's a totally different
connotation. There you go.
Totally different feel to it.
All right.
Connotation.
Sounds the same to me.
Yeah.
Okay,
But you know what I mean? Like, it's word choice is important here, because the connotation changes based on the choice of words used. And I understand. I totally get why we want to highlight the horrific harm being done by different types of words and different types of speech and different types of things like abuse and things like that. But I think I'm if we can use a better word that's more clear to communicate, why not? Why must we use violence?
All right, I'm going to actually bounce, guys, but thanks for
really
having me. Of course. Yeah, thanks for hosting. I'm going to bounce, though, guys. Nice meeting you all. If any of you ever want to chat. Yeah, if any of you want to chat again and fight with me about words, I'll probably say no, actually, because I hate fighting about words. But
we got 2 really good videos now. We've defined violence. We've defined catcalling. If we do this long enough...
I'm not convinced we've actually succeeded in either of those things, but yeah.
Can we fight about spectrum? Can we do that?
All done.
Wait,
I'm
we're
sure
arguing
we'll
about
find
spectrum?